Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Moscow. Welcome to Moscow 2016 Candidates Tournament.
Round 11
is about to start. Right, a little bit more than 5 minutes. Jan is not with us yet.
Yeah, I think I'm turning into his stunt double here, just like yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
There's intense traffic outside, so...
Yeah, something happens in Moscow for the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Enormous traffic. So it's not so easy to reach this place.
Muscovites are all driving in here to watch the tournament.
So it confirms that we are right in the heart of a city.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very center. Yeah. Pairs for today. Kiri faces Nakamura. Aronian plays with Svidla, and then our leaders are both with black. Anand to play with Karyakin and Topalov to play with Caruana. So Caruana and Karyakin, while Caruana is on sport 1, but this time it's for sure an alphabetic order because they have everything the same, +2, no losses, and even they've beaten the same opponents. Caruana won 1 game against Nakamura, and so did Karyakin, and they both won against Anand 1 time. So precisely the same results they have. Then it's Levon Aronian and Vishy Anand on +1. They also won 2 games each, but they suffered 1 loss. Giri, the most solid player with 10 draws out of 10 games. Yes, and a lot of jokes about Giri, of course, but okay. I mean, he can improve his situation anytime. Peter Svidla on -1, Hikaru Nakamura on -2, and Topalov at the bottom of a cross table on -3.
I spoke with Topalov last night after his the final game, and he was really sad, and in fact he said that he was just waiting for this tournament now to come to the end. He wasn't expecting anything. He just said he might still affect kind of the outcome for some other players, but for him,
absolutely, yeah. And it's when it comes to this point when you're not fighting for top sport anymore, it's very easy to lose motivation, and particularly for this, all the players, let's say, because younger guys who, I don't know about ambitions of Giri. Let's take someone in particular, but I believe even if he will not qualify, he will play every single game till the very end, right? But for Topalov, of course, he had big hopes for this tournament. It didn't work very well for him. So, but at the same time, now look at him. He's smiling, and maybe he sort of feels a relief, like
maybe
the pressure is off, and he can maybe play some nice games in last 4 rounds. So Topalov is here, Vishy is here. Well, for Vishy that's a crucial round because he has white pieces against Karyakin. If he wins, he will lead the tournament. He will send Karyakin back on -1. And actually also a clash of generations, right? Anand to play Karyakin and Topalov to play Caruana. So those two are, I would say, they're not that old, by the way, but they are veterans in this tournament.
Yeah, well... Vasilin was saying that this was his probably last chance for the title of the champion.
So you mean the next cycle he's...
Looks like
hard
he's pretty
to say.
disappointed.
Yeah, hard to say, but definitely it was his chance, and the way he played, he qualified with ease, and the way he played in those Grand Prix tournaments, it felt like, no, really. I mean, it's disappointing for him.
He's the first.
He's
one
the
there.
first one to arrive, right?
Yeah, there's Karyakin.
Karyakin comes once again with his second, Vladimir Potkin, and today it's a special day. It's a birthday of Karyakin's wife.
Oh.
And with other birthdays, we will talk about that later. Today we have some important days. The date's 24th of March, but it's also Karyakin's wife's birthday. So I wonder if he will be, if he can make a good result today. I mean, it depends on Anand as well, if he's inclined to give anything as a birthday present. Levon Aronian always smiling. What I like about this guy, I mean, even when he lost his game against Anand, he was smiling, he was joking. I mean, that's a very nice attitude. But the drawback might be that, sometimes you have to be well, he's not a real warrior, I would say. He's more of an artist. He enjoys the game very much. He likes to play. Of course, he likes to play well. But I mean, there is no this. Sometimes he needs kind of a negative motivation.
Yeah. I think Nakamura so far has shown to be the most sore loser in this tournament.
You mean when he loses,
he missed the...
Yeah, well, one of the press conferences, he simply didn't appear.
Yeah, this was the only time during this tournament. And I asked him, I also spoke with him yesterday, and I asked him what happened, and he said, well, I lost. And I said, I'm not even going to talk about it.
Yeah, that's right.
Because
that's
I asked him, are chess players... like sensitive people or affectionate? He's like, I just lost. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I remember it was a long time ago. He wasn't as strong as he is now. But actually, I played the game with him and I won the game. And he was asked by some journalists, like, what has happened? Would you please describe what has happened in the game? So apparently they were waiting for some variations, comment something. And he said, like, I was winning, then I was losing, then I was winning again, and then I lost in the end.
Yeah.
So he was certainly disappointed.
And he doesn't speak to you probably since then.
No. Actually, that's not the case. Well, luckily, it's not the case. So nearly all the players, I believe everyone is here. It's a little bit more than 1 minute.
Our guy.
So Jan is not here. He's the only one to be late.
I wonder if he ever missed a tournament.
You mean the round? Well, I don't know. Okay, one more mission I've got. Yesterday I asked the tricky question in the third question of our quiz about the six times world champion who'd been a president of National Chess Federation. Well, and I had a paper with the winner. I can't find it. Oh, yeah, here it is. So the answer was, surprisingly, and I kind of said that every single word is very important because I never said 6 times world chess champion. Because it was referred not to a chess champion, but, well, the answer was Steve Davis, British snooker player, 6-time legendary snooker player, 6 times world champion, who'd been a president of British Chess Federation. So the winner is Frey, Mr. Frey at Frey_0xff.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I believe that was a tricky question, so nice that you found the right answer.
Nice of
the round starts and Jan is
here. Welcome.
Yeah, Jan is in production.
We missed you, Jan.
In a couple of minutes he's gonna join us.
Well, I think he's joining just now. By the way, just before I go, send us your questions using hashtag Moscow Candidates in Twitter, and we'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, so we can go to the games, and well, today is the special day. 2 times E4 was played, and in all the games, first move was, well, with the pawn, which is already a bit of a surprise. We saw a lot of knight f3 and all the magistral openings we have. One Berlin, I expect, there is already one Berlin in Anand versus Karyakin. Very safe choice from Sergey. I'm glad to welcome my co-worker Jan Nepomniachtchi, who just arrived here. And Anish Giri against Hikaru Nakamura decided not to try Berlin. He went for Italian. Swidler is true to his Slav defense against Aronian, which is quite interesting, I believe. Well, you do. Everyone expects Grunfeld from you. I mean, and then you play Slav a couple of times. It works very well, but I think Aronian is well prepared.
Yeah, I also think this opening choice from Swidler is suspicious because, Levon had plenty of time to prepare some tricks into the opening, and yes, he goes to this pretty sharp line, which was already played twice, I believe.
Yeah, remember this game against Nakamura when Swidler had 145 on his clock after 23 moves and very sharp positions. I really wonder if Swidler is sure about his opening preparation. Well, probably he is, but still, that's going to be a very interesting game. Knight c6, white castles so far. same as it was in Karyakin versus Swidler, right? And yeah, both
indeed.
games saw this. Karyakin took with the knight, Aronian takes with the pawn.
And by
I
the
guess
way,
bishop e7 and so on.
meanwhile, we have this very sharp line in Topalov against Caruana.
Topalov Caruana. That's quite interesting
Wow.
because that's what we discussed before, right before you arrived to the studio. Topalov is at the bottom of a table, doesn't have a single win yet, and he might be disappointed. But still, he has all the chances to influence the
Yeah,
tournament
exactly what I
situation.
wanted to add. Just that you
Yeah.
already
So
already said
Swidler
this
played
before.
bishop e7 and bishop e3, and this happens to be a new move, I think. New for this tournament, he was not played yet against Swidler. Castles without thinking. Okay, let's show what happens in Topalov versus Caruana, right? Topalov versus Caruana, English opening, and well, maybe my question, why don't they play c4 against c5 will be answered now. Knight c6, knight c3, knight to f6, d4, c takes, knight takes, e6, right, g3, queen to b6, knight b5, and knight e5. And then
Bishop f4.
bishop f4. Is it the move?
Yes, it's
I mean, it
one
was
of
played,
the main one of the main moves here for sure. And okay, I think knight
Okay, you
e to
can-
g4 will be played soon
Knight
enough.
e to g4.
Yeah, because
I remember some very sharp game between Nakamura and Karyakin, I guess. I was like a theoretical line, and well, it had to be
Yeah,
a
it
draw. It had to be a draw, but Karyakin forgot something and lost
it was the
easily.
same line, so it was played knight g4 and
Knight
then
e to
queen
g4.
a4.
Queen a4,
Giving
right?
away this pawn.
Giving on f2 with the
Yes.
check. So can we show this
Yeah,
game
sure.
just quickly?
g5,
G5. Well, so not taking on f2, but g5.
bishop takes e. No, I mean the difference. It was knight f to g4, I believe.
Pawn. So it was
Yes,
knight f
knight
to
e4
g4.
is
And knight
slightly another
e4 is also possible, right?
Well, maybe knight f
So,
to g4.
yeah,
queen
okay.
e4,
Then it
g5.
makes more sense. Yes,
Yeah.
g5.
Bishop takes e5.
Bishop takes.
Queen takes f2.
Then queen takes f2.
King d1.
King d1.
Knight e5.
White
Checks.
goes for exchange. Knight a8.
Queen d4 check.
King to c2.
Knight takes c4.
Knight takes c4 and
e4.
somewhere here, I guess. Somewhere
Not
here,
exactly. Yeah, around this position.
it's like
Sergei-
a draw, I guess. But you have to be
Yeah, you have to play
extremely
queen d2 check here. Queen d2 check.
queen
and
d2
then
check all of a sudden, right?
It's very sharp draw. But Sergei played knight e3, and this is
Knight
just
e3, and this turns to be bad after king b3,
this is
right?
just being a rook down. Nakamura easily won this
Yeah.
game.
By the way, we made the first step in this direction.
Yeah.
Knight f to g4 was played,
Yeah, and
and then Veselin
e3.
played e2, e3. So he has his own opinion about this position.
Well,
E3
Queen e4 is supposed to be a draw by force, if you don't mix up things into your preparation and if you remember all the things correctly. And e3 is slightly more, tricky move, so I believe there is not so much forced lines and forced draws, but still it's very well analyzed. So I think
So what black has to do there? A6?
funny that at first this position appeared in 1978, I believe.
Or 19,
And then after some pause,
the year I was born, yeah?
yeah, and then by the way, it was a game Korishner-Greenfeld in 1995. So it was first time this position appeared at the
Yeah,
top level.
remember yesterday we were talking about Korchnoi playing a lot of English opening, right?
Yes,
So
exactly.
he felt already that time that's very promising lines.
So here, basically, there is only one main move. It is a6.
A6, right, because you have to
Yes,
do something.
very,
White
very
is threatening
logical
h3, right? So a6,
Yes.
and white nevertheless plays, right? h3 or...
h3 or queen e4. By the way, there is a funny line. After a6, queen
Mm-hmm.
a4,
Queen a4, right?
there is there are two moves for black. Rook main moves. I mean, rook a7 and rook b8. And turns out
Rook
that
a7
rook
is
a7 is
funny.
the correct one, because rook b8 is, I believe, is just very dangerous for black,
Yeah,
or
but
even
rook
maybe just
a7
white.
is funny, right? You attack the
that's-
knight, and if knight takes, then it's queen b2, attacking all those things.
So rook e7 is not so, very unhuman.
Not so
move in my
usual,
opinion.
not so usual,
Yes,
but
not
a
so
funny,
usual.
funny one.
But yes, I think it's probably why.
Well, there is a fair chance we will see it, because a6 was played.
Yeah, queen a4 was
Veselin
played in
played
the-
queen a4 without thinking. So now, according to Jan, rook a7 is the move. I
Okay.
believe Fabiana knows it.
Normally. Also, sometimes they play g5 and so on. But in general, it's one of the most sharp lines into the
Well, in
whole
this
English Open.
English Open, Jan.
Greetings to yesterday's guy who told us English opponent is boring. Yeah. And drawish.
Okay, what's really drawish, I believe. Well, I'm sorry to say that at move number 12, but Anand versus Karyakin, look what has happened. It was Berling and anti-Berling with... how it was, by the way?
Yeah.
I thought it was
Knight
anti-Berling with
c6.
rook e1, but it
No,
was
no,
not.
it was
Knight
just d3,
f6.
bishop c5, c3, d3.
So d3,
Yeah,
bishop
c5,
c5, c3, castles, right?
Yes, castles d6,
Castles d6.
a3, knight e7, d4,
Knight e7, d4.
bishop b6, bishop d3, and the move is d5.
D5, right? I mean,
That's how.
so one of the moves here. We've seen something. We've seen takes here, right? Or-
No, you normally
how
take
was
when
it?
you can play bishop g4, but now h3 has already been played.
h3. So it's
So
a little bit
in
different,
case-
right?
In case if
Okay,
white
d5,
knight is on d2, then yes.
Knight takes. Karyakin takes with the knight. Knight to
d2,
d2.
Knight d6.
Knight d6
And
and
knight
knight b3. What is all about? Looks like another symmetrical position, and I'm not even sure that white pieces are more active. Okay, bishop on b6 does not much, but after c6, bishop c7, it has all the chances to go back in the game. By the way, from a camera view, I can see rook a7 was played
Yes, for sure.
in Topalov Caruana. So this one looks not so promising for Anand, I would say, in terms of getting an advantage from the opening. Well, I don't know.
Well, basically, white
Should
should,
be-
be slightly better every time because they have, some extra tempo because white is white and black is black.
But really, I mean, it's not so
yes,
promising,
I
right? I
think
mean,
bishop
slowly,
f5 or
slowly,
something,
somehow. Maybe
yeah,
later on I'll have f6 kicking
Yeah,
this
true.
knight,
Just
knight away.
exchanging pieces, kicking white pieces back to their side of the board and trying to. You don't even need to stabilize. I wanted to say black is trying to stabilize, but when I looked at the
It's
position,
already stable,
it's already
right?
that stable. You can never get it more
C6,
stable.
bishop e6, you can play bishop f5, you can play. Yeah, so probably nothing particularly dangerous for black. And one more game, which is Giri versus Nakamura. That's something, again, something a little bit unexpected. What do you think? Will Anish go for a big move today? Or he will continue his policy of sit and wait for huge blunders? Because, well, already we had blunders in his games. Caruana, I believe we can call his f5 a blunder, but it was
Yes.
still not enough for Anish to win it.
Don't have enough moves from like. Yeah, we do have. Actually, it was one more Italian game.
Yes, castles, knight f6,
five.
d3, castle short, right?
C-
I know it was d6
D6,
first,
C3,
c3,
A4,
a6, a4,
castles,
castles,
and rook e1.
rook to e1, so it's still...
So,
and bishop a7 last move
Trying
from
to
black.
play Italian defense much like, Rui Lopez.
Oh,
Because
it's
normally in
more or less-
Italian they don't play rook e1. They're trying to, Vichy played knight a3, knight
Knight
c2, bishop
a3,
a3, for
right,
example.
to keep the rook on f1.
So, but, why not?
Yeah, but it's still theoretical position, I believe.
Oh, I also think so, but still, this is a little bit,
Just I'm not
unusual.
sure. Yeah, it is a bit unusual. I'm not sure if those A4 and Rook E1 are from the same plan, actually. Because A4, I've seen A4, B4, this stuff, among the others, Badur Jobava used to play. It's a kind of expanding on the queen side very quickly, but then you don't want to move Rook E1, because at some point you play Bishop E3, and if black takes, you recapture with F pawn, and your Rook works from F1. Well, too early to say, and again, do not expect any sharpness soon in this game. So they need some time to develop the pieces, to define the plans, and only then it will be clear who's playing for what. So back to Aronian versus Swidler after castle. Well, that's nothing to talk yet. Queen E2, and then Swidler is thinking.
Very, very calm move from Levon, just
So
not trying
he wants to
rush.
play, right? So he's not really
Yes,
putting like immediate problems for black.
Yeah, unlike Hikaru, who went for some Bishop G5.
Bishop
for
G5,
some
yeah,
sharp
this
stuff,
very
and
sharp
okay,
line.
Petr was prepared really well there, and now just Levon making some simple developing moves. Some
So he's kind of
normal
wants to
moves.
play this as a late pawn position. So what black should do? I remember there was something like knight. Well, you want your light square bishop on long diagonal, right? But there was something with b6, but maybe not here. But there was this plan as well: knight to b4 and c6, even letting white to take, and there was still nothing too scary. But I didn't know, maybe now I'll play knight e5 on knight b4, right? And if bishop d7, maybe I do take on d7. Well, I'm not sure.
Well,
I mean, it's
I'm not sure you really want to take it. Well, this position is well known, I would say so. I think.
after queen e2, yeah, of course.
Yeah, like
should be a
Ponomarev,
lot of,
Shirov.
should be a lot of games. Just tell me
for
if knight
example.
b4 is one of the
Knight
moves,
b4
or
is
the
one of the main.
move.
And also b6.
b6 is also
said to be
possible, right?
popular. And by the way, b6 gives the best statistics among all
statistics.
the moves for black. So
Yeah. As for statistics, once again, I've prepared pre-match statistics for the players as we are looking at Aronian versus Swidler. Before this tournament, it was +1 for Aronian, and it still is. He won 4 games, lost 3, and made, 20 draws plus a draw in first leg of this tournament. Okay, Swidler is thinking everyone. A lot of action in Topalov versus Caruana.
yeah, but I think we'll return to this right after short break.
Okay.
Round 10 of World Chess Candidates Tournament followed the standards that were set in the previous rounds. One game was decisive, and there were 3 draws. But let's start from the very beginning. Sergei Karyakin and Anish Giri finished their game in a draw quite quickly. Sergei Karyakin, who is one of the leaders, didn't get anything from the opening with white pieces, so the draw was agreed already after 2 hours of play. Just a little while later, Peter Swidler and Hikaru Nakamura also finished their game in a draw. Both players are probably not fighting for the first place any longer, and in a post-game interviews for the journalists, they both said that they are not satisfied with their performance at this tournament so far.
Well, the tournament obviously hasn't gone well, to say the least, but it just seems like in general I've been a little bit unfortunate. I mean, I seem to be running into people's preparations.
The third game to finish was the encounter between Fabiano Caruana and Vishwanathan Anand, and this one was a decisive game of the day. Fabiano Caruana who had white pieces, conducted this game really strong and confident. So his opponent, ex-world champion Viswanathan Anand, had to resign. This means that Fabiano Caruana is now joining Sergei Karyakin in the lead, and Anand is now half a point behind.
I think once you're staring defeat in the face and escape from it, it does help with confidence and believing in your own chances. And I mean, basically, if I had lost that game against Anish, I probably would have been out of contention for first place, or it would have been very difficult. So it was very important to hold that.
Round 10 could be a rather short one, if not for the game between Levon Aronian and Veselin Topolov. In the Queens and Bishops endgame, the position was about equal, but both players tried to seek chances for several hours. However, none of them succeeded and they had to agree a draw. After 10 rounds, the first place is shared by Sergei Karyakin and Fabiano Caruana. They both have 6 points. It is interesting that so far, both of these players won against Hikaru Nakamura and Viswanathan Anand. But Karyakin did this in the first lap of the tournament, while Caruana did it in the second lap. If the situation doesn't change until the end of the tournament, and they would make all draws till the end and still lead, that would mean that Caruana and Karyakin would have to play a playoff for the first place. Just half a point behind these two players with 5.5 points, there are Levon Aronian and Viswanathan Anand. Please stay tuned and follow us at worldchess.com.
Introducing the most innovative vehicle in its class. BMW Executive Lounge, a personal space for comfort and well-being. The all-new BMW 7 Series.
Okay, we are back to round number 11, and I suggest we are back to Topolov versus Caruana.
Yeah, it's
That's
very
as you said,
sharp line.
it's very sharp in the line, and I believe it had to be well studied by both players because they are playing quite quickly in the position when you have a lot of options, so that means they both brought something from home.
Yeah, by the way, officially a takes b5, move number 11 from Fabiano is a novelty, but of course it is a well-known position. I think it was very well analyzed, and
Everyone checked it at home, you mean?
no, I mean, even I think there were few articles about this line into some press, like, yearbooks or something.
yeah.
So, this is
So we are talking about
Nothing
this
new so
move,
far.
h3, right? And after h3, what else can you do? I'm not
well, once I think
sub-check or
Gishuk against Matlakov, he played g5.
g5 nevertheless. Okay.
Yes, but g5 is a normal move for this position, but here it wasn't so good due to some reasons.
A b5 was played, queen b5. So tactical point is that you try to exchange queens, then knight b5, attacking the rook, and both knights are okay. Knight on g4 is hanging, so
Yeah, that's enough.
white wins the piece back and gets much better position, it seems. Queen c6, attacking the rook on h1, and hg4 was played. What a mess on the board. Look, what black's supposed to do here?
Well, surely black is going to take on h1 at some point, but the only question is what is the order, how to do this, because we also have a check on d3 to give it first. And
Yeah,
then
that's an interesting
take
move.
on
Knight
h1 with the
d3,
tempo.
knight d3, I probably have to take, right?
Yes, I think
Have to take queen h1, and then I don't know if I can, probably I cannot, right?
I think
I
it is
thought
too
like
much.
king e2, not to waste the tempo, but
But, I mean, if you give away on a1 and you play, for example, queen b6, I always have this rook a6, queen c7, rook c6, and
yes,
I'm very
that's
fine.
too
So just bishop f1
too much
is
material. Yeah, bishop f1.
simple and
So
probably
it's
enough.
gonna be a pawn for an exchange. White still didn't lose a castle right. He's probably planning castle longer next move. I don't know. I mean, without computer analysis, I sort of like White's position. Bishop is stuck on c8 still, but of course
The
it should
position
be
is very unclear.
should be a lot of theoretical moves further on.
But yes, but now we will see
Some
if
h5.
Fabiano
Some
remembers
h5 here.
his preparation really well, because here I believe black should be more precise than white in anyway.
Interesting. Look,
White has
after
some
queen h1, I
compensation.
will have to capture on e5.
Yes,
Let's assume I take with the bishop,
so
and black is to move after bishop e5. And in this position, black is to move after bishop f1. So it's same position with white bishop on e5 or f4, right? And not clear what's for black to prefer.
yeah, so maybe that's what Fabiano is thinking about.
So after knight d3, you can have, say, same position, or either bishop will be on e5 or on f4. Bishop on e5 is sort of useful, right?
But it also
Presses the pawn.
gives some
But-
extra tempi later
yeah,
on.
sometimes f6
D6,
maybe.
F6, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I just go back.
I think I'm not
Maybe I'm just
I'm
go.
not really against exchanging the queens here, because even
Yeah,
if
it doesn't look like white
I
should
have
be.
such
yeah.
a good development, I can even play the same game without an exchange. with
Yeah,
such a good
also
compensation.
nice structure, I would say.
Yeah,
right?
this doubled pawn on g file is normally very good in any endgames, especially if you have a rook on h1. Okay, this is not the case.
Yeah, that would be lovely to have a rook on h1. Yeah. So white would have pawn and a piece up. That would be pawn and a piece up. But okay, check bishop f1. I know it was not played yet. Yeah, so we are here. Any alternatives? Not there.
You
Not
can also
really.
take on g4 probably, but then I mean you just have a worse structure.
Yeah,
almost for nothing.
after knight g4,
Yeah,
I believe
material.
queen c6 is.
No, I think queen c6 is a huge improvement for black to play.
But
b6
okay, what
and
do I
e5.
do then? I mean, my rook
Just
is
remove my
hanging.
rook, just
Ah,
rook
so it's
h4.
just moving the rook.
Yeah, I think a rook g1 or rook h4.
h5.
I don't know.
I don't know why.
h5 is too far, I think. I don't know.
Okay, rook h4, so knight goes there, right? And then maybe again castle long. Yeah, very interesting, very fresh position, I have to say.
Once again, it's very strange that players
Are thinking in
are
this
thinking
position.
because this obviously, if we ask anybody on press conference, do you know the following position? I think everyone
From this tournament.
until yeah, of course, until he wants to confuse us, we'll answer yes, of course.
Well, the thing is, yeah, once again, what's surprising, even if you don't know, so you don't have this position on the board with this time. Either you know it very well, then you play quicker, or you don't know it at all, then you spend time early on, because of course the position is very hard, very, very complex,
Yes,
quite
and
confusing, right?
Maybe
So-
Fabiano just knew that AB5 is the first line, and then he's playing on his own
Yeah, to some it might seem that, well, it's very strange. Grandmasters of that level, and all of a sudden they start to think as early as move 13. But of course, if you imagine the total amount of preparation they have to do, not analyzing the lines, but just repeating the lines they have before the game, it's easy to forget something.
Then Aronian against Svidler, few new moves.
But nothing changed too much, right? Aronian versus Svidler.
Svidler is
Queen
developing
E2,
his
knight
pieces.
B4 was played, right? Knight
Yes.
E5, black played bishop D7, rook A to D1, and I guess something like bishop C6 is perfectly playable.
Yeah. By the way, I can see a game of Aronian against Ponomaryov in this particular
In this line.
And Ponomaryov played bishop c6. Well, it was f4, bishop d5, and okay, knight e5, ed5, bishop b3. So the only problem, it was played in World Blitz Championship in Moscow in 2009. So we shouldn't take it too serious. But anyway, it's
Yeah, so Aronian already had this
Aronian
position,
has
and I
position.
believe
Has some experience. Has
when
something-
Peter was preparing, probably he also took into account a blitz game.
Maybe. Yes, okay. Bishop c6 and bishop d5 is the main idea here for black.
Yeah, bishop c6, and perhaps we have to explain that after knight takes c6, black, of course, recaptures with the pawn,
Yeah,
right?
to prevent d5 and to secure d5 square for the knight.
Yeah, and while it would have been better for white if this pawn would be here, I believe. Okay, not the position would be better for white, but I mean, it would be more favorable version. At least white
Yes,
will be able to
exactly.
kick the knight from b4. But with pawn being already on a4, not a5, pardon me, on a4. This is a very nice outpost for the knight.
Yes, as they
Black
say-
controls the b file, pardon, the d5 square plus a b file can be used later on after rook b8, for instance.
As we say, pawn can never step back.
Yeah. Pawns are not moving backwards, absolutely. Caruana thinking, Karyakin. Oh well, let's. For a second, I'll show the game of Karyakin. At c7, c6 was played, which is still on 140, and I wonder if it was really. I mean, it was really prepared and he's hoping to get an advantage here, or he just went for this to be safe and, well, if Karyakin offers him some chance, of course.
You know, I have noticed that after previous loss, which was, by the way, against Karyakin, the next game Anand played against Caruana against Nakamura
with white, and he was
he went
opting-
for a very, very boring draw. He just exchanged all his pieces without. I mean,
So
looked
he
like
kind of needs a
wasn't-
day to recover.
Yes, that's what I wanted to show. And yes, maybe it's a similar situation, and just in case if there is, you know, nothing special to hope right after the opening, then Vichy will just go for some draw structure and will be okay. Let's say if you draw trying to earn.
Something in later rounds,
in
but
later
it's
rounds,
less and
yeah.
less games, and this one is very principled. Because
Yes.
if he would win today, then okay, maybe he still will.
No, but you know, the opening choice is a little bit awkward in terms of playing for a win.
Now, it's interesting that we've never seen a Berlin game, right? That's quite interesting. Okay, Vichy played knight to c5, I believe. Maybe that's the main idea in this line. But you're not attacking b7, I have to say.
Maybe
And
bishop
bishop
f5.
bishop f5, yeah, then maybe that's a
maybe
critical.
then knight d7 is
Yeah,
a
that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Maybe this is sort of a critical position.
So let's say bishop takes f5.
Okay, let's
Forcing to
really
take
on
with
f5,
e9.
and this knight has to take, right?
And
Otherwise
maybe-
b7 is hanging.
Okay, maybe knight c to d7, you know. Not so often you can meet such a move. So why not to try it out? Like knight d7 and maybe after rook e8 to go for queen g4. Well, I'm not so sure about this, but
But what's the point of playing? No, you could play queen g4 at once, I think. Maybe it was more precise, by the way.
yeah,
I
okay.
mean, because I also keep an idea of taking on b7,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
that's
queen
true.
g4,
So-
and black cannot take on c5.
Yeah, for example, after queen h4, I can take on b7 maybe.
Yeah, queen h4. Can I? Yeah, looks like I can take
Yeah,
here.
maybe winning a pawn, I think. As it seems at least.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Knight b7, right. So after queen g4, black will have to care about this. Knight takes b7, and knight d7 is still a possibility. So maybe it's not as harmless as it seems.
Well, at least bishop f5 is not a move.
Is not a move,
Which
right?
is forced
Sounds
right
like
now,
sounds
but-
like f6. Can I try?
Sometimes
I mean, that's
you
interesting.
can play g6.
After no, I mean,
Okay, not here,
if I play f6 here, can it be dangerous after queen h5?
but well,
G6? No, probably not, right. I mean, I thought of taking twice on G6, but it's probably not such a...
Okay, so
Or it is a clever idea.
no, we should
I
just
don't know.
show this because this is also
Takes,
clear. No?
right, bishop takes.
Yeah, bishop takes, I think. we
Black
should-
has to capture.
Yeah, rook f7 is another option, but rook f7 looks
Rook f7,
questionable.
yeah,
By
well,
the way, maybe it's not that bad, not losing. But you know,
yeah,
even from
but
materialistic point of view.
looks dangerous even if I take, because now I have 2 pawns with white.
Yes, but
Plus-
maybe I have nice 2 bishops, so I can play bishop f5 if we have some time.
Rook e1,
Yes.
and you don't have bishop f5, right? Because I'll take on e7.
Nothing. Then I will play queen e1 check and, well,
So we are talking about this line, right? Takes, queen f5.
yeah, of course it's not forced, but
Check here.
having bishop c7 forcing g3. Well, this should be good for white because king
Yeah,
is
it
safe and
should
I
be.
don't have enough time.
Should be good for white because I have a threat of bishop h6, right?
And meanwhile, Petr Svidler opted for knight b2 d5 instead of bishop c6, which was played previously.
Is it a novelty or something?
I think it
So
is.
bishop d7,
Okay,
rook
let me
a
check.
d1, knight b to d5. Not
Yeah, I
quite
think it's a
sure.
novelty. I think it's a novelty. So
Even though it's absolutely normal move in such a
and
position.
immediately Levon played bishop c1.
Bishop
So
c1 was
now,
played.
you know, I would also add that now Levon is going to sacrifice a pawn on a4.
Yeah, black can capture pawn this way. Takes, and to take on a4. But then I believe rook d3 is what is planned.
Yeah, I think there is very, very nice compensation for the pawn right now.
Then rook comes to g3 or h3. Bishop
it's
will
like-
return to d3. All the forces.
It's like a mate.
Yeah, it's hard to
all-
say.
You know, all white pieces are
Joining the attack,
really
yeah.
connected. So normally, when you have an isolated pawn, you bring your rook on g3, but you know it's a single piece which is attacking, and it's not so easy to use it. But now it's just
Yeah, like
very.
nearly,
Look at this; it's very nice. So knight is on e5.
yeah,
rook on
nearly,
f1.
nearly everything will come
Yeah,
to the
bishop on
to
c1
the
is
attack.
already good.
Bishop to d3, and possibly even later f2, f4. too.
Yeah, even rook f1
So
is ready to.
other rook will join the action.
is ready
So
to
this
join.
is, while might be still playable, but this is a very responsible decision for Svidler if he decides to take this pawn.
Funny symmetrical position in Giri Nakamura after bishop a2.
Well,
If
that's
Hikaru
funny.
goes rook e8, it's almost.
Well, it is precisely the same.
No, a4
no,
e6.
it's a4
yeah,
e6,
spoils,
right. Spoils the fun. Giri versus Nakamura. So let's catch up with the moves. After bishop a7, white played knight to d2, I believe, or started with h3. I'm not sure how this was. Was it
just-
h3 first? To be precise with the move aura.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Rook
was
on bishop a7,
h3,
h6.
h6, then both sides moving their knights to g3 and g6 accordingly. Knight g3, c6, and Giri moves the bishop to a2. A prophylactical move avoiding d6, d5, right? Because if, say, white would play something else, then black would have d6, d5 move. Not sure if it's such a good idea, but in general, well, first off, it's not so easy for white to make, to actually find a.
On d4 is always met with exchange and d5 or just with
d4
medial d5.
Yeah, there are some options. There is maybe d5,
Taking
or
in
maybe
d5 is very
takes d5.
Or maybe knight e4 and d5, you know, maybe even this might work.
This knight e4, and if knight e4, then d5, right? So it shouldn't
A
be
lot
that
of-
bad. Okay, bishop a2, a typical move.
Now, what if rook e8, you know? What's, well, then then we are first to play d4 and
A tiny
theoretically we
slight
have
pressure,
a tiny,
right?
tiny advantage. Or maybe not.
So it's, well, white wants to play d4 then, right? Black is not in time to play d6, d5, and white is, well, white is prepared for d3, d4. Still, And well, back to our discussions of this bishop e3, bishop e6 moves in this position. I have no idea what's wrong with, say, bishop e6 here.
Maybe we can take and play d4 then. This is very
takes,
tricky. This
takes.
is very tricky. I don't know how to
d4, but
give an
here
evolution.
I can take, and now e5, it's already some
Some
knight
check on
f5.
d3, maybe, you know, it's so. I'll make you to play rook f7, what you probably don't want to do, and then okay, play knight f5 and stuff. Well, it's a little bit.
So it can be a little bit unpleasant for black, right?
No, I don't.
Strangely
think so.
enough,
I don't
I mean,
think.
no.
I don't really think so. But you know, there's still we need this position to become more complex than it and less.
So rook
Unless
e8,
symmetrical.
for instance. Say if I go d4,
So maybe now you can take and play bishop e6. Why not?
takes, c takes, and bishop e6. So inclining to take with the rook, right? So, I mean, if I capture here, rook takes.
So rook seems to be safely placed on e6. You don't have knight g5, and
Yeah, d5
Yeah,
probably is never a good idea, opening the bishop from a7.
so, I mean, you will play something like rook e3, or I don't know, putting your rook
you mean-
third rank.
You mean this maneuver?
Maybe yes, maybe not. Maybe this is just trying
Rook
to show off.
a3, rook a3, it makes sense, by the way, because to bring this rook into a center, you need to move the queen and move the bishop, and possibly even to move the bishop back afterwards, right? Because bishop is very well placed on c1, so maybe rook a3 is the move. Okay, we shall see it later on, so far not so entertaining. Fabiano came up with the move
He
eventually.
took an h1.
Fabiano, decided not to give a check on d3,
And after
took
bishop takes
on
e5,
h1,
Simply went
bishop
for queen
e5,
c6.
and he went for queen to c6. So it turns out he was not prepared, it seems.
Yeah,
Now,
I think
can I castle long?
I think that's
That's
the main. That's the main.
That's an interesting question, because now,
So what if I
if
take
you
on b5?
take on b5, I guess knight takes. And
takes
on
a2.
rook a2, king b1, and this rook
Rook is
has
faces.
some difficulties, right? You can't go to a8 or a6. After rook a4, I have b3. After rook b4, rook a5, I have bishop c3, probably winning an exchange back. And in this case, white will be better, right? I don't know though, because you can take on b5 now. How about this
Maybe
position?
I can try
Maybe
to play
still
b6 after bishop c3, so at least I keep two bishops into the structure.
After bishop
Oh,
c3,
I'm not so sure.
b6. Oh well,
basically-
then I take. That's very interesting. Knight d6 takes. I mean, it's very forcing line.
Maybe here is king e7 or stuff. Oh, maybe h5 and the h4.
Yeah, that's how I also
so I
thought.
bring my
I don't
own
know
rook to
if
play.
I have to start from king e7 or king d8, or I don't
So
need it at all.
maybe we don't start. from
Maybe-
this, we
maybe just
go
play this.
straight away.
And h4. So if white captures, then rook h1 is already a threat. Once again, this position is playable, and the line which leads to this position is quite forcing. So perhaps that all could have been started at home. Well, so queen c6
Let's
to
wait-
Topalov
Let's wait
is
for this again to
thinking.
make a move.
No, but castle seems to be a logical follow-up, because you don't want to retreat a queen to b3.
Yeah,
right?
it's losing some time. But also, maybe the question is, what if black doesn't take on b5 to play something like f6 after?
Castles f6, right? And then at least I have. Probably I'll go bishop d4 with the tempo.
So rook. I don't know.
But then
He
maybe
played bishop. I think he played bishop d4.
bishop d4
Immediately.
voluntarily. Bishop d4 tries to make to make difference, right? Attacking the rook.
Attacking the rook, by the way. It's the main.
Yeah, not to forget. Not to forget. He
Yeah.
attacks the rook. You know what? Maybe he. Yeah, maybe it makes sense.
So, let's say rook e6 or rook a8. What is better and what is?
Look, the line we were checking, castles, f6, bishop d4. Now I thought if black captures here, knight b5 and takes on a2.
And
I might have a funny idea of knight a7 trapping the bishop. You can exchange rooks, but still this bishop seems to be lost.
Maybe then I can trap the knight later on, no? Because
I
don't think so as well, but...
It's interesting. Well, you play e5.
e5, bishop b6.
e5, bishop b6, you develop... but I always have knight
Yeah,
a7
and
back.
then it goes back to a7.
That's right.
It's not an option.
You know, Nakamura played bishop e6, the move you were criticizing.
No, I was slightly suspicious.
Maybe it's not that... Oh, well, maybe it is bad. Nobody knows.
Only game can show us this.
So after queen c6, bishop d4 at once was played.
So obviously...
So now it will be even worse to capture on b5 then, right?
Yeah, that's rather an obvious stuff, but what do I choose, rook a6 or rook a8? That's a good question.
That's a good
Because
question.
rook a6 somehow unpleasant because of bishop on f1 starting
Sooner or
to...
later this rook will run
starts to
under
be
another
annoying,
tempo.
Yeah, and rook a8 is...
I thought even something like c5 can be possible. I don't know. Like c5 and already the rook is...
c5 is not... let's see. You don't create any threats, yeah, like so. If you take on c6, I take back with my rook. And then attacking c5 tempo.
Okay, but that looks promising for white if you ask me.
But in general, I like this position for white because somehow I thought it's less entertaining to go for all these forced lines and to sack this exchange. And now it looks like probably I have underestimated this line myself. So at least, what do I see now? Okay, maybe queen c6 is an inaccuracy. So going slightly passive because queen on h1 is active in Gray's counterplay. And queen c6 shows that black is aiming for the endgame, and the endgame doesn't bring any serious relief. Because knight is on b5 is untouchable, and it can also...
Yeah, after all, it's not such a huge material sacrifice. It's
almost
an exchange
equal.
for a pawn, and you have to prove this rook from a7, it will be useful, because it might be just cut off with your own pieces. Okay.
We can...
After knight c5, there is no move from Karyakin still. Already he's thinking for some 15 minutes, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, which is
So
interesting.
maybe the line is not harmless, not that harmless after all.
Yeah,
I wonder if maybe we
Probably yes.
sort of underestimated on it a little bit.
Okay. You know, a lot of people
Turn to underestimate Vishwanathan, right?
Very often fall into this trap.
And Arona versus Swidler, something happens. Swidler played bishop c6,
Swidler
which to me looks
another-
like combining two plans, right? Bishop
He
c1
put
and
another
bishop
piece to
c6.
c6. That's the difference. Because
So
still it's
bishop
very
c1.
logical, you know. You put your, but now I mean you let your opponent to play bishop d3 at some point, or bishop c2. Maybe for a moment bishop d3 is not so good because I can already take on c3 and then take on e4, and you don't have this extra tempo.
Takes, yes, bishop a4.
I mean you don't.
And
can
you don't
play
have rook d3. But can't I play rook d3 here?
Well,
I know it's a little bit straightforward, but and maybe that's a critical line actually. Knight b4 and
well, what
the
if
whole
I
thing.
give
The
this
whole
pawn
thing
away?
is if you can or cannot sacrifice.
Well, of course I should try it.
Yeah, it looks
It's
very
an
dangerous.
analysis, yeah.
This or h3, I don't know. Of course, it looks very dangerous,
And
but
bishop h6.
as you know, here it's
And
bishop h6. Bishop h6, and I'm about to start crying.
Oh,
Yeah.
then you can play g6.
Knight e8. No, I mean, okay, if I give an exchange, then
Yeah, well.
I don't like giving an exchange.
I mean, if you could keep the two bishops after two bishops and a pawn for an exchange, then yes.
Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Okay, I go here. I'm trying to play like this
You're trying to lose.
old computers which were taking all the material,
What if I
trying
take
to
on
defend.
f7 now? I mean, I start with rook d1, of course.
Rook d1, queen to h4. Can I do this? Actually,
Queen
rook
C5.
h3, yeah, okay, queen c5, then knight f7, yeah.
No, now f2 is hanging as well.
Yeah, after saying it.
That's double-edged stuff. Well,
No, I
don't really know.
just was trying to make a point of playing this knight to d5. So it's kind of... Because rook d3, if this knight b4 doesn't work, then it's just a typical move for white, right? Rook d3 to h3, probably. And what black will do... maybe in this moment, look, maybe in this moment, when rook went to d3, maybe I can take. And as I didn't take on a4 here, maybe I go bishop d5. Maybe that's the point.
Yeah, but anyway, I think white is so much ahead. So they can play rook g3 even now without light square bishop and still.
Here I'm
keep
not sure
some
if
initiative.
it's so dangerous.
It's not as dangerous. Maybe take with a queen.
Take with the queen. No, here I'm not sure. I believe if Swidler prepared this one with the computer at home, it might be that white has no threats. After this, you'll have bishop h6, I'm afraid. Right? Yeah,
Well,
you'll have
you know,
bishop
this
h6.
computer preparation doesn't allow you to, ignore all the threats. You just know how to protect from few of them. That's the point.
Okay, anyway, rook d3, I would say it's a critical move.
Yeah, that's very logical.
Otherwise, well, another typical move would be bishop g5, but knowing that you just went to c1 makes you think that bishop g5 would be not the best move here. And rook d3 was played by Aronian. Swidler, well, I wonder if he's still in the book. Not precisely.
No, Levin spent
Levon spent
more than
roughly
10 minutes, slightly more.
Yes. And Swidler, he already started thinking, so I'm not quite sure if it was prepared, all that. So it's just an attempt to play logical moves. Wonder if he goes for knight c3, bishop d5. Seems to be a logical follow-up, but of course, white might be still better here. Caruana went to a8 with his rook. In Nakamura's game, Anish Giri followed your advice after bishop e6.
Yeah, that's very natural because
Bishop e6, Anish took on e6, and after fe6, d4 followed.
now maybe it's somewhat a little bit unpleasant for black. Maybe I'm just overestimating.
Wait, I can try a different structure. Not quite sure if it's can it work like this, like takes and d5?
Yeah,
but
I
I
think
don't
we
want
go
to
for-
take. I mean, that's the problem, right?
Well,
maybe I
here
do
maybe I actually want to take some times and then play knight f5 and queen c2, and maybe I'm just
Takes,
try
right?
to stampede you. Okay, queen c2.
Queen c2, knight is hanging.
You know,
And
my
if I play
beloved
knight
rook
e7,
e3. I like it.
And then rook a3, rook is coming here. Yeah, agreed. The bishop is a little bit stupid
Agreed.
on a7.
So easily.
Yeah. Bishop is a little bit stupid on a7. Yeah, I'm afraid you'll mate me now. I mean, like,
By the way,
rook e3 and so on.
in Aronian Swidler went for this knight c3 and bishop d5 line.
No.
Ignoring this extremely dangerous knight b4 stuff. Probably it was correct from him, and now he exchanges a pair of
he
bishops.
exchanged just the bishops, so it won't be that dangerous, I believe. Even g6 is now playable for Swidler. I mean, if we are back to this position, okay, in Nakamura's, that was not the actual game, so this is the position in Giri versus Nakamura. Nakamura is thinking. Might be some other moves for black, of course. Just he has to be aware of queen
don't
d3,
want
right?
to let white take on e5 because this structure
Yeah,
can
yeah,
be tricky. Even if you go until the late end game, then still a
Yeah,
knight
it's 2 pawns,
will
yeah.
bother.
No, I just thought knight
F5
d7, but I have to be aware of queen b3, of course.
Okay, but queen d3 is met with queen d7 like every time, so it's not such a big.
No, knight
Not
d7,
I'm sorry.
defending this one. And
I
then
see.
it can be I mean, if you take, probably I'm doing fine, right? Maybe I'm just better because f2 is hanging. And if you go for queen b3, then, I don't know, can this one work? Or not really? Rook f3, you can take on e6, it seems. This,
Why can't I take on f3?
no, you can, but then...
Well,
I thought,
then,
well, b7 is, probably I'm too optimistic, right? Here,
I don't think. Okay, takes on b7.
takes
I'm
on
gonna take
b7,
everything.
too much, yeah, all of my guys hanging.
No, that's not so clear because
Knight h4, queen
let's say
f3
rook
will be
f8.
mate, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
rook
check.
f8,
That might be interesting.
you take,
Maybe a funny line like
That
rook
will
takes a7 here.
queen a7,
Yeah, queen f3. Even this.
queen f3,
I mean, takes on e5, for example.
knight h4,
And king f1.
and king f1.
You can take on g3 at least. Yeah, this is too much.
Yeah, queen d3 would be a draw, by the way, right? In this position, queen d3, and you can't escape perpetual with white.
But black doesn't want to draw already. I think.
Already, black doesn't want to draw. But that was not played. He took on d4. White quickly recaptured back.
So this game still is going into really a calm way. Caruana chose a8 is a square for the rook. And
switching to
by the
Topalov
way-
versus
By the
Caruana,
way, if we switch to Anand
Rook
Karyakin,
A8.
there are actually no new moves. I have found out that already, move number 10. This, knight takes e5 from Vichy is, let's say, a novelty. Of course, it's not a completely new idea, but it is still supposed to be a novelty. Because Carlsen against Kramnik chose knight b to d2 in this position. Well, we went too far, so it was played knight e4, knight d2, exchanges, and knight e5. And here, by the way, maybe this position is really poisonous for white. I'm sorry, for black. Well, what do they have? Do you have any updates on another games? Not so much. So, as we mentioned, this game, Aronian Svidler Peter took on c3 and played bishop d5. So now the question is, white has really enough firepower to bring down this structure, but still it's very normal transposition from isolated pawn. Okay, there is no more isolated pawn. Pawn went from b2 to c3. That's okay. So d4 will never be weak again. But rook g3 has been played. Rook g3, stopping my stopping me from trying to say some in concrete common words. So it's time for Peter to think about how he's going to defend. I believe he will play bishop c4 straight away and then something like rook c8. But this is not so clear because bishop h6 is very, very unpleasant. And I think it's really a good time to ask a quiz question from Evgeny Miroshnichenko.
Well, yesterday's question was the only tricky question I've got, so I'm back to those historical ones. And, why don't I ask you about something about Soviet chess? And I thought about first Soviet chess championship, when it was held and who won it. Yeah, so a year first Soviet championship was held and the winner of it. That's going to be my first question for today.
millions. But there is only one who is going to make it. The one who strives for victory and goes forward no matter what happens. The one seeking success. The one whose victories are to be celebrated tomorrow. The leader carves his own pathway. Tashir.
In our previous reports, we already showed you different rooms here at Central Telegraph where the tournament is being held, including the room where the games themselves are being played, some backstage stuff. And now I want to show you the press center. This is where most of the journalists are located. This is where the scoreboards are. Of course, the broadcast of the games, some cookies, and some water and some tea. So let's just speak with some journalists who are here now. How are you doing?
Hi. Hello.
Where are you from?
I'm from Amsterdam.
How are you finding the tournament so far?
It's pretty exciting, but it will get much more exciting, I think, of course, because there's a couple of players in contention, and the whole world is watching.
Is chess usually what you work on?
Yeah, absolutely. I work full time for chess.com, where I'm the director of content, and you can see the website here. And I'll report daily from Moscow here, and it's going to be photos, texts, and videos, and everything that's happening right here. Yeah.
Are you finding so far? Is it comfortable to work here, or is it okay?
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting building, I must say. And now today, yesterday was Sunday, of course, and today we see a lot of workers from a different media company right next to the press room, which, it's kind of an interesting vibe. You feel the news being spread here, and so far it's okay. Yeah.
Is this your first time in Moscow?
No. I've been here many times.
Mm. Yeah. What do you do usually on the free days?
Usually there's some leftover work, but hopefully there's also some time to visit. I think I want to get back to the Tretyakov Gallery this year.
Mm. Yeah, there's a lot of exhibitions actually in the city. Thanks a lot for giving this moment. Have a good day. Hi.
Hey.
Where are you from?
I'm also from the Netherlands. I'm a colleague of Peter. I'm here to take some photos and also to enjoy the tournament because it's a freaking tense event.
Uh-huh. Is chess also what you usually work on, or you cover other stuff?
Yeah, I make video chess broadcasts. Actually, the same what people are watching right now. This is what I do for other events. So I just came back from Reykjavik from an open tournament there. Yeah.
How big is chess in the Netherlands?
It's really big. Well, you can of course see that one of the participants is from the Netherlands, Anish Giri. We have an annual event called Wijk aan Zee, which is called the Wimbledon of chess. It's a great atmosphere for both professional and amateur players. And the reason that there are at least 2 chess journalists here from the Netherlands also says that there's a good atmosphere for chess in the Netherlands.
Is this your first time in Moscow?
My second time. I've been here before for the Toll Memorial 3 years ago, and I'm really happy to be back.
Yeah. How are you finding the city?
The city is great. There are lots of art galleries here, lots of nice people as well. It's a little bit chilly, cold, but I can work on that. And Moscow is a great city. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the interview, and have a good day. Let's speak to one more person. Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
And where are you from?
I'm from Spain.
How are you finding the tournament so far?
So far, so good. I just arrived 1 hour ago, but I have been following the tournament before, so...
We were just discussing how the weather isn't really, probably not like in Spain. Are you dealing with that okay?
No, it's much colder, but still I like this place, even despite of the weather. I like being in Moscow. It's my second time here. I have been to another chess tournament before last year, and my plan is to come back next year for some other chess event.
Besides the weather, what are the conditions like? Is it comfortable to work in?
Yeah, it's an interesting building. I like this kind of places where you have plenty of space and it allows you to do different things.
Yeah, it was actually built in the 1920s, renovated just recently, so it's pretty cool. What do you do on your free days here?
Well, I have plenty of plans. I'm going to the Bolshoi, I'm going to the Tchaikovsky, the theater to see the opera. There are so many things to do in Moscow that I wish I could stay for a month.
Yeah, well, what's the next tournament that you're going to be working on?
I don't know yet. Probably my next one will be the Olympiad, because right now I'm working on a chess book, so I cannot travel that much. But probably I will be at the Olympiad. The Olympiad or maybe the final, the World Championship final.
Okay, thanks a lot for the interview. All's left is to wish, well, both the press and the players good luck.
Viswanathan Anand. It is not an exaggeration to say that Viswanathan Anand is chess in India. Anand has had more of an influence on the game in his home country than any player has ever had on the development and popularization of chess in any country. His success and his support for chess education programs has sparked a chess boom across India and turned it into a growing world power. Known as Vishy by his peers, he grew up in Chennai and learned to play at age 6. He then spent many years honing his skills in clubs and rapid and blitz matches all over India. These rapid matches made him lightning quick at calculating complex variations, and when he later became a world-class player, one of his defining characteristics early in his career was how quickly he played. It was not uncommon for him to use only 30 or 40 minutes of his own time, while his opponents had consumed more than 2 hours. In 1987, he won the World Junior Championship, and a year later, at age 18, became India's first Grandmaster. He won the FIDE World Championship in 2000 at a time when the chess crown was split, but then became undisputed champion in 2007 after winning the World Championship tournament in Mexico City. He successfully defended the title in matches in 2008 against Vladimir Kramnik, 2010 against Veselin Topalov, and 2012 against Boris Gelfand, before losing the title in 2013 to Magnus Carlsen. Anand came back to win the 2014 Candidates Tournament and qualify for a return match against Carlsen. Though he lost again, his experience is unmatched among any of his rivals in the 2016 Candidates Tournament, and that may give him an edge.
Welcome back to our broadcast. We here with Evgeny Miroshnichenko on round 11 of Moscow Candidates. And, after 1 hour of play, Evgeny, what's your predictions?
What's my prediction? Well, hard to say, really. Statistics suggests it's going to be one decided game, right? If I'm to pick this decided game right at the moment, I would bet on Topalov versus Caruana, which is at least the most interesting pattern we have so far. Karyakin is, actually he made the move reasonably. His position is reasonably solid,
but
so I don't.
When I saw this move, I really thought that this is a serious inaccuracy.
So we go to Anand versus Karyakin. That's
it's the move I would like to criticize a lot.
And Karyakin, by the way, he spent quite some time here.
He opted for knight g6.
Half an hour.
But
knight to g6 was played.
A simple queen h5 right now. Which measures will you?
How do you unpin, right?
Yes, exactly. I don't see the way.
Queen h5.
Maybe you're going
Rookie
to play.
Rook e8, pardon.
Rook e8, even bishop g5.
I'm not so happy with rook e8, but
even bishop g5, it looks like white is killing.
But what do I do after queen h5, really?
I think maybe the idea is to play bishop takes c5, dc5, and knight e4.
Takes knight e4.
Even if I take on e4, let's say take on e4 and play something like knight c4 at some point and then knight d6. This seems to be just much worse. This one is worse for black? Yeah, I think so. This is long-term weakness on d6.
I don't know, something like this.
I think it doesn't save you from the problems.
Takes and knight d6.
Okay, maybe you can go for the opposite stuff and play knight e5 and knight d3 and show that I have overestimated this position badly for white. But still, this is...
Some bishop e3, right?
Yeah, knight d3. Okay, maybe queen h5 can be met with some precise play, so it doesn't... Or maybe on the other hand, after knight e4, I can do something else instead of taking the knight. Maybe to play bishop
queen
e3.
h5, and then say bishop takes, pawn takes, knight e4. Maybe indeed. Why do I take it immediately? Maybe
I don't know, because knight f6 is somewhat unpleasant. In case if I play bishop e3, then you go for knight f6.
Knight f6.
Maybe queen g5. Suddenly everything is okay.
Knight e4.
For example, after h6, knight f7 may actually work. Yes. Okay, maybe queen g3 is enough. Okay.
Probably queen g3 because this I can't make it work. Takes and knight e5.
Yeah, on knight e4.
With the tempo and then.
Yeah, and even without a tempo, knight is trapped.
So h6, but queen g3 seems just fine.
Yes, that's.
Knight e4. Okay, I will have to play queen h. No, knight e4. I can capture the knight. So and some sort of this position probably is better for white, right? If I get my bishop on d4, this should be quite a nice position for white.
Well, what else can we do for Vichy instead of queen h5? Okay, queen h5 is good, but maybe it's just an idea to keep it for the future. To make some normal move like rook e1, because you never... you can never play this position without playing rook e1.
Rook e1, but okay, if knight e5, if black wants to simplify, knight e5, rook e5, right?
Yeah, maybe after knight e5.
Say bishop c7, because there is also a trick that you have to be in time to relocate this knight.
Let's go for bishop g5, let's go.
Bishop g5. Now you force f6 and queen then h5. Queen h5, and I'm about to resign probably. Because g6 you take it and it's after g6 it's kind of forced mate, right? Not so pleasant.
Well,
I have to say. No, bishop c7. My bishop c7 was
maybe you should protect yourself
quite stupid, huh?
From from queen h5 idea. Maybe f6 or f5. I don't know because this looks dubious, but maybe.
Wait, can I try to... famous way to simplify everything, like taking here, for instance, bishop c5.
So dc5?
dc5, I thought knight e4. Maybe to start with knight e5,
Want
by the way.
to give away pawn?
Yes, okay,
Well,
maybe to start with knight e5
You know, I would
first.
remind you the game which actually led Sergei Karyakin to play here in the round 10 of the World Cup. He played against Alexander Onishchuk, and Onishchuk went for a similar position. He gave away a pawn
I remember this one, but maybe you're not taking this pawn comfortably. That's the thing.
Well,
At
maybe
least
you
in
can
this
start,
position,
I don't know.
think.
But you have a weak back rank, so okay, let's say I take on e4 straight. Well, yeah, now I got
Something
the
like
point.
queen e1, maybe.
But what if I just take on d8, let's say, and play
takes, right.
bishop somewhere, like bishop e3?
Bishop e3, so
Because
this might be
after f5, rook e7, or f5, bishop g5, it looks like your pieces are stuck.
I have to play f5, otherwise I'm pawned down, right?
Yeah, but maybe f5, bishop g5 gives you an unpleasant choice.
This, strangely enough, I wasn't afraid much of because
But
of
why
rook
rook
d7.
e8 check? I mean, even this is very
Here,
suspicious.
and rook h8.
Okay, then bishop d4, some huge trouble.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's not so simple, right? So knight c5, that's why Karyakin thought for such a long time. And in Nakamura versus, Giri versus Nakamura, strangely enough, they are following the line I was trying to make work. After bishop e6, white captured, played d4, black captured, played d5. And then you convinced me that after e d5, it is suspicious. Probably it won't take.
Maybe you can take with a queen.
Maybe that's the point. Taking
Connect
the
your queens,
trying,
connect your rooks, play rook e8 and d5 soon enough.
hoping for e5, right? Maybe that's the point.
Yeah, because after e d5, I believe you have not enough time to
regroup,
stabilize.
right?
I like this word. Queen c2.
Queen c2.
And rook e3, okay,
knight.
As I was trying to ensure you.
Knight is hanging, right? After knight e7, maybe really rook a3. That probably, no, it's not so pleasant. Okay.
So, by the way, an interesting move from Fabiano. He played bishop e7, giving g7 pawn invade. This is a big moment into the game, I believe, because...
Okay, queen d5 I expect from Nakamura, but so far no move yet. Pawn on d5 can be captured 4 ways. 2 of them are not acceptable, I believe, but queen d5 or e d5 are still possible. So we go to Caruana versus Topalov. Topalov versus Caruana.
This move leads into some troubles.
After bishop d4, rook a8, a2, a3, and Fabiano played bishop e7. So he offers g7 pawn. Well, I don't like how it looks.
If you take on g7,
yes.
Well, I can play rook g8 and then later take back on g4, because maybe this is not so dangerous. Yeah, it's probably what Fabiano wants to see. So let's say takes and bishop d4.
This and bishop d4 back, right?
Maybe even rook g5. I don't know, some tricky stuff.
Rook g5.
Force you taking on c6 to improve my structure.
And then, how do you take, by the way?
I think bc6 I take every time.
bc6.
And then d5 it's good. Okay, maybe it's not that obvious that it is good, but it's already no huge positional advantage for white. I mean, unless they have 2 pawns for an exchange.
For instance, I mean, I'm not quite sure about this position. Knight e4.
So takes?
When you take, knight f6, takes.
And let's say what with bishop a6?
Pawn and bishop a6. Can I defend it somehow?
Well, I think after b3 you can, because...
Okay, I can play bishop e2. But then
you even take on
you
c4
probably can take with the rook.
If I get too excited.
Not to be worst, right?
But maybe I can do something else, because this is... Okay, maybe I can play rook g6 as well,
rook g6 and d5,
yeah.
Yeah,
this
it's not so
is
simple.
already...
It's not so simple. So, after bishop e7, but can I do something else?
Maybe queen h5, to bring your queen away from the exchanges, and also prepare capturing
queen h5.
g7 pawn.
Can be very dangerous move, because you don't have f6, which you normally would like to play.
So can I make a castle here?
Castle is...
It's a good... Okay, when the h file is opened, it looks like a suicidal move.
Bishop d3, right? I mean, I'm not sure if it's the strongest one, but
Okay, maybe h6. I don't know. G6 is what I don't like because after queen h6, I think I'm done.
yeah,
So h6.
h6,
Let's say castle's low.
maybe king e2,
Well, king e2 is too stylish, no? Don't you find it?
castle. No, actually, castle. I wasn't sure because some b5s, d5s. I mean, what do I need my king on c1 really? Because rook on d, I will not use. My logic is like that. I will have to spend one move either moving a king or castling, and the other one bringing rook to h1. So it's just a difference between
Well,
king on e2 or king on c1.
Maybe king d2 then, because you know
King
king on
D2.
e2
What's the
may give a
drawback,
tempo with, you know, when you move your bishop from d3. Imagine if this happens, I take on c4 with the tempo.
Okay. No, I mean in all the versions it looks like black will be not
What
on
if I play
time,
something
right?
like d6 and e5, trying to
d6.
stop you?
Shouldn't it be lost?
For example,
somehow?
here you can't play a4 because of queen g2 check. If we talk about any drawbacks, just because king is on c1 in general terms, it's placed more safe.
Okay, I bring the rook. Let's
Okay,
say
e5.
5 knight to d5, and
well,
even this looks like I'm combining
rook e8. I don't know.
positional play with. Okay, rook e8. I kind of feel it might be suspicious. Bishop h7. No, it's too brilliant.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it's
just
not
bishop
so easy.
c3, just bishop c3, bishop e6.
Bishop c3, bishop e6. So it's kind of
Yeah,
white
developed.
still has compensation probably. Yeah, but
If it's enough, I don't know. Well, but after
so you mean castle? No, it has to be something stronger. It feels like it has a very good position.
okay, maybe we should play, you know, bishop d3, and after h6 to, you know, storm the castle. Yeah, to play g5.
g5, and if bishop takes,
Yeah, then f4. I don't know. It looks like nonsense, but maybe it works.
bishop
And then queen
e7,
g4.
queen g4.
Okay, if I provoke f6, then maybe I can be happy with myself. Because f6, queen g6 is already, you know,
f6, queen g6, threatening.
makes black king is really restless.
But what
It's
can
a
I do?
restless traveler.
What can I do else?
Well, maybe at some point you can give a check on h1.
I can go here.
Yeah, well, but now knight d5 your favorite move. I think it's a better addition. So maybe that's why you should have played bishop d8 and bishop e7 to have this e5 in your mind. But yeah, this castle short for black looks like
Yeah, it looks very bad actually.
half a suicidal move, you know.
It looks
Half
very bad.
stupid, half suicidal.
So Queen H5 was played by Anand versus Karyakin, and we think Queen H5 is a strong move for Topalov.
Yeah, it's a good moment for Vasilin to look at Vish's board and have a bright idea.
Still no move from Nakamura, and Swidler exchanged on c4, exchanged the bishops and played
Wow, he
g7,
played
g6 at once.
Literally. Well, I don't like it. I believe now Levon has just something like h4 straight away without spending some tempo, provoking, this g6 later on. Well, it's one more promising position for Levon, and I believe we have some promising questions from Twitter.
I hope we have some promising answers.
We'll try.
We do have questions already, since over an hour has passed since the start of this round. First question is from user named Srinisiva2. Whom are you seeing, even if not this year, having a very successful chess career? I guess in the future. That would make more
Out of the candidates, participants, I believe, right?
Well, let's presume.
well, I'd say all of them have quite successful career in chess. Already, right. I mean, to be qualified for this event, it already means so someone who still has potential, then it's probably about the younger guys like Caruana, Giri. But
Yeah.
well, then other might argue that we are still progressing and so on. No, I believe it's hard to say, but all of them are having quite a nice career in chess.
Well, Topalov, like I said earlier yesterday, told me that he's probably going to be not
yeah.
taking part in the next.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't see him retiring. Well, even if
he's just.
Yeah, he's been in this game for such a long time, and he's kind of tied in it so much. So he might not fight for a championship, but still he'll be entering top events and maybe even winning them from time to time. So it's not like a point of retirement if this tournament didn't work for him.
Yeah, also I'd like to add that by now he's very depressed with his result here, so that's very normal that after such a question he answers you, okay, I'm not going to play this game, this tournament, this stuff, anymore. But now
that's what chess players like to do.
Yeah,
after a bad tournament, they say, okay, that was
even
over the top. Yeah,
even during the bad tournament. But now look at his position. I don't think at this moment, right now, we're still in.
Yeah, if you ask him
about retiring from chess after Queen H5.
But what do players of such a caliber do if they retire? Do they start coaching? What do they do? Like in football, for instance, most of them become coaches.
Yeah, well, but in chess,
or commentators.
Really, in chess, you can't really say, I'm retiring, I won't play the game. I mean, in most of the cases, they play less. They cannot, let's say, play on a very top level, but still they are around. They play some exhibition matches. Because in football at some point you just cannot run anymore, right? I mean, here you don't have to. It's hard to play the game on a very top level, but still, when you don't need your physical abilities to.
You do need the brain, though.
By the way, Smyslov played. I think he was 60 with something when he played against Kasparov candidate matches. So, and also, for example, Korchnoi, who won a stupid tournament, playing against Svidler, Gishuk, and other guys in Bill in 2000.
So he was like almost 70 then.
Yeah, 2001. Yeah, he was 70 at that moment. So it's not about Yeah, okay. We have, for example, of Kasparov, who said, "I have retired," and yes, he doesn't play any top tournaments,
Well, he didn't play any competitive game.
But then he constantly gives lessons, he gives simuls, and he.
So still, it's connected with chess somehow.
He's still very much into the chess stuff life.
Okay. There's a question from user named Borgodio. Why Kingside Fianchetto has become so popular for white in this tournament?
Today we have none of Kingside Fianchettos.
Yeah, we had a try from Topalov, but Bishop is still on f1.
Well, again, it's very hard and very easy question to answer. I mean, because we don't know the real reasons, and somehow the chess fashion goes like this. Some guys find a nice idea, and everyone is aware. So one of the top players played on the very high level, played this new move, and everyone checks it with the computer if it's interesting. Oh yeah, it is interesting, so let me try to do the same. So that's why we have practically every cycle we have some opening, right? I mean, if we are referring to the previous series in 2011 in Kazan, when it was candidates matches instead of candidates tournament, everyone was playing one particular line. Then again and again, I mean, it goes like this, and they say now it's a time for this G3 Bishop G2. But why is that? What for? And what's good about this line?
I mean, it's very simple.
It's not easy to say.
It's a very simple question, because this line, simply lets you to avoid all the forced drawish lines like in Berlin, like some Nimzo, Queen's Declined, and plenty of openings which are very well analyzed. And when you start with knight f3, g3, bishop g2, it's not so well studied so far. So probably people.
Yeah, in a couple of years we will not see it anymore.
We will see b3 and bishop b2, Queen's Fianchetto. Right?
There's an interesting question from user named Amit Bhatrai1. Okay, should the number of players be increased from 8 as players like Kramnik are not playing? What do you think?
That's surely a good question, but for a moment I'd like to remind that players playing tournament with 2 rounds. So, I mean, two legs, let's say.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, right? It's interesting. What's the right amount? Because they went through qualification for this one. It's not like those candidates were picked randomly, right? So it's hard to say because if you would like 10 people to play the event, that either it will be less games, strangely enough more people but less games. If you make it single round robin, if you make it double round robin, it will be far more rounds, and even this one 14 rounds, it's very long tournament and very tough for the players. If you make it 18 rounds, like 10 players playing each other, so 9 games each leg, 18 games altogether, it's very hard.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, it seems balanced. As long as the system stays the same and it's open for everyone, if you play good, if you can qualify, then there is no problem with the system. It can be, I don't know, 4 players playing a match tournament with 4 games with each other. If you have a chance, from the beginning of the cycle, if everyone has an even chance to qualify, then what's wrong with that one?
There's a good question. Where is this? From the same person. Can Giri draw all the matches with cards that he qualifies? Maybe that should be called maybe the Giri style or something in the books.
Yeah, interesting.
By now, I think he managed to draw all games except one,
which he won,
unfortunately,
against Magnus, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks a lot for sending the questions. Please do send us more in Twitter using hashtag Moscow Candidates, and I'll be happy to pass them over to our presenters and to other experts that we speak to here.
Yeah, so we are back after a couple of minutes, and now it's Ed's time.
Introducing the most innovative vehicle in its class. BMW Executive Lounge, a personal space for comfort and well-being. The all-new BMW 7 Series.
And where we are back to Anand with Karyakin perhaps.
Back to double Queen H5 move because Topalov
did play Queen H5 against Caruana, and we believe now he has a serious advantage. While Anand's Queen H5, it looked quite attractive, but now during this break we were trying to disagree with each other because I thought there is nothing special for white, while Jan believes it's a better position for Anand against Karyakin, so let's take a look.
And Rook D1 was the choice from Vishy here.
Vishy played the move. After Queen H5 in Anand Karyakin took on C5, went Knight E4. Here remember we were trying Bishop E3, but Vishy took and played Rook to D1.
Most natural is Queen E7, I believe. Or maybe Queen F6, but Queen F6 is... I don't know, maybe basically it's all the same. So we should just wait what will Sergei choose, but let's say...
Queen E7, and what do you do then? You capture on... you don't take G6, you don't take G6.
We can agree, yes, this is...
Nothing's better. So knight c4, right?
Well, if knight c4, maybe I can go for f5, yeah, so at least I can use my pawn advantage.
You'll have, you mean the majority, right? Because you will have knight d6 with white, but how efficient it is, it's not clear, right? Knight c4 and f5, let's say. So now c5 is hanging, probably knight d6, right?
And I don't know.
And sounds like.
By the way, maybe b6 is the move, to try to disturb this setup with knight on d6 and pawn on c5. Or maybe even f4.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. F4 to block this to block this guy on c1, because
maybe suddenly it works.
For instance, bishop e6, I wasn't so sure about bishop g5. You have to go to c7. Maybe there is still nothing bad with it. Yeah, looks fine for black, actually.
And this is slightly passive, because if we can play f4, we can. We almost.
Okay, queen e7. I still believe there is a fair chance Vishy will not go for all this. Simply is gonna capture and try to, just to make a safe draw.
Then this means Vishy
takes.
Didn't find any.
Takes and some queen g5.
Yeah, even
probably
this.
Forcing queen's exchange.
Well, let's say takes. Maybe this is still slightly better for white, because I control the d file.
So after bishop e6, something
even
like
after f6. I can just play
bishop.
I don't know, bishop
f4.
e3 or bishop f4.
Maybe bishop f4 to keep it on this diagonal.
After the g5,
G5, okay. As I
know.
promised, I keep it on this diagonal. Rook d6, b3, c4, something like this I want to do, right?
Maybe bishop e6,
Rook
d6,
here,
king f7.
King f7, yeah, it's most likely to be a draw. Queen e7 was played, so now it's a critical moment, right? So it's either knight c4, but then you have to be aware of f5. Can it be that white has something better after f5? I don't see, to be honest.
Yeah, because knight g6 looks to me much like a draw offer, because in general this opposite colors position.
Yeah, well, takes. If I would be able, let's say, to play the same position with queens on the board. Let's say I go back to e2, and I put my rook on d6 in this position. That I would believe I can have something with white.
Yes,
but my problem is that you are capture. I take on e4, and this is absolutely nothing, right? Bishop f5. It's actually black who starts to develop first. So after knight g6 at g6, it feels like I will have to play queen g5, and then probably it's simply not enough material to.
Yeah, just too much.
Okay, what's interesting, Nakamura thought for quite some time, and he played e takes d5.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
The position which we found to be dangerous for black, right?
Well, dangerous maybe is not
the right word, right? But really, after queen c2, I was actually always so impressed by your rook a3, so I was not looking for the precise way to meet it, right? So maybe it's not so scary. An attempt to be clever doesn't really look clever. I thought knight f8, so this knight will not be knight h8.
Well,
hoping for knight f7, but then
to put my knight on f5.
Yes, but then knight f5, even immediately knight
f5. Knight e4, maybe. No, this is.
Yeah, knight e4.
No, rook a3 is.
Again, rook a3, rook e3. Right. Okay. So, and if knight e7, rook a3, maybe I'm in time to do this. Queen d7, knight e5. Again, I don't like it. Somehow I'm not in time. Ideally, I would love to play rook a8 to e8 in this position, but it's an illegal move. And otherwise, I don't know how to organize my guys. Queen c7, rook e8, but then it's like almost a pin. So,
well, maybe
bishop from a7 doesn't.
Maybe queen d5 seems to be good move, but maybe some precise move like knight e2.
You mean here in this position?
Yeah, because
we saw
the better question. Why did Hikaru refuse
queen d5?
Play queen d5.
So here we do believe it's slightly better for white, right? Queen c. Maybe a lot better. Rook a3. What do I do? Can I spend more time? Can I spend more time like playing this?
Wow, this is.
And if you go knight I don't know, knight f5, first f I still have knight e4 maybe.
Well, maybe now I can go for some brilliancy after knight e4. Take on h6, take on e4.
Take here, right?
By the way,
maybe you take here. No, this is dangerous for me. I already feel it.
Yeah, but
you give a check and maybe.
No, knight f5.
Knight f5, but
I think it's almost winning.
Already this feels like almost winning,
yeah,
because my guys are here. Yes, knight e5, knight f5. Everyone is coming. This feels very bad. So something like knight c8 I simply can't do. Giri played queen d3, and after queen d3, well, it's more or less the same idea, but you don't have rook a3, rook e3 anymore.
Then you have knight e5 because d4
knight
is protected.
e7, and he'll play knight e5. Maybe. Yeah, it still looks like much better for white.
Yeah, it's very an awkward choice.
Knight e5. Yeah, knight e7 was already played. So after saying knight e5, there might be already ideas with bishop takes h6, by the way.
By the way.
Yeah.
Maybe that it was another option taken on d5 with the knight. Because rook takes e6.
Here.
Yeah, after rook takes
knight
e6,
d5.
we suddenly have knight h4.
And this.
Temporarily sacrificing a pawn, but now looks like
takes.
Yeah, just queen takes.
Queen
and then
takes d4.
d4 is weak, so let's say rook e4, queen f6. I think there is some nice compensation for opponent. Mathematically, it's better. No, f3, then bishop b8 later on.
Yeah, rook e8, bishop
b8.
Yeah,
and d4 is weak. So maybe it was the way to play, because now I really don't like black's position, because I think
knight e5 was not played yet.
No,
most likely to be.
Not.
Most likely to be the move.
Well, if not knight e5, maybe just play bishop d2 and then rook e2.
By the way, do I need right?
Do
I need to rush?
I don't think you have a good place for your queen, because bishop d2, I also keep in mind bishop b4 trick. For example, if you play bishop d7, you face a problem of knight e5. If you play
queen d7,
sorry, if you play queen d6, then you cannot move your knight from e7 because of knight f5. So I can just play rook e2, rook e1, and it becomes very, very unpleasant for black. So
yeah,
position is not so great after all.
Knight e7. Well, it's white to make a move.
Some huge changes into the structure in the game between Aronian and Svidler. So Levon went it.
Aronian, Svidler, right. We thought this, right? We thought like it's last chance for Svidler to exchange those bishops. Otherwise, rook would move to g3, bishop to d3, and it would be a huge attack. Rook g3, Svidler took on c4, played g7, g6. Levon went for bishop. No, it was. How it was played? Knight e5 first, or?
Yeah, g6 it was played.
Knight e5,
knight
e5,
knight
e7, bishop h6, rook to e8,
and f4.
And f4. Well, can be pretty dangerous for black.
Well, optically it's very, very unpleasant position.
Some f5s,
but maybe, once again I'm overestimating the attacking side, because.
Wait, but what do you do? For instance, after rook c8, which is careless move obviously, but just I've spotted this idea. Probably I win like this.
You win.
And f5.
That's a statement already.
That's a statement, right? But I'm ready for this statement, because after f5, what do you do?
What if I take with my f pawn?
With your e pawn, you mean?
Yeah, sure.
That's a sneaky check from here, and I thought even rook f5. I don't know if it works, but it looks so nice.
Okay.
I mean, if you take, it's mate in one, right? If king takes, then probably something like. Well, it has to be some mate.
That's
and check, right? And mate from h3, or it's not mate.
No, king h5. Wait.
King h5.
Wait.
You got excited for some reason.
No,
I just
there is no mate. That's probably what's the reason of my excitement.
Yeah. So you mean here I'm not winning? I don't
Obviously
believe.
you are winning like queen d5.
Queen d5, right.
But I just didn't want
Yeah, queen d5, king f6,
to break
and
your great attacking.
rook f3. No, really, so knight f7 is actually might be a threat in this position, right?
Yeah, obviously.
So you have to react somehow like bishop f8 probably.
Even then, you know.
Bishop f8. Can it be that knight f7 still works?
Well, then maybe I have e7 square for the king, so I can.
So takes.
Maybe I can take on h6 here. I don't know. Oh no, maybe e takes f5. Ah, I have
Knight
rook e6.
takes and then f5, right?
No, I take on f5 and then I play rook e6 in case of
yeah.
check.
So this doesn't work at all. Knight f7, yeah.
Not at all, but
check,
maybe
rook e6.
Maybe I have enough pieces to protect myself. Well, but okay, knight f7, you know, seeking for some beauties.
Peter played bishop f8.
Yeah, bishop f8 is natural. But what if bishop g5? I mean, just step away, you know, don't exchange bishops and then keep pressing like h4, h5, for example. Because it looks like Peter will never play f6 or sort of such move.
Yeah, f6 is simply bad, right?
No, I mean not now, even on the next move. So h6 or f6 just leads to some brilliant sacrifices.
Okay,
And
where
probably
to move the queen?
c7 is normal
Queen
one.
c8,
Just
c7, right?
Okay, h4. Allez.
h4 followed by h5. It looks terribly scary, to be
Maybe
honest.
bishop g7.
Bishop g7, h5, right?
Maybe it's time to go for f6 already. Well,
takes. Do you take?
you really need to pray here, not to.
Not to get mated, right?
Yeah.
Takes. I mean, if you take back, I probably can. Well, I'm not
Maybe
sure.
I can just play knight takes d7. Why not?
I have, by the way.
f6, knight takes d7, queen d7. I don't know, bishop h4.
Takes, and even bishop h4.
Well, it's boring,
but an advantage for white, right?
but yes,
Most
white
probably.
is one who's pressing.
Most probably. Okay, look, we got development in both games of our leaders, Topalov Caruana and Anand versus Karyakin. I don't know where to start from. Anand Karyakin, right? Knight took on g6 and queen g5 was played. So takes, bishop takes, f6 and bishop e3, and I believe
Yeah, so bishop f4, g5 is some extra improvement. And I believe here it's all the same, like I can play bishop, okay, somewhere, bishop e6, then king f7,
bishop
then,
e6,
I
king
don't know,
f7, yeah.
and g5.
Let's check this one. Bishop e6, rook d6, for instance, king f7, b3, or oh well, I can play rook d1, right? You can
Maybe here
take
g5 is a good move.
g5, b3.
Okay, rook.
Oh, you can go here, I
No,
guess.
then you play rook d4 and you ask me some unpleasant questions.
But why do you play g5?
Well, g5 to get some
AB1.
space. I don't know.
No, you can play this, I guess.
So what if I play rook d4?
Rook d4, rook d8.
And
That
if
was
I
my
put-
point. So
If I
like,
put another rook there to d4, what's then?
other rook. Other rook to
Well,
d4.
it's still somewhat passive. It's not
Bishop,
even worse,
yeah.
but it's passive, and maybe
Yeah,
that's why
maybe
it's
you
unpleasant
needed
to
g5.
play.
Maybe you
yes,
needed
maybe
g5.
not.
So f6, bishop e3. Okay.
I don't think we
and
will have
anything else. Topalov Caruana, yeah, that's much more interesting. Queen h5, king f8.
Yeah, and now, well,
Castle, long,
and b6.
and b6.
So, since we don't expect a huge turnabout into Anand Karyakin, this game seems to be the most interesting at the moment.
So Karyakin might make another draw and still remain in the lead. Because I don't like Caruana's position very much. Not like it at
Well,
all.
at least after b6 he's trying to develop his pieces. What if Veselin could try playing c5 instead of long castle? I mean, preventing the simple b6, because now b6 is way too much. I mean, giving a passed pawn on b6 is...
So b6 and bishop d3 maybe now. What do you think?
I
Maybe
mean,
bishop
instead of
d3.
long castle. It was my point. So let's try to figure out what's this, because, okay, king f8 is surely better than a castle, not trying to get mated soon enough. So after c5, well, any new moves from where? No, just b6 and Vesselin is thinking, so we can spend some time here, because I believe this is a critical moment. So after c5, I don't really see a good idea for black. So, you know, in case of b6, I think we can just take, and then we can just aim for an endgame, like queen b5, and any sort of exchanges is good, because we have, you know, potentially 3 passed pawns here, and one of them is already on b6, so that's surely more than just okay. So let's say if black makes some move like d5, trying to improve pieces, then maybe I think we just take, let's say takes, and here we go for long castle, and then bishop b5, and you know, now this king on f8 becomes really, really weak, and it's easy to reach him because the file is open and both rooks are really poor. So now we play bishop b5 and stuff. Well, actually I don't know what to do, because I think c5 was a very important move for white to keep the pressure. And now maybe after long castle, we should seek for some another sort of advantage, not a positional one, I mean. Because after c5, you know, those problems developing c8 bishop were very obvious to me. Now, at least, the next move is bishop a6 or even bishop b7, and this is somewhat not that bad. I don't know. So, let's take a look. Once again, maybe I didn't understand something here. So, let's say if we try to use the possible weakness of b6 pawn, I don't know, maybe queen b5. This move looks strange to me. So let's say in case if we take and we take back with knight, bishop c5, at least it's not so obvious. I mean, I don't see the way how to win any extra material, and one pawn for an exchange is okay. Roughly speaking, it's okay. It's enough, but especially with such pawn structure, with such a big and active knight on b5. Yet I'm not sure it's what actually is hoping for. So if we try to find any normal move instead of exchanging queens here, like let's say bishop d3. Bishop d3, okay, the threat is obviously bishop e4. You know, already the second point of playing b6 is that now we have a rook e5 possibility. So rook on e5 is taking away so many important squares on the opponent. And let's say in case if we play knight b5, then yes, I think d5 is somewhat we should take into consideration, because okay, queen e5 is always met by, I don't know, f6. So, and we are almost forced to play for something like queen c7, which is, you know, not recommended when you're trying to attack your opponent's king. So after b6, I believe, yeah, this long castle is somewhat premature, because, you know, let's say c5, in case of rook e5, we always had this before move. Once rook is still on e1, e3 is never weak, and rook e5 is just lost a tempo. So after c5, I think Vesselin could have launched huge pressure onto his opponent. So let's say f6, and then f4. This game is, in my opinion, this game is really good. Could really go into the favor of white. And that was the way for Vesselin to score his first full point here. Yes, so not so much players left who didn't win a single game so far. It's Vesselin Topalov, Anish Giri and Petr Svidler. Well, I think we can wait for some new interesting moves, for some new interesting decisions. And meanwhile, we have our rubric with Evgeny Miroshnichenko, and we are looking forward to learn something new about chess.
Well, it's quite interesting today. It's day 11, right, round 11, and everyone seemed to talk about the same game. You just heard Jan describing a game between Topalov and Caruana, and I'm here to talk about the same game, because this certainly seems to be a play of the day today, quite an interesting opening line. So let's start moving pieces. Once again, it comes from English opening. We already said English opening is high fashion here in Moscow Candidates 2016. In this position, well-known move, bishop f4 was played by Topalov, knight f to g4. During our broadcast we reminded about one game played previously between other two players of this candidates. Nakamura against Karyakin a couple of years ago played queen d1 to a4, which is once again a very sharp line, but forced a draw in the end, I believe. So this time e3 was played. Topalov went e3, a6 from Caruana, queen to a4, and now if you don't know the move, you might never find it at the board, because, well, the point of queen a4 is to pin an a pawn. You cannot capture on b5 because rook is hanging, that's obvious. And then, as a shock, comes this move, rook a8 to a7. This way, black actually attacks the knight on b5, because you don't like to take on a7. I mean, probably you can, but after queen b2, the rook is hanging, the knight is hanging on c3, and an f2 pawn is hanging, so it's too much. Plus knight f3 check, followed by queen d2 mate, is a threat. So you can't take the rook. And if you don't take the rook, then black threatens to capture on b5, and queen will be hanging. But of course Topalov have foreseen all this. He plays h3, a b5, queen to b5. Now if black exchanges queens, queen takes, knight takes, then the rook is hanging, plus the knight is hanging, white simply gets back the material, getting much better position. Therefore, queen c6, attacking the rook. And here another interesting moment. H takes g3, an exchange sacrifice, so Topalov leaves the rook on h1, and here in this position, Fabiano took on h1. He had another option, which I'll quickly show, knight d3 check. So when white captures here, it would be check on h1, bishop f1, probably at queen c6 back. I believe this would be a slight improvement compared to the game, because what happened in the game? Caruana took on h1, Topalov took on e5, and black still played queen to c6. Queen c6, and it turns out that bishop is kind of more useful on e5. Because immediately bishop d4 followed, rook a8, a2, a3, preparing long castle perhaps, bishop e7, and this bishop e7, well, according to what we found out, happens to be not the most precise move. Perhaps black counted on bishop g7, rook g8, then taking on g4 later on. And I don't know if he missed this one, but after queen b5 to h5, an interesting switch from queen side to a king side. Black spent another 15-20 minutes, because it happens to be not so easy to defend on g7. While you don't like to play castle, that's what we were trying to do with Jan Nepomniachtchi during our comments. You don't like to play castle, because after bishop d3, it's visible that all white pieces are targeting black's king. So you don't have any other comfortable moves, and after spending some time, Fabiano Caruana played king f8. This already looks like being not so attractive for black. The game saw castle long and b7, b6. I don't know what's going to happen next, but this looks like a very interesting opening, very entertaining opening line, and I believe that's going to be a game of the day today. So stay tuned, and we will be back to comments in no time.
Millions of people try to achieve their goals. But there is only one who is going to make it. The one who strives for victory and goes forward no matter what happens. The one seeking success. The one whose victories are to be celebrated tomorrow. The leader carves his own pathway. Tashir.
What's a great sport event without the proper souvenirs? Well, this tournament has its own souvenirs, of course. Let's see what the guys have to offer here. This is Anton. He's gonna tell us what's on offer here. Anton, hi. So, what are you guys selling?
Well, we sell different stuff: posters, T-shirts, sweatshirts, pants, chest pins. Like even mugs. So,
who did the design for this?
It's Germany. It's from Germany. Just first chest was in Berlin last year. So, for example, this is symbol of this competition, of this championship. So, well.
Let's talk about the prices. So all of this is in rubles, right? So
yeah, prices in rubles.
Yep. So that's 100. That's what? That's like two. No, that's one. Just a little over.
Half.
So $1.50 maybe, something like that. A little over €1. This is €1, right?
I think it's not expensive. Not cheap, but it's okay. It's normal price. It's normal price for this competition at this level of this organization.
It's the third day only, so it's only the beginning, right? But have you seen like some interest in this, in the souvenirs?
Of course, a lot of people, wanted to buy everything: pins, T-shirts, posters with with sign of chess, Grossmeisters.
You mean signed by the?
Yeah. People want everything.
Yeah, chess.
Even pens, just pen. They came and asked and just pray for pens.
Anton is really excited about the stuff he's selling. That's really great. That's really great. And to our viewers, you can also come here to the Central Telegraph building. You can to this tournament. You can watch it here along with other chess fans. You can also even see some of the players with your own eyes. You just have to buy the tickets online at worldchess.com.
So welcome back to round number 11 of Moscow Candidates. Third hour of play has just started. No results so far, and the round seems to be quite entertaining. And I will be surprised if by the end of the day we will still have one decided game only, because now it looks very promising in terms of one side defeating another in practically every game. Well, Karyakin has very solid position, but still, as you, Jan, pointed out, still Vishy can press a little.
Sergei is suffering because this endgame.
Yeah, but we will start with another game, with another match for today, Giri versus Nakamura, because, well, we used to make jokes about Giri's performance in this tournament, like he made too many draws and so on and so on. But actually, that might be the moment when he's going to take his chance. After Queen d3, knight e7, bishop d2 was played. Naka went for bishop a7 to b8.
Yes, obviously bishop on e7 is very passive, and
that's a good idea to improve it, but maybe not a good time for this, because after bishop b4...
Maybe even it's a good idea and a good time, but the position itself doesn't let you to make such a maneuver without paying a huge price.
This, bishop d6, this is the current position, where Anish is
Queen
thinking.
a3 is very, very interesting.
Queen a3, this is the move you were recommending during the break. What can I do here? Can it be... Well, if I capture on b4, I believe you have something in mind. It's queen b4, attacking e7 and b7.
I don't need to be brilliant, I just take a pawn on b7 and win the game easily, because, extra pawn and a big structure problems for black.
Yes, so this I basically can't do.
Sure.
I can try knight c8 or knight e8, even though I don't like any of those.
So maybe knight c8 is a lesser evil. Like knight c8, keeping knight on f6.
Knight c8, but already I allow you to play knight f5.
What if rook e6?
Or rook e6 to insist on this.
Because knight on c8 can never go forward, especially if we control...
Takes, yes, if you control d6.
If we control d6, it then looks... Okay, maybe bishop takes b4, queen takes b4 and...
Some queen b6 maybe?
Queen
but
b6.
Then you move the queen, right? You can play queen d2, for instance, and still knight is not moving from
and
c8.
then go for some knight f5 and take on h6 maybe. And this
it looks very attractive for white once again.
Maybe just queen d7, protecting the pawn and...
Take queen d7.
What if rook
but
a to
again,
e1?
rook a1, knight e4 maybe.
Yeah, maybe knight e4.
Can be knight e4. Maybe it's not so simple, huh? Knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4 is a trick, so maybe...
Rook e5, and then you can play...
Yeah, then I can bring my second knight back to play.
Maybe it's not so simple then. So once again, queen a3, knight to c8. And if knight f5, once again, I'm letting you to capture. Can I try this again? Knight f5 takes. Probably you take on b4, right? And
yes.
Knight e4. Can I play? Maybe I have knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4 is, that's why we don't want to play knight f5.
Because the point is, like, after queen b7, it's
rook e7
double attack, but it's rook a7, yes, and I don't see, I mean, somehow this rook does a lot of prevents a lot of tactical
So
ideas,
what if we
because I
check on-
cannot take on g7 and I cannot take on c8. I mean, that's the problem.
Yeah.
If rook would not cover e7 square, I would have like queen c8, knight e7 check.
Well, but
Here
still,
I-
you can play also like queen c6,
Rook f5.
yeah, queen
here,
e6 check.
Queen e6. Aha, knight e5.
Yeah, but even then, even though it's
There's knight e5.
yeah, just no. If rook f6, I can take on f7 suddenly,
Yes.
attacking the queen. But if queen goes somewhere, by the way,
Queen h4.
no, it's not queen h4. c8 is hanging. Well, it's remains difficult to calculate.
Yeah, it's not so simple. But yet, white is to play queen a3. And maybe he has something else in mind, by the way. What happens if, strangely enough, if I play simple, if I capture and go like rook e5, rook e1, maybe it's still much better, by the way.
No, I mean queen a3 is an attempt to get
To
some
finish the game, yeah.
almost.
Almost to finish the game.
But by the way, maybe you are right, and it's better to play few more calm moves, because if black queen answers d6 square, then yes, knight on e7 can hardly be moved because of knight e5 wins the tempo and probably launches an attack.
So I thought like, yeah, if I don't find anything better, then maybe bishop d6, queen d6, and say rook e2 or rook e3. Maybe it's still very unpleasant for black because.
By the way, I think we can leave Giri thinking here, because Levon Aronian went for some serious attack, I believe.
Yeah, Arona versus Swidler. This is very interesting.
This could possibly be the first
here,
game to finish
yeah,
today.
here we were discussing that after f4, white already threatens knight takes f7, right? So bishop f8, bishop g5, bishop e7. What Swidler did.
Yes, the drawback is that h6 remains weak now, and
Then
Levon used
knight g4 was played, and Swidler at tempo played h7, h5.
Wow.
That's very interesting, because yeah, this doesn't seem to work, right? Takes, and then black is praying to sacrifice the queen after knight f6, which probably wouldn't be too bad, I suppose. But the problem is that after knight e5, I guess the game is practically over, because
Yes.
white's gonna take f7, and yeah, it's too much for black to handle.
What to move this h5? Maybe it's the only
Knight
chance
g4.
for Peter to.
And what's
Fight?
the threat was? It's like knight h6 and some
And then
f5.
f5, yeah,
Well,
I know.
there is also h4. Yeah.
Yeah, we can maybe play slowly. We can try f5. Just
Yeah. So white actually did. White exchanged light square bishops, but apart from that, white brought all the pieces to attack the king, right? As we discussed in some other line.
You know what was important in the way we played it into the opening? If we return to the move 12, in this position we used to play bishop c6 on move 13.
Here, bishop d7, rook
Bishop
a1.
c6 and then bishop d5 with the same idea, but what's probably the most important, not allowing white's rook to go via d3 to the king side.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's really
it
important to
is-
control d3 square.
Yeah,
so
maybe
this
it's the
knight
key moment
shouldn't
into the
be
game.
maybe shouldn't be moved at all from b4. Because yeah, after this, and look, seems like a very strong decision, this bishop c1. Because yeah, after bishop c6, rook d3, rook moves over the third rank, and it all makes spells the trouble for black. Here, bishop e7, knight g4, h5. What's h5?
You know, our rook to storm the castle. Maybe it's time to try to do.
To storm the castle
Yeah,
some way.
do it right
Check.
here and right now. So check king g7. Let's go for f5. I believe
f5.
we should be successful.
Okay.
So I think
Can't-
you should take on g5. Yeah.
I
because-
have to perhaps.
No, if you take on f7, then on f5 and knight f5, and it's a pin, so you
Yeah,
can never take.
it's gonna be mate. Okay. This.
So
and
let's
how do
say-
you win then?
I take on g6.
I want to take on g6, but somehow
So what are you going to do? Take on h6?
I'll try, of course. King
Okay, I
h6.
take on. Okay, I take on f7. Let's go.
Where is the pawn? Or
With the pawn, I think. Opening e6 square for my queen.
Ah, yeah, queen e6 is. So now I'm 2 pieces up, but
Not so
it's
happy.
not so.
Not so happy.
Yeah, it's not so easy, of course. And maybe I'm just getting mated. I don't know. Rook is hanging. I don't want to give the rook, by the way.
Maybe rook f8. I don't know.
If rook f8, there
Check,
is
just play
something.
knight
queen
f6. Well, I don't know.
So this knight f6, and is it possible to live like this?
Well,
Is
no
there
one, no one is asking us. We just should.
Maybe I shouldn't go for check. Maybe I have something else here. How about? Well, I thought h4, but then you take, and after this check, you still. Well, I'm talking about this line.
Yeah.
h4 bishop takes, but after this check, you still have bishop g5. I don't see if I can.
No, it's all
refute
the
it.
same. It's all the same. Just you
When you see
give
that,
away
for some
my
real
pawn.
reason, I gave an h pawn.
Give it back, please.
So, f5, bishop g5, can we check a little bit more careful? Takes. Black has to, it seems like I don't have any other moves, right? Okay, can I? No, it's knight f7 all the
Why
time.
did
yeah.
we
Right.
refuse taking by king on h6? Because
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't
Takes.
find the mates of.
Rook f8,
At
yeah.
the first glance, at least queen e6, knight f6 is
Okay, this knight
a
f6.
miracle, but it looks like we're going to hold.
Rook.
Maybe queen f5, no? Simply taking.
Queen f5, but then knight can move to, say, I don't know why h7. Somehow it's, this instinct to be closer to the king.
Then
Maybe I shouldn't.
h4. Maybe then h4 already, yes. So g6.
Yes. Maybe
Main
knight
center
g4
protected.
I have
Knight
to.
g4, this is, well,
Knight g4.
so.
Trying to defend, right. Then, and not to forget I have 2 pieces, right? So if I exchange
maybe
queens by the price of 1 piece, maybe I'm
This is
not doing that
too-
bad.
Maybe it was too optimistic. Okay, maybe if not f5, maybe I can just simply play h4, preparing f5 on the next move. Can you solve your problem?
This is another story, right? Here, then again, I think I know what's going to be a critical line. I take. I suppose you take with f pawn, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
F pawn, and then I will try to play f5. Because if I will have to defend on f7, I will not be successful, right? Other rook is coming and so on. So it's kind of only.
Recently you asked how are you going to live like this. So I'm going to ask you the same question. What if I take with my pawn and then play
Take.
even?
Okay. If I take this, it's queen d3 and game over, right? If I
Yeah.
take the knight,
Okay, maybe I can even play f7.
it's same line, but I don't have 2 pieces. I have
Yes.
only 1, right? This I don't like. This
By the
and
way-
queen e6 and g6 is.
By the way, I think after king take h6, I can find even something more interesting, like maybe queen e3 check, and then rook takes g6.
But you can.
No, I think it's a mate, no?
This you can do.
Yeah, this is also made by force. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
this.
No, king h6 here. Here is a little bit different story. I should start with queen e3 check.
So here, queen e3
after
check.
king h7,
right?
then I take on g6, and then yes, you cannot take back.
Because of queen g5.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, so knight h6 looks like almost knight h6, king g7, h4 looks like a good position for white, a good setup to launch a killing blow.
Can I somehow fight against this f5 in the other way, or not really?
Okay, you can play f5 yourself, but
Well, they want to on
bishop
e7
takes e7. Whoa, that's
after h5. White takes on e7, but that's a huge relief for black, it seems.
maybe yes, maybe no, because now Levon is going for another setup. I think he wants to play knight e5.
So after queen e7, what did he? Knight e5, which is also
I
quite annoying,
I
right?
suppose that's his idea. But now maybe I can. Well,
Knight
if you
f6.
take on e5, then
It's lost, right?
Yeah, the game won't
take
won't
h5
contribute much.
hanging, rook f6. I don't know. We didn't calculate a single line, but somehow the structure suggests it's simply
Yeah,
lost, and sooner or
even-
later it will be some mate.
You know, even if pawn would remain on
h7
and then
it's still-
h4, h5. It's very.
It's still bad, but with
very
pawn on
likely
h5,
eminent.
it's simple rook f6, and well, Svitlo is, he's back to the game after bishop e7. So he haven't seen this move. Bishop e7. Yeah, you do take with the queen, right? Or it's not so clear.
Well, taking with the rook seems to be a little bit strange to me, but maybe, if we expect, white to sacrifice something on g6, then maybe later.
Maybe it makes sense, like.
Yeah, defense the 7th rank somehow.
But it's too clever again. Yeah, okay, queen
It's
e7,
the
knight
same, I
e5.
think.
But how do you
So king
say,
h7,
how do you win if I... king h7 is another option. I said knight f6,
knight
by the
f6.
way.
What if I...
Like,
I don't know.
you can try f5 here.
Well, I cannot take on g6 here at this moment. So this is just...
I don't know, takes king h7, for instance.
Queen d3. And now launching a pin.
Okay, king f7.
Yeah, king f7 is the move.
And rook g8, yeah, king f7, rook g8.
Yeah, well, so maybe I should prepare.
No, you shouldn't take.
Maybe I
You
can play
shouldn't take.
queen, queen d3.
I thought some f5 is actually
Well, f5,
annoying.
it also opens another file.
No, f5 might be not good because
You
here
also
I have
pin your knight.
I have
Yeah.
knight g4.
That's it, you also pin your knight on e5 and it's not that flexible as before. But maybe I can play just queen d3, let's say.
Queen d3.
Yeah, I'm just planning to take on g6 on the next move.
You want to take on g6, right?
And also I want to play f5 because knight g4 is no longer such a good idea. Well, this is...
Yeah, I don't know if our moves in analysis are precise, but I'm sure about the conclusion. It has to be bad for black.
Even if you put your pawns like on g7 and h7 right now, I'm not so sure it's an easy position to
Yeah, for
protect.
black, but of course g6, h5
But g6, h5 to just make it
huge
like,
weakening.
like come and take me. It's
Queen takes and knight e5 that was played. So, and our last try was this, right? King h7.
King h7, such a cold-blooded move, but also it's what if queen d3? Do we take on e5? Because taking on e5 is
Seemingly
to
never
me,
a good
looks to me
idea.
like a resignation.
Never a good idea, it seems.
So maybe rook g8.
Can it be? Thought of sacrificing the rook here, like rook. No, rook h3, king g7. I'll survive for, right?
So what if I don't know,
Some queen d3.
what if rook g8? I don't know.
Yeah, it's rook g8. It's not so easy, right?
Well, we're not
Rook,
going to
some
resign.
rook g5.
Maybe it prolongs the game somehow, but anyway, it looks very dangerous.
Yeah.
Very,
I
very
mean, if you ask me
suspicious.
about the evaluation of this position,
What was the better option? Probably bishop e7 or knight h6?
this was in one of the ideas.
How do you think? Because knight h6.
Here after h5. Maybe bishop e7 is actually, I mean, it's simpler, let's say. So he went for very
Knight
natural
h6
move
to me
because
looked
locking a knight on h6 is a little bit maybe unhuman. I don't know, even though it worked very well, right?
No, I mean, from another point of view, it's very human because you play h4 and f5 and you go all in, and it looks like if in this position it doesn't work, it will work. It can never work at all because all your pieces are ready for the final storming the castle. Yeah, as they say.
Okay, here you don't really need any kind of all-in here. You're just attacking the king, plus your knight is not stuck on the rim of the board. I mean, it's only 5 and it cannot be taken.
It's a cold-blooded point of view. Yeah.
Okay,
Well-
what else do we have? We have Anand versus Karyakin, which still, I believe, most likely to be a draw.
Yeah, very solid
But
from Sergei.
still reminds a little about Sergei's win against Onishuk in the World Cup. Giri versus Nakamura. Shall we go back to this? No. Okay, actually we discussed this position. Giri is better. We don't know how much better he is. Topalov with Caruana. Let's go there. A couple of moves followed. Topalov with Caruana, and Caruana has less than half an hour for next 20 moves.
It looks like he managed to develop his pieces. Yeah,
Castle b6.
that's more important.
What was played? King b1.
King b1, bishop a6, knight b5,
Knight b5 and rook
d8.
went to d8. So now it's not clear at all what's going on. Well, if black will manage to bring other rook into the game, then he's doing just fine, right? But how do you develop h8 rook? I mean, I don't understand.
Well, do you need it? Because you need just to exchange rooks and queens, and then like
you need to
play
exchange
f6 and
everything,
g6
yes.
later.
But how do you exchange everything? I don't see. Okay, d5. Do you want to play d5? By the way, I believe rook d8 was to play d5, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Also, you just remove your rook from a long diagonal, not to blunder it. A little bit later. Well, what if something like f4? Just push all the pawns forward.
I thought of like trying to get some space. So do we play d5? We play d5, right?
Yeah, d5 looks good. Maybe rook c1. No, I don't know. Just
rook c1. That probably takes.
So bishop takes.
Bishop takes, and well, to play it like this, right?
Maybe bishop f6 here. So
Topalov just made a move, and it was not f4. He played bishop c3.
Well, it's logical.
Prepares, yes. In some positions, he will have knight d4 jump. Again, seems to be a nice move, It's after d5, for instance. He'll have knight d4.
Yeah, and maybe then cd5.
There is some feeling like it will be some tactical possibility, right?
Yeah, c5, and if bishop takes f1, but maybe d takes e6, threatening.
Depends on where the queen goes. By the way, there is queen a4. Move with the tempo. Something funny, because he attacks the rook, and he's ready to take the pawn. If b3, it's queen a3, which is not the end of the line, I believe. But something complex again. Hard to say.
What do we take the knight on b5? Because now b5, b6 is not hanging, so after taking
after
on
bishop
b5,
c3,
we can
like
move our queen
takes.
freely. Isn't it just an extra exchange for?
Maybe he's still planning
Caruana?
to take with the queen, because if pawn takes, it's queen f3, right?
Yes, and queen f3, and then bishop f6 solving all the problems, and then king e7. Oh, look at this, just in
bishop
one
f6,
moment,
right?
in less than 1 moment, all pieces of black are suddenly not so bad. And, bishop, which was placed on c8 a few moves ago, and it was not so easy to foresee a good future for him. Now he's removing the dangerous knight on b5. Well, so what?
Bishop b5. It was played.
If you take with queen, what's this? I can just take back, take, and play h5. And
it takes.
This is just an extra exchange. Okay, for one pawn.
Maybe still good chances for white.
Chances for white to make a draw, but it's
but
nothing to say about the advantage.
Okay, bishop b5, and it's a seldom.
It was played, bishop b5.
Bishop b5 was played. Now it's a set choice, it seems, for Topalov, because after c b5 he needs to take into account queen f3 indeed, and after queen b5 we believe black is absolutely fine, and will only white will have to switch to fine for a draw. Okay, short break. We are back right after. All the games are very interesting, so stay tuned.
I'm here at the press center, and I was very lucky to run into two Indian journalists who are following chess tournaments from all over the world, and I'd like to speak to them. Hi guys, what are your names?
My name is Sagar Shah.
Amrita Mukal.
So as far as I understand, you're married and you travel all over the world, covering chess tournaments. Which ones have you been at so far?
Well, we are actually chess reporters as well as chess players ourselves. So we play as well as we write. So the last tournaments, the big ones that we have covered are the London Chess Classic, which happened in London in December 2015. Then we went to Qatar Open, which was the biggest open in the world. And finally now this is one of the best events that we have been at, the Candidates 2016 in Moscow.
Yes. And there are a lot of other events like Aeroflot and in France, Hungary, Czech, all these countries we have played and we have reported for them. But these are the biggest ones.
Is this your first time in Moscow?
Yes, this is the first time for me in Moscow. She has already played here once before.
How are you finding it?
It's good, it's cold, but we are getting used to it.
Well, it's not exactly summer here right now, so.
Yeah. But here is because we write for ChessBase website. It's one of the biggest chess news portals in the world. And also we have started ChessBase India, which is the Indian version of ChessBase, and we are the founders of it. And also because Vishwanathan Anand is playing here, it gives us an added motivation for Indian newspapers to cover this event. So we are doing some work related to that as well.
Tell me about Anand in India. I heard that he's really kind of like almost like a rock star there. Is it true?
Yes, completely true. I mean, he has inspired all the billion people and
yeah, maybe more than a rock star, you can say he's like a god for us and chess in general, because before him there was no chess culture in India. Single-handedly he transformed the entire country into playing chess. Now we have 43 grandmasters and Anand was first in India. So you can see in last 20 years it has really boomed. And if you see World Youth Championships, Indians won 11 medals. The next was Russia with 2 medals. So you can see this is all happening because of Vishy Anand, nothing else.
Wow. Well, so, chess is an intellectual sport, and India produces a lot of IT specialists. So I think it's pretty logical that it had to happen at some point. So do a lot of young Indians, they're now involved in chess as well, right?
yes, now chess in schools is picking up very fast. So even in schools and people are playing a lot. And there are too many coaches because all the players are turning coaches, and so India, so much population and everyone wants to play chess now.
Yeah, I mean a direct correlation has been found that if you play chess, you become smarter in your academics as well. And this is what is turning all the parents into putting their children into playing chess. And so schools are slowly making it into a subject, and I think it's already been there in Russia, but now Indians are slowly getting into it. So chess is currently one of the most popular sports in the country.
Finally, what's your next stop after Moscow?
Well, I think we have been here almost for 20 days. It would be 1 month when this ends. So we go back home to India, Mumbai, and take some rest, and then we plan our next trip after that.
Yeah, we might try for Olympiad. Let's see.
Yeah, which will happen in Baku. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the plan. So.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for finding the time to speak with me, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you so much, and you are doing a great job here. So we enjoy your coverage.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Introducing the most innovative vehicle in its class. BMW Executive Lounge, a personal space for comfort and well-being. The all-new BMW 7 Series.
welcome back to round 11. All 4 games are still in progress, and even the one which we declared to be a boring one gets some sharpness, I believe. I'm talking about Anand versus Karyakin. And, well, to start with, Topalov seemed to lose all his advantage, if he had any. And now the question would be if he can save this game against Fabiano Caruana. So,
Yeah, because things are happening really quickly.
yeah, that's the current position of Veselin Topalov against Fabiano Caruana. Topalov is thinking, honestly, I don't know what he's thinking about. Is he really planning to do something like Rook C1?
Well, C1 is...
No, I mean, I thought...
What if I just take this pawn on F2?
I thought, no, that's what I mean. I thought Rook D2 is the only move. Can it be some Rook D4?
Yes, maybe Rook D4 is...
But I don't see what do you do after Bishop F6.
I mean, after Rook F4, I always have this check on D1.
Yeah,
so
check is
Rook F4 never wins on
unpleasant.
spot.
So probably I don't want to... actually I can take, right? Seems like I can take here. But then some G5. Okay, this can be messy. I don't know.
D5 and take on B5. Wow, that's nice. I take on B5.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, it can be messy. I take on F6.
And just King E7.
Takes, and then, yeah, it would be nice, but King F7, and then King runs to D6. That would be nice to have this Bishop F6 check.
Yeah, and if I take on H8, I think maybe it's a
Maybe
fortress.
maybe
Fortress.
still White will not lose this one, right? You
But
know what?
still
Maybe I
it's-
should have gave a check, so you will not get your pawns on.
Yeah, maybe it's a better
It's like
addition,
this, like
better
check.
addition.
You go here, and then I take everything. Well, it's too far anyway.
Yeah, but still, it's a
maybe,
question if Black wins or not. So
yeah, it's not like White will.
things have changed.
Not that White
Really-
will gladly go for this position. So Queen
what if
F3.
Rook D2, just to go.
Rook D2, and probably still Bishop F6 is the plan, right?
So Bishop B4, I believe I don't want to exchange
Bishop
bishops.
S4, but then I can go here and then plan G6 and
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe Queen H3, I don't know, trying
Queen
to...
H3,
play
trying
Bishop
to
G2,
trap
trap
the
my
queen.
queen.
It's nice, but,
Yeah,
but I
that's-
kind of have no check. It's Queen D3 with a
I
tempo.
think this is an important line, because I think H5 is the...
Yeah,
is the
H5
move,
is the move.
suddenly. Because if not H5, then suddenly Black needs to roll all his pieces.
Yeah, maybe after Queen H3. Well, actually, something like this. But then my queen gets passive,
Well,
right?
then
You will play
F4
Bishop G2 or
No, F4, Bishop D3, E4. Yeah, Bishop G2.
F4. You let me
doesn't
to go back. By the way, might be that I'm just taking the
Well,
pawn.
if I go G5, maybe I will
I'm not attacking the
No,
bishop.
maybe I
yeah.
win the bishop then. So it's,
Yeah.
You
No,
also
I
should-
thought I
you
thought I
shouldn't
attacked the
be
bishop.
too-
No, but okay,
too
we are
careless.
analyzing stupid line because after Queen H3, H5 is very strong. It seems.
Yeah, and it already brings my rook into play, and this is just...
It might be just over. I mean,
Maybe Bishop
it's-
G2, no?
Bishop
And this is
G2, queen takes.
Maybe I can take on G4 and play Bishop D6, Bishop C7 in a fast,
To fight like this.
in a fast fashion.
Well, hard to
Well,
believe.
this is really sharp in my opinion, because now you make some move and then I play A4, A5 and then B6, B7. So you shouldn't be too happy.
Well, it's actually exchange. Well, a clear exchange. It's not like I thought Black already has exchange and the pawn.
No, I had an extra pawn, so it's still
No, it's still tricky, of course, right?
very, very tricky. Yes.
Queen F3. Anyway, Topalov with thinking, and we said Anand might have gotten a grip on Karyakin's position. Actually, we didn't look at it for quite some time because this looked absolutely, I don't know, drawish, but absolutely harmless. Can you help me to resolve the moves after Rook D6?
So G5,
The G5 was played,
Rook
yes.
D6,
Rook
Rook E8.
D6, Rook went to E8,
Rook D1, Bishop E6.
B3 was played.
yeah, King F7, very normal move.
Rook 1 to D4.
Yeah, Bishop
Karyakin
F5.
decided not to give anything.
A4.
G4. Oh well, first A4 was played.
G7, G4.
Rook to E7, G4,
Bishop H7, B4. I don't know.
B4.
Well, here I would suggest to play A6, to prevent B5. So after B5 we can just take on B5 once and then do not leave one extra potential weakness. But Karyakin played
Bishop G8.
Bishop G8. This is very clever. Okay, maybe It doesn't
Maybe
spoil
not.
anything. Okay.
Maybe not. in
B5
fact.
and rook c8. But
B5
for the
and rook
moment,
c8.
you know, black's pieces.
Is it that white can already sort of win the pawn if I go like this? Rook d7, or he's gonna play back.
Maybe he will play bishop h7 back. I'm not so sure. But at this current state, black's pieces look, you know, really poor. This bishop on g8, blocked by king on f7. I don't
Maybe
know.
not even rook d7. Maybe I can. Okay, if I go c4, what's the plan?
Well, c4
Maybe
creates
still a6
another
or-
weakness. Maybe just king g6 now.
King g6, and say I go a5.
Okay, and here a6.
Even this is not pleasant, right? A6, and by the way, after b6, you also have to be sure that it's a fortress, because if it's not, I mean, it's,
Well,
I have some
just
ideas
doubled
from
my rooks
d8.
on e-file, and what's then?
I don't know. Can it be something or not really? Probably not. Yeah,
you
I'll
know-
have to bring the king here. No, it's not realistic.
There, you're bringing
It's
the
not
king.
realistic. To b5 rook c8, and maybe then it's nothing here.
Yeah, okay. We can conclude that, okay, Sergei is playing a little bit more passive than we want him to do, but, well, it's very reasonable choice, because in general, without a second potential weakness, you know, because on the king side, white can never
Yeah.
achieve anything. You know, I think it will be simply not enough for Vichy
To
yeah,
win
this
this one.
pressing c6 pawn, yes, it works, but it, you know, it never gives you enough play.
Okay, so still, this probably will not be too entertaining, and if it will, then it's gonna be later on, right after some 10-15 moves. Giri versus Nakamura. Will Giri once again give away an advantage? Rook e3 was played instead of rook e2. Rook went to e8. Rook e1. Rook e1 wasn't played.
Think he
Knight
played
e5.
knight e5 and just
Queen
queen
c7. What was queen c7? So that knight f5 comes without a tempo later
Yes,
on.
I think that's the point. And now b4,
b4.
pawn minority.
So minority attack from that side, getting a knight on e5 here. Still, he has the pressure, of course.
I think the normal move is to play knight c8 and then knight d6. So
Like
it's
in usual thing in
like in
Carlsbad,
Carlsbad,
right?
yeah, exactly.
So let us try minority attack, or
Maybe then, when knight is on c8, we can try to achieve something on the king side, like, I don't know, rook e1, knight g6, something. We should hurry, because
rook e1,
once
knight
knight
f5,
arrives
right?
d6,
and knight d6.
there is no longer this.
Wait. Can I try this? Maybe this is very unpleasant. Or I know you have knight e4
Yeah,
all
knight
the time.
e4 covers
Because on knight
both
d6
squares.
I was happy. I would take there and probably finish the game, right? This followed by knight rook on g3, knight on g6.
Yes,
this
that's
is
a
too
lot.
much. This
That's
is
a
too
lot.
much. But of course, on knight f5 you have knight e4. And here I'm not sure. Maybe I'll have to go back.
Maybe a
which
free,
I-
but
which I
yes,
don't
this. But now look at black's pieces; they are all connected, really well to each other. So it was clear, misunderstanding in the black forces. I mean, and it was played especially bishop b8 and then knight c8. But now,
Yeah, actually, knight from c8 it takes into.
if we could provoke knight c8 with queen a3, for example,
yeah.
then yes. But now I see, okay, black is slightly passive, so knight on e5 is very strong and annoying, but still, is nothing. Nothing tells me that white is going to win.
At least not white
least
will not
now.
win quickly, right?
Yes.
Knight c8. Okay, maybe we are doing absolutely the wrong thing. Maybe we will not play for any kind of attack here, but instead we'll play a5, for instance, and try to use a majority here.
knight
d6.
I
Okay,
don't
but
know.
it's not going anywhere, right?
But you will never overpass the f3 square with your pawn, because if you do, I just play knight e4 and I think I'm really fine.
So if I F3, play F3, I cover. Yeah, if I play F4, you immediately put the knight on E4. And maybe it's not so simple anymore, or maybe it never was.
Either or.
So Rook D2 was played in Topalov versus Caruana. Rook D2
And Bishop
F6.
Yeah, looks like Fabiano is now one who is aiming.
And, well, pretty tense situation in Arona versus Svidla. Svidla played probably the best moves which were available for him in the position. So, king to... well, first of all, Aronian seemingly didn't find the right... I don't know, 95 looked so natural. But after king h7, now he's thinking for quite some time. So maybe he doesn't have a straightforward win.
Yes, you know... Knight h6 is a tough decision, but in general...
Some f5?
Removing the bishops makes it...
Some f5? Can
I
it
think
be...
knight... Well, what if I take on e5 after f5?
f5... Okay, knight e5, you have to consider this.
Well, then maybe I can just play queen c7, because...
I'm not sure. No, my point was that I can take on f5 with the rook, even if it goes like this. But then, of course, I mean, some checks, it's...
No, it's not so clear
hard
anymore.
to believe, yeah. So knight e5, okay, let me try f6. But then queen c7, right? If I take, black should be okay. I'm not in time, it seems.
Well, you need a lot of moves, you know, to create some...
Okay, rook g5 is not precisely a lot of moves. I need
Yeah, well, rook g5 can be met even with king h6 at some point.
Then no. Okay, yeah, this rook is not coming. King h7. Okay, Lebron is thinking...
But surely he's calculating f5. If not f5, then some cool move like queen d3 can already...
wait.
play.
Okay, if I take like this, what happens? You
checks.
take, right?
I know.
Rook f5. But then...
Okay, what if I just... What's your idea instead of... Do you have something else but rook takes h5? I mean, maybe I can play h4, so...
h4, you can play h4.
Queen h5 check, and this is...
Queen h5 I do have, but it
this is
doesn't
funny.
really...
It's funny, just king g7.
Queen h5, king g7, right?
Rook g5.
G5.
No, maybe another one. This
Other
sort of
rook to
thing.
g5, but then I'm not threatening a thing.
The position itself is really funny, I like
The
it.
position is funny, but I'm not threatening a single... like check here, for instance.
Yeah, maybe try to... Or maybe even the rook goes to h8.
I was rook h8 as well.
Yeah, well, it's...
Yeah, f5, I'm not sure. Because
No, I think-
before you play f5, black can't really take on e5, right? Because
of if
you
f6, e5.
always take with f pawn and you're much better positionally. And after f5 it will be all about tactics, because if you...
Which also I think I have a smart way to play here. So I can play after f5 takes f6, I can play queen d6. And
What?
I think f5, let's
What
say...
line?
Yeah, takes on
this one.
e5. You know, I really find it dangerous if I just leave my king unprotected. So I play queen d6, forcing you to take with a pawn. And here maybe I go queen f8 and queen h6. And think I'm very solid here. Because once my queen reaches h6...
Queen on h6,
yeah,
you probably
rook
are.
d8, rook c8, somewhat...
You probably are.
Somewhat clever.
Probably are safe, yeah. Okay, meanwhile Topalov versus Caruana go to the same line we just analyzed. So rook d2, bishop f6, bishop b4 check, king g8. Now, by the way, can white postpone this queen h3? Can he do something else?
But why did
not
we
so many.
refuse queen h3? Because I think
No,
the
it was
endgame is
not
very
bad.
interesting.
It was not bad.
Yeah,
No,
it's
actually,
very
I
unclear.
was trying to get the same endgame with, some improvement for white. I don't know if, for instance, I played this king a2. I don't know what for. Just I'm trying to illustrate what do I mean. And after g6, I go here. After h5, I go here. So it's same. I don't know if my king is even better placed on a2.
Yes, but what if we just grab some space playing d5? Because d5 looks very natural
King
to
a2,
me
d5.
anytime. just d5 is move you should always consider as white because it grabs so much space, and this bishop d6 idea blocking the whole center and removing b8 square from black's control is very, very nice.
Okay, so queen h3, threatening bishop g2 to trap the queen. Then we said h5, right? And this takes, and bishop d6. And you know what? Veselin played bishop d6 at once. And maybe this makes even more sense. This one I like, because now to get to this line, black will have to play g6. And then it might be simply dangerous for black.
Well, so the idea is to play bishop c7, I think, yeah? Or something else. Or
To
bishop
stop
c7.
d5, right? I mean, maybe still queen h3 is an efficient way.
Maybe then we go for rook c8.
Here immediately.
Okay, this looks natural.
So then more or less same line we are getting after queen h3, right? h5, bishop g2, and so on. Don't know.
Yeah, sort of. Maybe with rook on c8 we can already launch some tricks like queen e4 check here. Because, the problem was that after queen e4 check, while my bishop was on b4, bishop d3, you should have played queen f3 or go something else. And maybe now I can play queen a4, which is maybe yes, maybe not, but somewhat more active than putting my queen back to b7. So, let's say queen e4, bishop d3, queen a4.
What? Queen h3, queen e4, bishop d3,
bishop d3,
queen a4. So kind of, well, actually this one I also not sure.
But yeah, now I don't see what's the point in this, whom am I attacking?
Yeah, I'm thinking like, it looked after queen f3, somehow I was sure that black is kind of better, but
maybe, yeah,
but
maybe
not, because somehow this maneuver is probably strong to put it on d6. Okay, Fabiano played rook c8, yes, played rook c8. Giri, well, he actually switched completely to minority attack. Eventually a move from Svitla, but first I suggest Anand versus Karyakin, because a change to a pawn structure after rook c8. Well, rook d7.
Okay, now I see a plan for Vichy.
Rook here, b6 and a6. And the plan, what's the plan?
I think his plan is to play rook d6, first of all. Then I don't know, if I put my king to a5 and take on b7.
No, it's too much.
Maybe it's...
Can it be that this is the plan?
Wow.
Rook c7 intending rook d7. So now if you take, I take, right? But maybe king e7, I'm not... king e7, I take on e4, right?
And bishop e6, but well,
this is very dangerous. My pawn will survive.
Also, rook b4 is an idea, right?
Rook b4 is an idea. So, and after this, I have a check.
It becomes really interesting.
King f8, you can't do it because of rook d8. You have to go there, and then you are stuck, right? Rook e7. No, actually, rook d8 was winning on the spot. So rook c7 is very annoying move, and he was played. Rook c7.
What if I go? I don't know. What if I go king f8? Freeing my bishop. Letting my bishop
you
go
do
out.
free your bishop. What do I do?
My bishop is now free.
Okay, probably I'll play this, right? No, I just need my bishop to enter, right? Maybe even this I can do. So, I want my bishop to get to d6.
Maybe bishop.
I can't calculate a single line, so I'm just trying. Yeah, king f8 was played, right? King f8 was played. So now I need my bishop to join to d6, and then
h4 is
maybe.
huge. I think h4 is
it's an idea. I don't know if it's good, but it's an idea. So say if you take bishop f4
really
now,
I'm pretty sure that Fish will play h4 very fast, because now finally I see the way how I'm going to choose this for black, and this way is much it's really more simple than I could imagine. Just nothing special has happened, and now h4 bishop f4. And from my point of view, it's almost c4.
c4 first.
Now look, he will play bishop d2 and bishop a5 in case if.
So he has a chance to defend on c7 with this way. Also interesting, and it's a long-term pressure then.
But h4 is something.
It's always an option, maybe. Maybe it's always an option.
After h4, Sergei could play bishop e6, simplifying the position. Bishop e6, h takes g5, bishop takes g4, controlling his diagonal and then protecting d7.
Yeah, we will be back to this game, absolutely. We will be back to this game later on. It will be still in progress. I guess we are ready for Twitter questions, because it's kind of our last chance. We are getting to a time trouble stage, so we answer it now, and next time it will be in a couple of hours, maybe.
So I'll get right to it then. A question from username GK Cross. Wouldn't it be more promotional for chess to have this year's Chess Olympiad elsewhere? And name your top 3 teams, please.
What was it? It's like
elsewhere.
Elsewhere.
This year it will be in Baku.
In Azerbaijan, in Baku, and I guess it's
Where was it held before? Just so that our viewers.
It's been last time it was Norway, Tromsø, right? It's been
and then in Istanbul, I believe.
Yeah, so it's held all over the world. It's it's a bidding procedure held like 4 years before the Olympiad. It's not that all of a sudden guys decide, okay, let's make it in Baku this time. So it's a bidding procedure. So it's been as many 2 candidates, maybe 3 candidates to hold the Olympiad.
Maybe this person should write to us in Twitter
what are his,
where they would want.
What is this elsewhere?
But top 3 teams.
Yeah.
Well, China would be my pick. Well, actually, current Olympic champions. Then I still think that Russian team should, for a change, win an Olympiad once. Because all the other titles we have, but not the Olympic gold for a very long time. And number three, I don't know.
So
really.
USA, because
United States, absolutely, United States. They have different team. Two of their players are playing here actually. Right.
I mean, like Caruana Nakamura and also Wesley So, who has like 27-80. So that's
like 3 players from top 10 are from United States. So absolutely, they will have a great team. Yeah, they're probably those 3.
Okay. A question from username B251914. Okay.
Oh, you did this.
That's I don't know. But anyway, with 4 people closely in the lead, is it better to use all your preparation for keeping your best for Carlsen?
No. I don't think such thing as preparation for Carlsen exists in this tournament. Because, I mean, if you keep preparation for Carlsen, you for sure will not make it to play Carlsen. I mean, so you need to use anything you got to win this tournament first. And then you might start preparing. So I don't really think there is any point to save some ideas for later. Right? That's the tournament which is the most important at the moment. So I don't think there is anything to be saved for later.
Okay, and one more question from username Tlargiak92 for the commentators. In your opinion, is it fair to allow players change federation so easily? I don't think so. I guess.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's a tough one because I don't think it's so easy to change the federation.
I don't think so.
At least for the top players.
Basically, you pay for some amount, and then you can freely change. Like so,
it's like you mean like club, like changing the club, right? Yeah. So we will not talk about the amounts. It's I believe for top players it's quite some money, but still, so it has to be further restrictions. I think so. Well, I don't know.
Why?
Okay, so the viewer who was asking about the location of the Olympiad is following up. I meant somewhere where it would attract more sponsorship for professional chess, big companies. I think it probably still attracts a lot of companies, even if it's held in Baku, right? It's Azerbaijan. And
Well, as far as I know, they are planning to spend enormous amount of money to organize this
I think
Olympiad.
a part of that money is actually invested in this tournament as well. Like we see Tashir, that's an
it's Armenian company.
Oh, it's an Armenian
not
okay.
not to mix up.
Yeah, they would definitely not like that. Okay, I guess that's all the questions for now. Do send us more using the user hashtag, the hashtag Moscow Candidates in Twitter. I guess I don't have any questions right now. What are your expectations for tonight? What should we expect?
Well, it's
still a long day in the office thanks to Anand and Karyakin. That's what I think. And well, quite a fighting round. Maybe more than one decided game today. But too early to speak. Yeah.
What about 4 draws?
4 draws?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe. I don't believe.
I don't believe it too, but okay, I would.
It can't be.
At least just for fun, I just.
So
like to
that
bet
will be your
4
prediction.
draws.
Okay. So that was it.
Millions of people try to achieve their goals. But there is only one who is going to make it. The one who strives for victory and goes forward no matter what happens. The one seeking success. The one whose victories are to be celebrated tomorrow. The leader carves his own pathway. Tashir.
Karyakin. He was born in Crimea, and his father taught him to play when he was 5. 2 months later, he started attending a chess club of the Pioneers Palace in Simferopol. Karyakin's talent was evident immediately, and he soon moved to Kramatorsk to study in the famous school of chess stars. In 2002, at age 12, Karyakin was the second or trainer for Ruslan Ponomarov during the FIDE World Championship tournament. It seemed preposterous that Ponomarov had chosen a player so young, but it turned out to be a brilliant choice as Ponomarov won the tournament. A few months later, at age 12 years 7 months, Karyakin became the youngest grandmaster in history, a record that still stands. The career trajectory of Karyakin, who switched his citizenship to Russia in 2009, has not been as spectacular as that of some other players, notably Carlsen, but it has been steady and he has posted some world-class results. He won the Norway Super Tournaments of 2013 and 2014 and the World Rapid Championship in 2012. Last year, he displayed enormous resilience to win the World Cup by overcoming a 0-2 deficit in the final. He finished second in the last candidates tournament in 2014, so there is no doubt that he has the experience and the ability to challenge for first place this time.
Is this love or is this a fight? Is this science or is it art? Is this sport or just a game? More than 600 million people can do this. Throughout 15 centuries of history, it is famous around the globe, and there are no age limits. And there's more. It is recommended to be taught in schools. Using the most up-to-date technology, it can even help alleviate Alzheimer's disease. This is chess. There are around 200 countries. There are no limits regarding gender or age. This is the World Championships. While there are also youth, women's and seniors world championships. A great duo, legendary names. It is the history of our lives. This is the World Chess Federation, FIDE. Play with us. We are one family. Let's play chess. Your move.
Levan Aronian. Levan Aronian cannot walk down the street in Yerevan, the capital of his home country of Armenia, without being mobbed by well-wishers. In chess-mad Armenia, Aronian is a rock star and sports star all rolled into one. Born on the 6th of October 1982, Aronian learned to play at age 9, relatively late by today's standards. But by age 12, he had won the World Under-12 Championship. He followed that up in 2002 by winning the World Junior Championship. He turned professional shortly thereafter. His breakthrough came in 2005 when he won the inaugural World Cup in Khanty-Mansisk. That qualified him for the first time for the Candidates Tournament to select a challenger for the World Championship. He has participated in every Candidates Tournament since then. Since 2006, Aronian has been among the world's elite, often ranked number 2. Though he is extremely friendly and humble, as a chess player he is a great fighter with unparalleled strategic skills, particularly in the middle game. In March 2014, Aronian's rating reached a peak of 2830, the 4th highest of all time. His rating and ranking began to slide after that, but he has bounced back last September by winning the Sinkfield Cup ahead of a world-class field, including Magnus Carlsen, the world champion. Afterward, Garry Kasparov, the 13th world champion, tweeted, "The chess world is a better place when Aronian is playing well." Aronian is now ranked number 4 and is playing in the candidates because he is a nominee of the main sponsor.
So, back to round number 11. And, well, back to your prediction. You've predicted 4 draws. I don't believe it, really. But now looking at the positions,
Why not?
I kind of feel that it might be... There is a slight chance, I would say. There is a slight
Because it's
chance.
slight- okay. You know,
I call it slight because it's 4 games. It's 4 games and
People
one
need some rest.
mistake.
People need some
No.
rest.
It's 4 games, 1 mistake, and I win. I mean, 1 mistake in 1 game, it's decided I win. You took 4 draws.
You know, one more mistake from the opposite side in this game.
And it's again drawn.
a draw
Yeah.
also.
Okay, but you need this 4 times. I start from the one which looked the most drawish, Anand versus Karyakin. Now what I can say, Anand won a pawn already. I don't know if Sergei is happy to give this pawn away. After c4, you know what happened? He played bishop e6. Anand took on e4, and king f7 was played.
Well, obviously now Sergei is going to take on c7 and play rook c8. Well, to simplify the task, but yeah, this is...
But it's annoying. I mean, he can play,
all the time
Anand can
you're
play
worse.
bishop d2, or alternatively now he can play, seems he can play f4. Isn't it?
Maybe
can
a
he
5,
play f4?
maybe a 5.
f5 for black.
Okay.
Don't know. I mean, f5, okay, if I capture, you take, right, as well. No, as long as you cannot take here. Okay, rook takes. Yeah, probably. Because I do have an extra pawn, but it's there on, I mean, it's useless. Bishop e6. I wonder if it was Anand to outplay Karyakin, or Karyakin simply found the right way to defend, and there will be nothing more in this game. So what do you think? Should I play f4 or?
Well,
any idea for what? Okay.
Okay, if I go back to just like rook d4, when
Rook
you take on
d4.
c7,
Rook takes,
king
pawn
c8,
takes,
and rook c8.
rook c8. So
And
this
here
is-
f4 is already the only way to achieve something.
Ah, by the way,
Maybe
it's
even
still
now
gonna
f4
be.
wins a pawn, but I don't believe it's much because I can take and then maybe I play rook
You
d7.
take on c7, you mean?
Yeah, sure.
When I take, it's maybe even without capturing there, right? You play rook d7 first. You play rook d7 first, right?
Then maybe rook f4 or rook e4. Maybe rook f4 is more precise.
4. That's like takes, some rook d3, and then rook c3. Probably it's not much for white, if anything. Okay, so after king f7, I would try to find some better idea. Can I really play bishop d2 and simply defend it from a5? Can I do this? Bishop d2, so if you take, I take and defend it from a5. So you can't really take this.
Well,
pawn.
then I try to exchange another pieces, but well...
With pawn on c7, it's always a bit unpleasant, right?
Maybe I can play rook d7 right now, I don't know.
Rook d7. But you're not threatening anything,
Now it
right?
seems to be that Vichy is going to torture one more guy, as he did with Levon. Now Sergei is...
Rook d4 and rook e7,
then
right?
some of the rooks... now maybe rook
Rook
e to e7.
e7, rook e to e7. So after rook d7, can I do something else? No, rook d4 was stupid. I promised to put a bishop on a5, so I
Maybe
have
rook
to.
e to e7 and just...
Rook e to
in
e7
this
and
position I will
then
just
try to stand,
Yeah,
right?
stand by.
But okay, f3, king f2,
Okay,
and we
I
need
play
to
rook
still...
d8, rook d7. Just. So...
By the way, you can try to become active.
Yes, I can try, but do I really want it? Okay, let's say I want.
Yeah, rook d3, no, that we need a more precise way for white after king f7. Okay, but it's clear Vichy has some pressure. He will try to squeeze maximum out of it. So I won't say that it's absolutely harmless for Karyakin. Not yet.
It seems to be, let's say, but...
No, I don't think it's harmless. I think still
Not anymore.
black has to be precise. But in a game between Aronian and Swidler, at some point we already said it's very bad for Swidler and he can't really do much. It wasn't the position. Yeah, king h7. f5 was not played, right? Aronian played queen c2, I guess. Rook
Yes,
g8
rook
folds. Rook g5,
What is
king
questionable?
h8.
Yes, and
then probably
rook f3.
not the most precise move, rook f3. I don't know, maybe there wasn't anything else already, but what I don't like about rook f3, that after knight e5 you cannot recapture with
Yeah,
an
you
f
must take
pawn.
with the rook, and this is...
Well, you could take with this pawn, but again, and then
No,
you're probably
well, I mean, your rook
worse.
doesn't
You
go-
might end up
Your
worse.
rook isn't going to take the
So
f6 square.
that's important. So rook
Yeah.
takes e5, and Swidler played queen to d6. And here already it's hard to
What's
believe.
the idea of playing queen d6? I mean, just some kind of strange move to me.
Mysterious move.
Yeah,
right?
I would accept queen f6, putting it closer to the king. I would prefer maybe even queen a3, trying to make a check and attack those pawns. But queen d6 is just move to
Queen d6.
another-
He's planning rook c8 maybe.
Well,
Queen
yes, maybe
d2.
just protecting from f5 or d5.
Queen d2. By the way, f5 is a threat. f5 is a threat now. So king g7.
Oh, king h7. We should. Well, but king g7 now. Okay, through g3, then it looks like white's pieces are not going to mate black's king anymore. Anyway, and
Yeah, for
if
instance,
Levon
king
will
g7.
be too.
Oh, okay, rook g3. I can play rook h8.
Yes.
Now,
In general, maybe here.
then
is-
maybe h4
maybe
at some
f5
point.
sometimes. But in general, I would like to say that
Even after f5, if I capture
Yes.
rook takes, it's not. Yeah, somehow black without knight, it's not so dangerous for black.
yeah, you know, if Levon gets overexcited and keeps pushing on the king side, he can easily get a worse position because these, those
Hanging
rooks,
pawns, huh?
yeah, those rooks on g3 and e5 or even g5 can be stuck one moment, and then if Petr manages to create some counterplay on the queen side, then he might even.
No, I guess
Steal this guy from
objectively, I cannot really imagine black getting better position because if you
Well-
really to get a counterplay on the queen side, you have to bring some pieces there, and then if white doesn't have an attack, winning attack, then for sure white will have a perpetual somewhere.
Well,
So that's a scenario, I believe. So queen d2, yeah, king g7 perhaps is the most precise way. Or can I play this? Well, it's a funny tactical motive then. f5, and I might want to take the rook, but there is queen h6 intermediate. And
you
then
were trying to lose that, that desperately, you know.
okay, but after f5, still this doesn't seem to lose, right? But even though it's
But you know, allowing white's queen to go to h6, why do you need
yeah,
this?
but you can take on f5. Oh,
Well, you can take on
You
f5,
can
and then you
take
can
on
take on
f5.
h5 on the next move. So you know it's.
take on f5. Can you
So maybe you should take on f5 already and take on g3.
take on g3 and fight for a draw?
This is most likely a draw because those pawns on g5 are doubled, and you know it's easy to play for black after rook c8, rook c6 and stuff. Well, this is a relief for Petr Svidler, of course, because
Okay, he played king g7.
he exchanged most of the attacking pieces. He exchanged bishops and knights, and he did it without improving white's pawn structure. So pawn is still on f4, and imagine if pawn would be on e5 in this position, it would be completely
Different
a
story,
different
of course.
story, yeah, indeed.
Okay, we go to Topalov Caruana because after rook c8, Topalov did play queen h3, and Caruana found a funny way to continue. Queen d3, queen e4 check, bishop d3, and instead of queen a4, queen d5.
Yeah, bishop h7 is not a threat because
Yeah, after bishop h7, rook h7, white's queen is also hanging.
yeah, that's the
That's
trick.
the problem. So after queen d5, Topalov went bishop b4. Now it feels like he will have to bring his queen somewhere.
Okay, I believe his next move is something like f4.
Can I play g6 with black?
Yeah, I think it's a good move. Okay, improving somehow. Maybe I play f4 now. I don't know. I like this move.
4, right. And then possibly I will have to move the queen.
Maybe queen b3 because I
B3,
never had
yeah.
this bishop c2.
Yeah,
So it's
queen
hard
b3 is-
to.
Oh, well, actually, it's a very nice
Yeah,
square for the queen.
No influence. And so maybe queen f1 then. But yes, now looks like black has solved all his problems.
Even h5 is probably...
Or h6. Or maybe even.
No, I thought like h5, g5,
Yeah,
most
g5.
probably g5, bishop g7, and then h4, and you will have to take, because if you doesn't
yeah,
take,
that's-
if you don't take, then it's h3 and
That's
so on.
that's
so
a
on.
very good plan, I would say.
Maybe this is dangerous for white.
But you know, Fabiano has only 5 minutes left for 13 moves.
Well, so it's a bit of a time
This
trouble then.
this surely keeps the tension in this game, because I believe if Fabiano had 1 hour here, he already would think how to,
Yeah, he would find
some way.
So after bishop b4, he has only 5 minutes left, and he's still thinking. Then we have Giri versus Nakamura, and here for some reason we thought like Kiri was almost winning. Now it doesn't look like that anymore. Where he might have gone wrong after b4. This one we've seen, right? Knight c8, rook c1, queen
that's
d8.
what we constantly do. We overestimate.
Yeah, we thought
Every
like,
time.
okay, this is something very convincing. A lot of no, but in fact, okay, Black simply took on b5. This minority attack seemed annoying, but Black simply took on b5 twice. Went knight d6. Queen b3 was played. b5. Giri played rook to e1. Queen a5 followed, and then queen b3 to b1. Heading to somewhere like g6.
By the way, speaking about the last move, maybe Anish could have started with queen b1 instead of queen b3, because you never really want to take on g5 with these knights.
He was preventing knight e4 possibly.
Maybe, but then b7 was hanging. Okay, so we got to this position. So what do you say about this?
Black's the move, right?
Still, it's very shaky, all these knight jumps, like knight g6 every time. Looks like if, only one mistake from Nakamura
and it's going to be over, right?
Yeah, will quickly fall down. So, by the way, Vichy has played f4.
It's a chance for simplifications in Anand versus Karyakin, unless we missed something. Yeah, what to do for Nakamura after queen b1? He's not certain. 13 minutes left for him. It's move number 31 for Black to make. He's thinking, yeah. So, shall we go to Anand Karyakin?
Yeah, just
King f7, f4 was played.
This f5 seems to me like, bravery and stupidity. I don't know what's...
f5 and...
What is it?
Okay, wait. If he doesn't play f5. If he doesn't play f5.
By the way, something I'd like to show. Let's say if we play f5 here, let's say white takes and takes on f5 and takes even, let's say, takes twice on e5. Then we can...
On e7?
On e7, I'm sorry, takes twice.
Twice?
Yeah, I mean, just a type of position. And imagine, let's say, h3 is hanging, it's not so easy to show. I just wanted to show that, let's say takes on g5, and imagine if we remove all pawns on the queen side and also Black's bishop. And this position, I believe it's still a draw. Or maybe not, because of pawn. Pawn is on a6.
What do you mean? To remove all those pawns.
Yes, and if white would also play a5, it would be a draw, a positional draw, even a piece down.
Okay, I mean it's too long, right?
Yeah,
you mean to get the king here?
Even with my king on c8.
Yes, but my pawn
yeah,
is
this is
here, so
this breaks my brilliant plan. Okay.
f4,
what a shame.
But yeah, after f5, can
Maybe
I possibly do? How about rook e5?
Yeah, maybe.
How about rook e5? It's something that can get actually very interesting, because now you cannot. It seems to me you cannot take on g4, right?
What if I just play g6?
You play g6. I take no, I didn't take f5. I take g5, right? When you take g4, maybe I play h4, trying to. So here I'm still able to annoy you. After f4, Karyakin decided to take on c7. So now pawn takes, right?
Yeah.
Now pawn
I think
takes.
you'll go for rook c8 maybe. But this is this is a way to lose, of course.
Rook c8.
Rook c8. If I take on g5 now, I should take on g5 back, because let's say if I take on c7, then g6 wins.
Alright, it's lost, right?
It wins something. No, maybe it's not winning. Like bishop f4, rook c8 is only move, not to lose the bishop. Bishop d6. No, this is just bad.
It's purely bad because there is also one more target. I can. That's so many ways. I mean, it's like this, or actually this is very annoying.
Yeah,
like
Sergey went for this.
Rook c8 he played. But at rook c8, after rook c8.
So if takes g5.
Ah, wait. Can it be that there is something else? There is also f5, I'm afraid.
Yeah, f5 is very interesting. I mean,
f5, bishop d7 and h4, right? It can be quite dangerous.
Maybe white is winning here after h4.
So if you
because if you
take
this
here,
is
right?
Just we shouldn't take it serious because pawn on c7 is alive and we.
After this, of course, I'm not exchanging the rooks. I go here and I go here, right? And this is.
Oh, this should be.
I mean, this should be winning somehow.
Wow.
Is it? Okay, I will come here, take the pawn with the. Okay, I can put bishop on d6.
Yeah.
And black seems to have no counterplay at all, so it might be.
But, I mean, if you take on c7, then it's also very, very dangerous.
Well, in which moment? After h4, if you take on c7, right? I take here. Black will have to recapture. I take here, and then it's not.
Bishop c8
so
is only
pleasant.
move not to lose.
Bishop c8, right? And then.
Well, maybe this can be played by black because this is still very solid. So next move is g6. And after f6, my position is bad, but still solid. Well,
not very pleasant scenario for Kariakin.
As I told you, 2 hours ago, it's not such a simple endgame.
Takes rook c8. That's the current position. So Anand has 15 minutes to decide on where to go. Fabiano Caruana went back to f3 with his queen.
Yeah, and now.
And he's.
What if I go?
Well, he has only 3 minutes. That's interesting.
Bishop f1 here with the same idea.
So queen f3.
What's the difference?
No Interpolov. I believe he will start get ambitious here. I don't think. Well, but on the other hand,
position is bad.
On the other hand, how do you get ambitious, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's not so simple, right?
Should try to keep this queen out of f3, and
yeah, at least I have to maintain the pawn chain somehow. Yeah, but maybe I don't have any other moves at all.
Yeah, I think so. But okay, Topalov has 20 minutes to think. Okay, so what else?
Yeah, bishop f1. No, it's not nothing really.
Yeah, h5 is a nice idea because now, let's say if Fabiano would play h5 instead.
Bishop f1, now h5 or.
No, h5 works as
well.
No,
now d7. By the way,
but then
d7
f2 is hanging as well, and then
so
bishop is on f6 and b2 will hang also.
This and what then?
Let's say queen takes g4.
Queen g4 now takes. When I take, it's rook h2. It's a mess again.
No, it's not mess. It's just bad for white. Come on, rook h2, rook f2, and rook b2.
Isn't it the same position we were analyzing? Bishop d6.
Maybe
the rook was on d8, right?
Yeah, and also in this position, I think bishop b7 could be a solution
instead of bishop d6.
Yeah, and rook on d2 protects.
Yeah, but there is. Okay, there is this.
No, I mean, while our bishop was on d6, and now we cannot take on d7 because we will lose the entire king side, and also perhaps b2 pawn. What did he do? He played bishop f1.
Yes, he did play bishop f1. So now we believe h5 is very strong and might bring Fabiano Caruana on +3. He plays h5. Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, all the other games,
Queen e4.
Somehow, well, there is also a crisis in Giru versus Nakamura. Swidler, I believe, has, decent chances. I don't think he's any worse anymore. Well, what's going on here?
Well, so h5 bishop g2 was played.
Yeah, h5 bishop g2. Now we're gonna have
on g4.
Queen g4. Maybe Topalov is playing something else. But what do you do else? I mean, you don't want to play queen h1, right? I mean, it will be exchange and the pawn.
Another way is to take on d7 right now, but then. Okay, I just take on h3 and play h4. And if you play g4, then this h pawn is just too strong.
But at least it's gonna be a pawn for an exchange. Huh? Maybe that's what he has to do anyway.
Well, I believe his counterplays should be connected with queen g4 and bishop d6 again back.
Take bishop d6.
Or maybe a4 immediately. No, a4 d5. So bishop d6 to block the d pawn.
After rook h2, it's bishop b7. Right. So it won't be so simple. We got to this position. Queens were exchanged on g4, and now Topalov is thinking if he is to play bishop d6 or something else. The endgame here. Well, I wonder what's in Svitler's game. At least there is no time trouble, right? But no, because there are some interesting lines in Arona with Svitler. Look, after queen g7, we guessed few moves, right? Rook g3, rook h8, but then Aronian played queen to b2. Peter replied with rook a to c8.
Yeah, I mean, okay, queen b2 is not a dubious move. He obviously wanted to play c4 and d5 at some point, but already now Peter defended well from the c4. And I think if Aronian plays few more, and countering few more, let's say, not so precise moves, then he will just run into some sort of trouble. Imagine if black plays rook c4 and second rook to c8, then yes, just a4 remains
your pawn is a little bit hanging.
Yes, but once you take on b7, you should calculate rook b8 and rook b1. Maybe it's just some huge amount of trouble straight away for you. Maybe some check, then let's say h4.
There was also something with rook g6. I don't have. No, you don't have check.
No, you don't have check here. Wow, that's.
I don't have check, and I will have some h3 later on hiding my king. So I'm not quite sure what happens after queen b7. For a second, I thought it's rook c3, but it doesn't work. So you simply take and you can return.
Rook c3 would be a mistake. Maybe h4.
h4 straight away.
h3. I don't know.
Then okay. This can never work, right? Rook g6, rook g5, we go to f6.
No, but I believe if white runs low on time here, white can even face some trouble, because it can easily become very messy.
I don't know why. Was it a problem with b6? Then c4 would come, right? And
C4,
both c5 and d5.
I don't know, sort of activity.
So maybe that's the right thing to do, to play rook ac8.
Even if it's bluff, it's a nice bluff, I would say.
Oh, an interesting moment, yeah. But, I believe Arona will take. Somehow I feel like he's not the player you're bluffing out so easily. If it's possible to take, he'll take. Kiri versus Nakamura. You know what happened? Kiri, I don't know. It can be that we are up to see another draw. Naka played. What did he play after queen b1? He did play some move. Queen b1.
So queen b1, queen b6, and taking d4.
Queen g6 was played.
And for some reason, Nakamura didn't take on d4. Yeah, okay.
If he would take on d4, what?
That was
what
scary.
Happens?
First of all, that was scary. And
perhaps it was, but can it be that knight g4 is unpleasant? No.
I don't know.
No.
Maybe knight c6.
Knight c6 or something. Well, okay, he didn't take. He went to play queen d3 back. No, pardon.
Queen c7.
Queen c7 to defend.
And
queen d3.
Queen b3.
And now black is thinking. Rook e6 was played.
Well, trying to...
Well, still defensive task of Nakamura is not so easy, but well, it's not as bad as it looked previously.
So yes, Hikaru managed to bring his pieces close to each other. Now, most likely he's not going to blunder anything. And let me see, what's the time? Well, he has slightly less, like 9 minutes again against 13 minutes for Anish, but still it's not that bad. Yeah, and meanwhile, I think the very interesting game right now is Anand against Karyakin. If Vishy managed to convert this, I mean, okay, in the game against Levon he was just much better, after he played bishop d5. So Levon's rook was passive, and then Levon brilliantly finished the game into rook endgame. But this looked to be absolutely nothing away. I was pretty sure Vishy is just too disappointed with his play on the previous day, and that's why he's going to make a, let's say, sort of a quick draw. But looks like this endgame is very tricky. So by now we can see that. Okay, h4. I believe Sergei will go for rook c7 because keeping this pawn alive is suicidal. You know, it's really a way to lose the game, in my opinion. So let's say rook c7 is what I expect. And okay, this bishop takes g5 and bishop's under e8 or c8, both is very, very unpleasant to play for black. Even in spite of the fact that we force g6, f6, bishop e6, so structure is not so bad after all. But still, you know, this pawn on f6 can be protected, like. So I'm not going to be sure if this is lost for black or not, but I won't be surprised if this is actually lost. Well, I think we go to a small break right now, and then one more question for you from Evgeny Miroshchenko. Stay tuned.
So, another quiz question. This time I'll try to bring you a little bit harder one. I'd like to ask, a name of the player who scored the most number of consecutive wins in a tournament play. So, a player of master level, let's say, we are not speaking about some club player who must have won 50 games in a row in their club competition, but master player who scored the most number of consecutive wins.
Introducing the most innovative vehicle in its class. BMW Executive Lounge, a personal space for comfort and well-being. The all-new BMW 7 Series.
Welcome back to 11th round of Moscow Candidates. So now we're really looking forward to some results into the time trouble, because you know it's 3 hours and 40 minutes almost this round is going so far. So let's take a look, brief, I would say, to all the games. So Giri Nakamura, what has happened during the small break? Queen d3, rook e6, knight e2 and rook e8. Well, looks like knight e4 will arrive, and then after rook e7, maybe Anish already has found some idea how to finish this game, or if not, still he's putting a lot of pressure at his opponent. So you see his knights e5 and e4 are so great, and this d5 is really weak, and it's hard for to defend this game. It's really hard to defend in this game for Hikaru. Then, yes, Anand against Karyakin. Any updates? What did he have? No, after h4, Sergei is thinking this is a correct choice because, you know, in 3 moves he will have some additional time, additional hour, I would say. And now is the main question is if he going for this endgame, rook c7. What did I said before the break? Bishop c8, and this is very solid, but both is very bad. Another option is to take on h4, let the c7 pawn to survive, and after bishop f4, maybe rook e8 and try to defend here. Well, I really believe that this is even worse, but you know, Sergei has shown his brilliant skills in defense previously, in game against Caruana, in games against Swidler, so I believe it's not over yet for black. So we will see if anything will change soon. Then another game. Well, that's very interesting because this is the game with very obvious advantage as well. But this is the game Topalov Caruana. So bishop d6 was played, and after rook c4, Veselin is thinking. Well, Fabiano is very low on time. He plays basically on the increment. He has 1 minute left. And Veselin is okay, has not enough material to guarantee what, let's say, somewhat an equal evaluation, and his only counterplay is connected probably with creating and passer, like a4, a5. So okay, obviously not now, because now the pawn will fall, but then yes, something like king a2.
And he played king a2.
He played king a2. Well,
so 2 more moves, king a2 and rook h2
is the immediate answer from Fabiano. Okay, at least few more seconds for Fabiano to think. Let's see how much. 7 moves for Fabiano to play, to make. It's not a simple task, but at this position, I would say black can feel safe. So even if you make some, let's say even stupid moves here and there around, you won't get into trouble because okay, you basically have an extra exchange. And also Aronian Swidler, we didn't see what has happened in this game, not so much.
But Aronian took on b7. I promised you he will take on b7. Rook b8 was played.
Yeah, and
queen e4, defending b1. Not that I think Swidler doesn't have enough counterplay, but actually what he did was rook h to c8. Rook h to c8. He's giving the other pawn, by the way.
But it is a trap.
It is a trap. So if I take, I don't know.
I think even queen e3. No, queen e3 is queen e5 check. Whoa. Maybe that's not a move I should play. Okay, let's take a look what's going on.
So for the moment I take the pawn on h5. I don't see what's wrong with it. Because if you, well, I don't believe it's the plan. I mean, you can take c3, but then I take back. You'll have to take the rook. Now
no, of course I will never go for this, and I think Petr is not also going
rook
to play
h5.
this.
So I think some other plan. Maybe rook, I don't know, b2, rook b3. What can it be?
Well, why not queen a3, by the way?
Queen a3.
Because queen e5 is only a check. I would play. I think f6 is fine.
Rook g6. Can I try rook g6, or it's too much? So when you take, it's probably a mate. I mean, I don't see how you. The queen e5, and it's a mate, right?
No, of course you cannot take on h5.
So
I mean, what if you play some calm stuff like h3, you know, so my counterplay,
No, here I thought
you
rook h5, queen a3, I thought rook g6 is, does it work or not?
Well,
some rook g6.
Yeah, okay, of course it works.
King
just
F8,
was-
I don't know. I mean,
I
King
just was
F8.
curious about slightly narrower position, but yes.
Uh-huh.
So maybe rook h5, rook takes e3 is the lesser evil, yeah? To
But
create
still
some
it's-
weak points for counter-attack. So what?
Takes, my
Just-
plan was to take back, right?
Yeah, I think
GH5. Still it's a pawn down. Not very happy about this position. For
Well, but at
also
least-
I have some sort of... No, I don't need this move actually.
I mean,
Maybe
yes.
I have to play h4.
But now, okay, I have some pawns to attack and to disrupt you on every turn. And
King is weak as well.
well, when my king goes back to f8,
It
can see
depends.
when
It
it won't
depends.
be
If,
that
if
weak.
you get to e7, it's fine, right?
Well, I believe if I have counterplay in this position, maybe it's not all over yet. And if I don't, then okay, my position is.
No,
is
well,
not so great.
obviously, black is still in the game. Just, I mean, at some point it
But,
looked like
you know,
no danger for
what
black.
if I play something like h3 or h4? What's your idea of finding counterplay?
HC8, you mean, after
Because-
HC8?
Yeah, because a rook h8 is strange move to me. Okay.
Even this.
Okay, I don't really see the difference.
No, because after that, at least you can play h4. Now white has to decide. I mean, if you move the rook, maybe you will not attack
Maybe
this
now
pawn
I
whatsoever.
can. Maybe now I can take on g6 already. How do you think? Takes on g6
And take on e6.
and take
By
on
the way,
e6, and
this
after
is
rook
the
b1
idea.
check. After rook b1 check, I just play king h2.
Takes.
Well,
This is also very, very dangerous for Swidler.
looks like Swidler spoiled. You know, it's hard to say if he's spoiled, but for sure at some moment he was pretty much fine, and now he's a pawn down, and his compensation for the pawn is rather questionable.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it, you know,
Absolutely.
if it
After
exists, if it
h8,
exists.
yes. It's hard to say. Well, rook b5.
Wow.
By the way, by the way, it's a very. Levon tries to keep it calm. It seems. Rook b5. It's an extra pawn, as I told you. It's an extra
After I take on
pawn.
b5 and I simply play queen a3, attacking c3 and creating queen c1 check, how are you going to keep an extra pawn? I mean,
Rook g6 probably. Oh no, well, it will be a perpetual in the
it
end.
will
I
always be a
thought like rook
perpetual.
g6, queen b7, but there. Okay, let's show this line. I mean, at least it makes some sense. Queen a3.
No, I mean,
and
rook
then
g6 I just
after
take,
rook
there is no
g6 you
perpetual.
take, right? No, I mean, I'm taking back your rook,
yeah,
but
well.
you will have a perpetual with black.
yeah,
Or-
yeah, I get
Yeah,
your point.
check, king, say h6, queen here, and that's perpetual. Probably easiest is that way, not even taking on f4,
Yeah,
but
just d1,
simply
d3,
giving
and
checks
d2,
like
yeah,
this. Yes.
Those three squares.
The rook b5. Is it a missed chance from Aronia? Because really, takes, queen a3 can be something else, of course. Queen e5. By the way, what's the pawn you attacked? You attacked this one, right? So can't I defend it like I don't? Well,
Then I will take on b5.
generally I don't like to defend.
Well, I will play queen a1 check. You go with your king. I play queen b2.
Okay, now
And
we will
queen b5.
now
I
we
will
will
see.
see this position because
So, queen
Swidler
a3.
took on b5, and queen a3
What
seems
is
to
he
be
going
like
to do?
like the clever attempt to. By the way, there is also something with.
Well, you know. Okay,
Queen a3 was played, right?
In in very nervous mood. Surely,
Well, it's something.
if
Something very
if
interesting.
Chessclock had feelings,
Yeah.
this, the act. How did Peter press
The clock.
would surely
Yeah.
hurt him.
So that was.
I would say.
So
I
it
would say
was
that
with
way.
some force applied, right?
Great.
What else do we have? Karyakin is in serious trouble. I believe. He has got 2 moves to reach the time
What?
control. Well, g6. This is something.
This is a way to lose by force, I believe. Well, after
this is
she takes
what
on
I-
g6 and rook e7.
See, this one,
is
bishop
this?
d7, h4, and Karyakin played g6. So once now, if I take, really, you take, and then, but rook e7, you take on g4. Well, it's not so easy. You take on g4. I'm not quite sure if it's lost. g6. I'm not even sure I have to take. It can be something else. g6.
Well, I need some time. I don't really understand because g6 is, unless it's brilliantly calculated, it looks like an attempt to lose by force. I don't know. What if I? Okay, takes on g6, takes on g6 back.
And then
which
take,
is
I mean,
very
if you
surprised.
take on g5.
Yeah, by the way, you can never take on c7. You know, even if you take, let's say.
Okay, take. I take back.
But I
How
just
do you
play
win?
king g2 at this position. I play king g2. I'm just curious. Oh no, not king g2. I just play bishop f2.
Bishop f2.
No, bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
Now I'm clever. Now
Bishop
I'm clever.
d4. I
Bishop
like
d4.
this move. Yeah, bishop d4. I like this move. But okay, after something like king f7, what happens?
Bishop e5. Or bishop
happens
e5 allows you to
Bishop
launch
f5,
a
maybe
queen.
rook.
Yeah, even
rook
this. I
e8.
mean, king f2, king e3, king d4, and
Okay,
then my
after this,
rook
you
e3.
have rook d4 immediately. By the way.
Okay.
This and even this you have, right?
No, that's what I
Because
definitely
you
not
take
like.
after rook d8, you can take. I just take c8.
That's
Yeah,
a bit different
g6 is dubious, and Anand similarly still has enough time to find how to react on that. Rook d4 he plays after g6. Rook d4.
What is going on?
So now if rook takes, what's gonna happen? Maybe he takes there.
So if I take back?
If you take back, I take again.
No, here I play bishop c8. I mean, I'm happy that I'm not... maybe this just transposes to the position from another line. But
Wait,
you know...
wait, are you happy?
Yes.
Bishop f4 is coming.
Whoa.
So you will have to play like bishop e8 then. Okay, maybe
Wow.
that's here. But this is already, you know... also b7
Well.
is weak. Maybe I can do this. Then when you take, I simply take rook d7, rook b8, and it's a nightmare.
Yeah, that leaves me speechless. Maybe it's even stronger.
Okay.
Well, this decision, I mean, not so obvious for me. g6.
G6, rook d4, and now it's move number 40 for Karyakin. And well,
By the way,
I don't know if he has
maybe
anything
have a
else.
slight
but rook
improvement. You
c7.
know, let's say rook takes c7, and after h takes g5 to play. Let me show you. And here maybe we can start with bishop e8. Well, you know, still everything is hanging, but it's very, 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 very tough situation for Sergey for sure. Well, I mean, once again, if Vishy managed to win this endgame with opposite colored bishops, then shows he's in brilliant shape in terms of playing endgames. But once again, I don't see what's wrong with this. No, sorry. I don't see what's wrong with this move, because let's say king takes g6, and here we simply take on g5. And in this position, I think, once again, I need some time to evaluate, but for me, the obvious fact that we can never take on c7 because of the pin. So, in case of bishop d4 at least, because, let's say, if you take rook e7, it's a deadly pin and we can never improve. So, only way is to play b6 and rook b7, but this is obviously lost. Okay, if not, I will be very surprised. So, probably the only way is to play here king f7, but then bishop e5. Well, this is somewhat really seems like helpless. Well, with leaving Sergey right now, I see he has realized now that position is even worse than he could imagine. Okay, meanwhile, we have Evgeny Miroshnichenko, who is going to say us something and teach us some new chess lesson. Our
Well, I'd like to speak about the tactical takedown, which did not happen in the game. Aronian Svitla. Svitla played the other move, so the game is still going. I'm not sure if he will save the game here. I mean, Svitla, Aronian still has an advantage, but let's look at the position of the board, where Svitla played bishop f8, and he got into trouble after bishop g5 and knight g4. Knight g4, by the way, you can call a nice tactical resource. But I want to show just quickly, what was the point of playing bishop f8? What was white's threat, right? Because one might think that I will play rook c8, then now if f5 comes, maybe f5 is dangerous, but maybe black is still alive. Black takes here, and if in case of rook f5, knight e5 is a possibility. Still feels like black is fighting. On queen e5 there is bishop f8. But what would have happened? I think white would take on f6 in this, on f7 in this case, and strangely enough we already had Aronian with taking on f7 idea in our rubrics in his game against Nakamura. That in that game queen was sacrificed on f7, now the knight is enough. And f5, so now terrible lot of threats against black king. So f e6 is deadly, f g6 is deadly, so black has nothing else but to take. And then we continue with queen a2 check. King cannot retreat back, so it has to go forward. Then we continue with rook f5, another check, probably not the only move, but a nice one. Rook f5, now if pawn captures, it's mate in one after bishop g7. If king captures, once again it has to be many ways, but this is one of the easiest. Queen d5 and mate into either after king f6, rook f3, or knight e5, queen captures e5. So, while that's not happened in the game, and I believe both players seen it, but for our less experienced viewers, I believe that was an instructive example of another typical sacrifice in this structure, sacrifice on f7. So, hope you enjoyed it, and we are back to commentary.
Millions of people try to achieve their goals. But there is only one who is going to make it. The one who strives for victory and goes forward no matter what happens. The one seeking success. The one whose victories are to be celebrated tomorrow. The leader carves his own pathway. Tashir.
Dear friends, next to me is President of International Chess Federation FIDE, Kirsan Nikolaevich Remzhinov, and I would like to ask him a few questions about this tournament. Kirsan Nikolaevich, why Moscow?
I think that last year the decision of the presidential board of FIDE to organize candidates tournaments here in Moscow was excellent. Why we decided to organize candidates tournament in Moscow? Because Moscow and Russian Chess Federation, one of the active chess federation among 186 national chess federation, which now are members of FIDE, and Moscow is famous and is well known that as a city of chess, and we remember that many chess tournaments, matches we organize here in Moscow. There are a lot of fans of chess, and of course the good proposals from Russian Chess Federation and the proposal of Armenian Chess Federation. You know that president of Armenian Chess Federation, he is existing president of country, president of Armenia, Serge Sarkisyan, and last year they made a proposal to organize candidates match here in Moscow. I asked why not in Yerevan, because Moscow is also a city where the famous Armenian Tigran Petrosyan became a world chess champion when he beat Boris Spassky, and all conditions here are very excellent, and we decided to organize this candidates tournament in central Moscow. Know that opening ceremony, it was in very beautiful house, famous house, and the house of Pashkov, and this candidates tournaments also in the center of Moscow, Tverskaya 7, the house of Telegraph also is well known among Muscovite and Russian people, and also people who visit Moscow. And prize fund and everything what we organize here are excellent, and also the one of the best hotel in Moscow and in Russia, Four Seasons, the former name Moscow Hotel, also to give good prices of rooms. And when I asked of our chess players, participants of our candidates tournament, they said that hotel, food, and this place and everything is satisfied for chess.
And what are your personal impressions of the games? What do you think? Who are likely to win?
As a FIDE president, I am afraid of draws, and I wish all chess players, and before games I ask, please play chess, because millions and millions fans of chess, they like results, not draw. You remember several years ago when we organized the same candidates tournament in Kazan, in Tatarstan, and when we visited with president of Tatarstan, Mentimir Shaimiev, and he also senior advisor to the president of FIDE, when after 7-9 moves draw, and president of Tatarstan, and he's a fan of chess, he asked me, Kirsan, what is it, why draw? Because only 9 moves.
Yeah, we also hope for the results, because it's of course very interesting for the spectators. Kirsan Nikolaevich, do you yourself play chess from time to time?
Yeah, because I like blitz, and you know that yesterday I played chess with president of Armenia, president of Armenian Chess Federation.
And who won?
Serge Sarkisyan, and we played blitz 5 minutes, and I lost my time, and I lost my game. Yeah. Serge Azatich is a very good chess player. But sometimes when in airplane or in my office, I like to play blitz 5 and 3 minutes.
And do you think which qualities chess develop in people?
I think first of all because the rule for chess player, the main rule, first think after that move, and I think this is the main thing. And if you follow this rule in your life, first think after that move, first think after that signed contract, first think and after that make some deals, and this is, I think, the best point what chess teaches ourselves.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, and enjoy your time at the tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We continue our live broadcast. All the game reached the 40s moves. It's a second day here at second round like that, when all the games reached move number 40, reached second time control, which normally spends a very long day in the office for us.
Yeah.
About 4 draws today, we are not that
maybe
optimistic or pessimistic
maybe I was wrong.
anymore. Yeah, because at least in one of the games, Anand versus Karyakin. By the way, this one, it was first me to claim that this one will be a boring draw. I was wrong, I have to accept, because now, how it looks like, it really looks very bad for black. G6, then you said that was probably the crucial mistake, right? Rook d4, after some calculation, rook d4, rook c7, h g5. I don't know if there was, I know, bishop f4 was threatening, right? So
yeah.
f g5, bishop takes g5. After bishop c8, we said rook d8 is very unpleasant surprise.
Winning a piece. Maybe it was the best chance, yeah, just to play bishop f.
Okay, I don't know, yeah. Okay, bishop e8 was played, and Vishy went for f5, f6. Karyakin quickly responds with king f8.
So, is there still some hope?
Is there still some hope? He wants to leave the bishop somehow, right?
Yeah, to give the bishop, a second chance.
Wait, what happens if I... No, this one I can't do. Rook d8 I thought, but...
Okay, rook d7. Well,
rook d8, rook
maybe
d7.
simply play bishop h6 and g5.
To lock my bishop here. Check.
Why not?
So, where do we go? No, come on. After king f7, you won't
Here I
want to
have
play
rook e4 trick, I believe.
Rook e4. And I don't have moves anymore, it seems.
So
Look,
you can play g5, but I mean g5 doesn't seem to be
g5
great.
it's already, I mean, more or less same position, but 2 pawns down. If I play rook d7, then you can actually...
You can play g5, I believe.
Or you can move the bishop and only then play.
No, just why not to play g5? I believe you cannot move your rook, you cannot move your bishop.
Really? So this bishop on h6 doesn't really bother you much, right?
Well, maybe it should bother me, but let's say I don't understand chess.
I can't do much, right?
I don't have a way to improve, but you can play a5 at some point. This makes me suspicious about my plan. Okay, let's say I bring my king forward.
Here. So if I let you to come with the king to b6, that will be over. So you want to play this, right? I go here, let's say you play this, but maybe this is a sort of a Zug's one, right?
So what's next?
Where do I go? Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, maybe king f4 anyway.
Here, king f4.
So let's say rook c7.
Here.
And maybe now I can play... Well, what about...
I was not...
By the way, I also have an idea, like king e5, rook h4, bishop g7, and so on.
Coming from that side, rook g7, this,
but
yeah, this should be winning as well, right?
Bishop... Well,
but why do you need this?
Yeah,
okay,
that's what
why
I
do you
wanted.
need this? I mean,
That's
I
what I wanted to say.
think we should, but let's speak of it like this. Objective evaluation should be white is winning, right? They're just about the most precise way to execute it. So seems Vishy outplayed Karyakin in the endgame. Really nicely in this endgame. I'm not quite sure if it was something too much for white at some point. Say some round here, it did not really look like something too serious. Maybe indeed your plan of playing, where it was when he allowed b5 here, but it's bishop g8. It just feels awkward. Why don't you play
some sort of a madness?
I mean, why don't you play
very sick move?
Bishop g8.
Why did you do that?
I didn't know. I mean, what was the big plan? Maybe to go king e8 or to put the bishop somewhere. No, it was too clever.
It was like b5, rook c8, b6.
b5, rook c8, rook d7.
And what if? Maybe it was a time to give away.
Maybe he had to
pawn.
give away the pawn, but
Yes.
still. Rook c to e8, then b6, a6, so he wanted to keep the material, but
And from now on, I think the position is not simple at all. That's
rook c7, it's clever move, and
that
then
normally happens to you when you're trying to defend these worse endgames
In a passive way,
in a
yeah.
passive way, yeah. And at some point you think it's a fortress, and then what? And
yeah.
suddenly it's just dead lost. And basically we have seen a little bit of this in game Anand Aronian, and now
Yeah,
it's
it was pretty much the same, by the way.
not
yeah.
pretty much, but you know it.
Okay.
You know you can find
Is
common
that
stuff.
wait? Is that the way to avoid getting my bishop locked? Bishop
Maybe
h6,
king
king
g8.
f7. No. I mean for white. Maybe I don't want to play g5.
No, just to play rook e4.
What
and
if I
after
play
e7,
rook e4? Right, rook e7, and then something, king f2 or
king
bishop.
f2.
No, I don't want to
king
move.
f2.
King f2.
King
now.
f6 is never a threat. So once you play rook d8, then I play bishop g5. Okay.
This bishop g5, right? Now if you play bishop d7,
then
it
d7
loses,
and you have
loses
to
by
move the
force,
pawn.
right? I mean,
Oh, of course.
check. Well,
You know,
It's
maybe
too
the
much.
only chance to play king g8 after bishop h6 check.
bishop h6 and king g8.
Yeah, so we're
But does
planning
it,
to play
does it really
bishop f7.
help
I don't
you
know.
if I go here?
Then yes.
And then
One
I
move.
go, I don't know, actually, even, can I play this? Rook b8? I don't know why to start with rook b8. Just rook d7 comes with no tempo.
So rook d7 anyway.
Rook d7 anyway. And you want to activate the rook, right?
I'm not even sure if I really want it, but well, it's my last hope to do something in this game.
Yeah, so king g8. Maybe I still should.
You
No,
play
this would
G5.
be stupid, right? I mean, rook
What
e2.
if you play g5 in this
G5.
position? No, I mean rook d8. Where did you?
Here. No.
Yeah,
It was
where
like
did
this
you
check.
leave it?
There, I played this.
Yes, king f7.
King
Say
f7.
rook b8, rook d7, and not just g5.
Even like this. Yeah?
Because you
Locking
only
the bishop
have
again.
two moves, rook c7 and rook d7, and anything else you lose b7 pawn, which doesn't make your position
any better.
any
right.
better.
Yeah, right. And say if you try to do this, check and put the rook here, then rook c8
Meanwhile,
probably.
bishop f4 was played is another way.
So Vishy did not give a check. He played bishop f4. Maybe it gives Karyakin some chance.
Which chance? I don't know. Rook h7.
Rook
and,
h7 maybe. Still, it looks pretty bad, but yeah, I can understand Vishy because you lock your bishop on h6 only if you are sure about
Yeah.
this position is winning. It's easy for us to say because, well, if we are wrong, we are wrong, but for him, it can mean vital half a point. Okay, what else? We are talking too much about this game. How about Topalov with Fabiano Caruana? Because at some point it looked like Caruana was absolutely winning. It doesn't look anymore, though.
Yeah, now it's very complex.
Well,
on the
something
contrary.
happened in a time trouble. We've seen this endgame arriving on the board. We've seen bishop d6, rook c4, right? King a2, rook h2. It all looked good for black. Bishop c1, bishop d3, bishop g5. He was threatening to take. Now I realize.
Yeah, and bishop f4.
And you can play rook e2 because rook d1, bishop f4. And here remains
question number one: why not you take on f4?
Why don't you take on f4?
So
it's like
should take with
this.
e-pawn.
Takes. Yeah, if you take with g-pawn, g3 finishes the game at once. This and then
Maybe king
I
f8,
don't
king
know.
e7.
Yeah, simply bringing the
So-
king should be enough.
But I mean, this is obviously absolutely winning.
Yeah, it's not so easy.
Even the king is in the corner, in the square. So like a4, king e7, a5 takes
No,
b6,
take
king
b6,
d8.
king d8.
Yeah,
right.
it's just to illustrate what's
Yeah,
a
so
possible
black
result.
should have no trouble whatsoever. Instead, he decided not to exchange the bishops. Bishop e7, e4, bishop c5. Probably he thought he's going to win this pawn, but after e5 it turns out you can't take f2 because bishop from f4 attacks c1.
Yeah, I think here it was a
rook
crucial moment.
e1.
because rook e1 is a serious blunder. I think Fabiano missed a lot of counterplay connected with
Rook c2.
another second exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, rook c2, and now it's
example,
very
you cannot
interesting.
take on
Now, if
f2.
you take,
Because after rook c5,
happens that after rook
aren't you losing?
c5.
Aren't you losing this?
I'm not sure.
So
By
you
the
cannot-
way,
if you take on c5, b6.
yeah, b6. Yes.
Looks too.
Somehow your
How do you stop
your rooks are useless, and the worst of it that after b7, b8, it's a mate, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So really, after rook c2, well, he went g5, bishop g5, rook e5, bishop f6. That's the current position, and it's not clear if there is anything for Fabiano anymore. Black is, well, Black has to keep c5 defended, I believe. After this, once again, this seems to be rook c5 and b6.
All the same.
Seems
All the same
crushing.
trick.
Right. Right, rooks are not coming back. Somehow rooks are not coming back. So you have to keep your rook on the 5th rank, something like that, rook d5 or rook h5.
But then before, by the
Rook
way.
h5, but then, wait, before if rook f2,
Yeah, that's why b takes c5.
bc5, rook f6.
No, I don't believe in this.
Rook f6
I can
can
take
be.
on b6 and then b7.
You
Either I can
take-
play c6 and c7. No,
yeah.
both is good.
So after rook
I think
f2, what
you
should
should
I
take on
do?
c2, takes on c5.
I take on c5, I take on c2,
yes, that's it.
bishop takes, and rook c5.
And this, but after bishop d3, suddenly these two bishops looks
Bishop d3
like
or king c.
controlling.
Yeah, I have
No,
to
protect
defend
the
the
pawn. Yeah, then bishop d8 or some stuff, and then on b6.
Yeah, if you take b6 again, it
Which
can
is
be.
better, I think.
I have no idea. It can be good for any side, it seems. Can I try to protect the pawn? Like I go back.
This is just too passive. I just
a4
take-
maybe.
Yeah, a4. On the other hand, I can take on g4. So like king b3 and then.
Yeah, it might be.
No,
yeah, the
that's-
king is not
that's a
playing.
trouble.
The king is not
Fabiano
playing.
once again.
So can it be that even Fabiano is in trouble?
No, I don't think so.
Look, I'm
Okay, maybe not
a-
rook h5, but rook d5. So rook d5.
In this position.
Yes.
Rook d5.
So bishop e4 or what?
Bishop e4, right. So if you go
By the
there.
way, maybe I can go absolutely berserk and take on and take here on c. Yeah, even my bishop on d3 to take on c5.
How is this?
Yeah, here to take on c5.
Rook takes.
As I said, I go absolutely berserk.
So if rook takes.
And bishop d8.
Bishop d8.
Well, I'm not pretending this to be clever, but maybe this is just
This-
interesting, no? Okay, I go
I
somewhere.
don't know.
Maybe I go to c. Well, I don't know.
c4, let's say.
Wait, I think you can just double your rooks on 5th rank. 5th rank and take on
After
d5.
bishop d8, maybe I can do this. Unless you.
Yeah.
No, when it's too clever. I don't know. This
Yeah,
will
sure.
not. This will not happen. Even though
Rook
rook d5
d5
was played.
Yes.
Rook d5 was played. No, but what's wrong with bishop e4, which is kind of a move with a
And then
tempo.
rook h5. I mean, into
This
the,
rook to
in the
h5.
same line after before rook takes f2. It's all the same.
It's probably
I
all
thought-
the same.
Yeah, because I miscalculated. I thought that after bishop leaves d3, I can already take on b5.
Yeah, but there is c5 pawn.
Yeah,
so
it's all the same.
Similarly, all the same.
So I suggest you to switch to the two remaining games because all 4 games are in progress and maybe it's interesting to.
Yeah. Let's check them
make a
one by
complete
one.
view.
Naka made a move after rook fe3. He spent quite some time and he played knight a7.
Wow, what?
Today it's a very
Knight a7.
knight a7. Can you believe knight a7 works? I
mean,
don't believe at all.
Because it's almost removing the knight from the board. Knight a7.
Yeah, it's like you went absolutely wrong direction. Has to be something for Geary. I mean, if he doesn't win this one, I don't know what to
For
say.
white.
It is a domination, but how do you break through? Probably Nakamura made sure that he is not losing on a spot before making such a move. Well, Swidler repeated one more time.
By the way, if we check this current position before knight a7 with the position which was at about maybe a few moves ago, the only difference at knight from d6 moves
that
to
was
c6.
funny, right? I mean,
Yeah, like,
somewhere around here.
let's show 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it was at some point. Yeah, knight was on d6 and queen was on b1, but still.
Almost the same.
Rook went back, rook e3 and knight a7. So it's like knight from d6 went to a7.
And now he goes back to d6.
Now he goes to c8 and d6, right?
Yeah.
And
The only question if maybe it's
and queen
already
b3
too late.
once again was played. Maybe now you're not in time because it's always gonna
What
be
if I go
some
knight c8?
knight c8, probably knight g4. What Giri is planning,
Knight g4.
or no?
Okay, if I just take on g4.
Knight g4. If you take on g4, can't I? No, if I take on e7, it doesn't make sense. If I take on d5, no, there is no.
Well, absolutely, you are still better, but I mean, do you really want to exchange this knight from e5?
No,
I mean,
I
it
don't
looks-
want. No, I thought
unless you just win on spot.
No, I thought you take on e3, I take on f6, and then I will win the pawn somewhere, which was not the right thing. After knight c8, what can I do? I don't see, honestly, some other moves. Knight, no, I don't see really. Knight c8, right? Heading to d6 and possibly c4.
Well, it's funny, yeah, that you can.
So knight a7, queen b3, and Nakamura thinking again.
Speaking
Swidler-
about chess, I mean, in
yeah,
general.
knight c8 was played.
Yeah, in general. So normally, if you defend well, so your defensive resources are almost endless. So it's like it's very.
Chess is a draw, you mean?
Yeah, I mean it's much. It's if you compare, yeah, it's really more difficult to attack than to defend. Normally.
Yeah.
And this game, I mean,
shows
imagine
all the
if
defensive
Anish
power.
fails to win this, okay, which is obviously very promising for him. It would be another good example of this drawish destiny of a chess game.
Well, Aronian versus Swidler. Can we look at this one?
Yeah,
It didn't really change much since time
think after
trouble
rook
was
b5.
over. After rook b5, yeah, it did change a lot after the last time we've seen. Rook b5, this rook b5, it's not for nothing you didn't like it because, yeah, probably it gave away all the advantage. Queen a3,
Queen c2, I think.
Queen c2, rook
Yeah,
b8, and I
yeah.
don't know what happened to Aronan. Could he panic or something? Because he played queen e2.
I think he miscalculated. I think he
And then
wanted-
queen c1 was played.
Maybe now he wanted to play queen f1 and make a draw, but after queen f1, okay,
queen
black can
f1.
take on f1 and take on b5, but also black can play queen b2.
Queen b2, possibly
Suddenly-
taking there later on.
Suddenly,
a pawn will start running,
yeah,
so it's
exactly
not
as
so
I
easy.
said you, if the white rook
Yeah, rook gets
Yeah,
stuck on
gets
g3.
stuck on G3, yeah, then it's
King
just
goes
worse.
f2, f2, queen f4, king to g1, check
They repeated
here.
this a couple of games.
They've
And king g8,
repeated
yeah,
it.
so finally Petr decided to
Check.
play on.
King went to g1, and after some thought, Swidler played king g8. So it's... Turns out maybe it's not so easy to make moves for white, right?
Well, normally you should try to rescue your rook from this awful placement.
Something like rook e3?
But now the rook takes b5 is already...
Yeah,
it's hanging, I
absolutely.
believe.
It's rook
So
b5.
yes, it's maybe
rook f3 I have to play.
Isn't it?
Maybe rook f3 I have to play, but then there is a check, right?
Yes, that's a check. Oops.
Well,
Caruana offers a
Caruana
draw.
Topalov finished the game, and after rook d5 a draw was offered. We don't know if... Yeah, so that's the final position, so perhaps rook d5 was played with a draw offer, and Topalov accepted that one. Yeah, so your rook c5. you have a chance to offer this one at the press conference to ask them
No,
if they ever considered this move.
No.
No, but obviously a lot of things happened there.
I don't too.
Obviously a lot of things happened there.
I don't want to cover my name with such a shame.
Yeah. Okay. We wait for this press conference, and meanwhile, I want to see Anand Karyakin. What's going on here?
By the way, it's not as lost as it.
Bishop h6.
Before.
Still, we would love to. We would love
maybe
to play.
now Bishop h6.
Bishop
wait.
f4 was played.
Okay. Let's switch to the
Rook
position.
went to h7. It's very interesting. Rook went to h7. White simply, I don't know if it's simple. White played king g2.
Yeah.
Bringing the king, stopping the rook from entering the
Bishop d7 was the move.
Bishop d7, and now it sort of reminds some Berlin endgames. Like you can have with majority on the king side, and so what to do for white?
So
First
for a moment, I wanted to play Bishop h6 to be clever.
Bishop
but
h6.
now I think Rook h6 is a move to care. g5.
G5.
Suddenly it's not so easy to win. So Rook b7, Rook f6.
Yeah, it makes You mean it makes no sense to keep the pawn? Maybe I can keep the pawn for a little while. No, saying Rook f6 is just a waste of a tempo.
True.
So I take Rook f6. It's a very good chance. Rook f4.
Yeah.
So probably just a draw. I'm not
so
sure.
Bishop h6 is not the move, but then yes.
If I play king g3, is it that easy?
Well, Bishop e6, maybe.
Bishop e6 and some sort of a check. Maybe I don't care about. I don't care about the c4 pawn. Maybe. Okay, we have to. Yeah, it doesn't really look as lost as it seemed to us, but we have to interrupt our broadcast because players are already here. It's a press conference. Fabiano Caruana.
Introducing the most innovative vehicle in its class. BMW Executive Lounge, a personal space for comfort and well-being. The all-new BMW 7 Series.
Fabiano Caruana. In September 2014, Fabiano Caruana won the Sinkfield Cup with one of the most dominant performances in history. Afterward, his rating rose to the third highest in history, and it seemed that he had become the greatest challenge and threat to the reign of Magnus Carlsen as world champion. Born in the United States in July 1992, he has dual American and Italian citizenship, and for many years he lived in Europe playing under the Italian flag. Last year, he moved back to the USA and changed federations to play for the United States. Caruana is quiet, well-spoken, thoughtful, and socially conscious. He was the first top player to take the Ice Bucket Challenge to raise awareness of the ALS disease. He is also a fearless player and always plays according to his principles. This is both his strength and his weakness. Caruana's calculating ability is also second to none in the world, and that definitely makes him a formidable opponent. Like Nakamura and Giri, this will be Caruana's first candidates. Though all three are relatively inexperienced and the youngest players in the field, many experts expect that the winner of the tournament could come from this group. If so, Caruana may be the best positioned of the three.
So, welcome everyone. First press conference of today. Today it's a special day, really. Once again, all four games survived till second time control, which is not to happen too often. During our broadcast, we predicted interesting predictions was like all games decided. Then we went to the opposite. All the games drawn. Okay, first game is already drawn. So but it never looked like, honestly. It was such a
Yeah,
I don't know, mess. It seemed to us. I mean, starting
yeah,
from Rook A7, it
Rook
was
A7
already.
it's like a blitz game of Grishuk, right?
It's been played, yeah. It's been played already several times.
I mean, there's Rook B8 or the G5, but
Yeah,
G5
then-
is maybe slightly worse.
Yeah, this was some game of.
Of me?
Yeah. I think Len Vachier.
Yeah, okay, in any case, I couldn't remember
And
exactly.
now, okay, yeah. And now
I can also
think
include
this
this.
is
Knight D3
probably
maybe.
stronger because.
I didn't see what to do here.
You just go back, I think.
Queen C6?
Yeah, because I think the bishop is better on D4 than on F4. Also, there was some strange move like H5.
I was even worried about stuff like Long Castle.
But then you take and pawn is hanging.
Yeah, Knight B5, Rook A2, King B1.
Okay, but it's.
Yeah, it's
like-
probably gonna be equal in the end. Yeah, I think Rook A6 was a mistake. Rook
Yeah,
A
but
was
I believe that Queen H5 and
Here, Queen
computer.
H5.
I think here Queen H5 and computer is already giving some advantage for White. I don't remember why, because there are too many lines, but it's already not some
Okay,
problems.
but
for-
I can play B6.
Yeah,
so
but no, it was
it
like.
looks much better than the game at least.
Of course, yeah.
Because here I just have no
Somehow
moves.
after because I was thinking to go Queen H5, but then to the main line.
Here?
But then I thought I somehow couldn't see.
No, I think A3 is the best move for
Probably, yeah.
for sure. Because I just
It looks like.
because
not-
D6 Bishop G2 is a disaster.
Exactly.
Is a disaster.
Exactly. Yeah.
This ending looks
It's,
like.
then look, yeah. No, A3 is okay, but then
could
okay,
also
I could
take,
take. Yeah, of course I could.
Yeah,
take,
this was interesting. You
Yeah.
have to play Queen B3, and then I thought I could maybe play this position.
Yeah, but it also
And-
looks very ugly, I have to say, because I mean I could just like okay, wait for the move E5. Sometimes you have to be careful about C5.
Yeah, I was
also.
trying to see if C5
So-
works, but I thought that.
No,
I thought
okay,
okay. It looks very dangerous in any case.
Of course, yeah.
But I want to play E5, play Bishop
No,
B4.
somehow there's so many options. I thought Queen H5 was stronger.
Because this is just
No,
bad,
this
isn't
should
it?
be not so good.
And I thought that
no,
F4
just-
is quite
Or
strong.
just castle and then rook
Castle, I thought
H1.
maybe Queen F3.
Like this, yeah, maybe.
But I thought that F4 and then G5 next.
Yeah.
And if
It doesn't
Queen
look-
F3, then King D2 or something.
Exactly.
We look at this line and Jan mated me after G5 at once. I don't know. Okay, maybe I
No, but
wasn't.
G5, I mean, that's why I played Queen
G5,
F4.
Bishop takes F4, something
here.
like, and then some Queen G4. I don't know if it works.
Also,
maybe,
yeah, who knows,
but it
yeah.
really looks like it's very dangerous.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah. It
Although
doesn't
I'm not sure why it's.
Queen
it's
G6,
It
like
doesn't look very-
kind
It's
of
probably just
brutal
really-
way.
Yeah. So in any case, King of 8 looks forced.
And now, okay, I was also thinking about Bishop D3 to stop the move.
B6, yeah.
B6.
But yeah, probably C5 is
Also C5, yeah, like so many moves.
It looks very bad for me. After that, this I already thought that I kind of
No,
improved my position.
I
a bit.
believe it's still better for White, but not the way I played. Because suddenly, well, actually there was a very fun line which doesn't work for me, which was more or less my original idea to go like this. But of course, then it looks very nice, but so take and G5. So I was very, but then the point is this is not working for me because you just run away. Yeah.
But I have a feeling I have probably many ways here.
Well,
Like
not so clear because you
E5 or something.
E5, but then I take on F6, no?
Yeah.
Or even if after taking I just play G7. Well, okay.
Yeah, well, not sure.
But you take on F6.
Take on
yeah,
F6,
takes on
and it
F6.
looks bad, I think.
Still, I mean,
No, but check on H6 maybe, and then
Queen F6.
yeah,
Okay.
Queen F6.
Yeah.
No, but then you just take on B5, and I was thinking about some Rook F6 things like this, but it doesn't work because this was like. Otherwise, I believe it should be just winning for me.
I mean, I have a feeling I have.
But if you take
I
it
have
in
moves
Rook F4,
Even if
no?
I,
No, but then check in Rook F4.
you know, G6 loses.
Yeah. No, I mean it's just.
I can play Queen F6 and Queen G6, but this is probably not.
Well, but
it's not
Queen
what I
F6,
want.
Bishop D3 also, yeah, like.
And E.
Well, but then
E5
I
don't-
take it, yeah, just Queen takes. Well,
Yeah, in that case, I probably have to.
No, it's simply move by move. That G. I mean, and here.
And if e5 here, bishop c4.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, I thought then you have d5, but bishop b3 and take on e5. Somehow g5 is not working. This is my problem.
Looks good. Yeah, and
then now, well.
It just looks bad for you, doesn't it?
Well, I'm not 100% sure. But somehow I was still thinking that maybe, what you did was very good actually, because h5 immediately is the same, but with the bishop on d6.
Yeah, I thought that you could play a4 here and then a5 next.
Yes, no, of course it's just extra tempi, and.
I was actually expecting queen f1, but then I play g6, you play bishop b4, and I make some move here.
Yeah, but I was not sure this is so nice for me, because first you can go back. No, but you can go back to f3 now. So it's
and bishop e2.
Well, but now you can collect the pawn.
How?
Check and queen g4, no? So
don't you have another move here?
Well, but then.
I mean, you can play rook d3 and f.
No, but this is just bad.
Yeah, it looks bad. Yeah, maybe.
Just king g7.
Maybe queen f3 here. I don't know. I wasn't completely sure about the ending, but.
Like this, yeah, but then you just go d5. I think.
Yeah, and I thought maybe e4 and something.
Should be still better. Yeah, well, of course, what you did was very good.
You could also take and play bishop g2, but I thought this is also pretty bad ending.
Exactly. Yeah, and maybe I should. Well, I don't know. Maybe if I just take on d5, on d7, but there was some line I didn't like. Instead of bishop d6.
Yeah, rook d7 was critical.
I
rook
thought
h2 and
here,
bishop b7 and rook b8. And then I think
bishop e1, but then you take, and I thought I'm lost. Take.
This I couldn't fully work out how I win here.
Well, maybe, but I thought that maybe that was my better chance.
Because your pawns are running. It's hard
quite a long line, huh?
No, I mean, if rook d7, it's okay. I can also play this, but I think that it's very hard to win this position.
Maybe no. This is probably I'm kind of holding.
No, I mean I put my bishop
because
on c7.
I have some counterplay.
I mean, not really, because you'll
I'm
put your pawn on
pushing
a6.
my pawns,
but then I put my bishop on b8.
Yeah, but well, maybe it's still better.
But it's very hard to do anything on the king side. But in any case, I think it was a better chance because here.
No, but somehow I underestimating rook c4 because I was hoping for rook h2 and then I put my bishop on c2 and then I don't.
I thought you wanted to go to b7.
No, I thought that my best chance was to go to e4 and then to c2. But it's still probably lost. Somehow to keep the
I think
and to try to push the pawns. Yeah, but now it's just lost. I believe. So bishop g5 was very strong.
Yeah, I mean I can also just take and play king f8 and slowly win.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I wasn't completely sure, but I thought I.
No, but it's
probably win. This was the simplest way to do it, I guess. But I thought that you're kind of collapsing here, so.
I was.
And here,
just my last. I think many moves win, but okay, it's with easy to miss the move queen rook c2.
Yeah, maybe f6 or something.
Yeah, no, of course, but then no f6. Maybe I go to g6. No?
Bishop g6.
I don't know.
But I can take. Take and
maybe
d5.
Yeah, well, or even take on f2 now.
No, but then take on f2, rook d7.
Oh yeah, of course, d5.
I mean, I just want to. I can also play g6 or something.
Yeah, no, of course. G6 is some b4, I guess. But it's bishop d4 simply. So.
Yeah, b4, bishop d4 always wins for me.
But maybe now.
Because then I just play rook a1, and then you have no attack on my rook.
That's true. But maybe no, of course it's winning. But
okay, you can try it. I mean, there's tricks, but.
But that's more or less the game, but with the pawn on g6.
Yeah, and here I probably have. Oh no, okay, we said that king f8 is a move.
Well, but it's a difficult move to make.
Yeah.
So he was in a time trouble, right?
So it was 40th move. 39.
And at b4, bishop d4, it's.
Yeah, but of course you just have to see that
you stop the pawn.
Not an easy move to play.
Yeah, it seems winning. And
No,
I don't know. I
but
didn't.
Probably I should push instead of b7. I should push a4 and a5, but still, it's
Okay, you can play.
exactly like this, and then
Yeah,
push.
I might even be scared here, but your bishop on f4 is just dead, isn't it?
That is true. Well, I don't know. Maybe a6, bishop d2, bishop a5, or check, but it's probably.
Yeah, but I'll play.
It's never really working. Well, I don't know. Bishop d2, check, and now bishop.
I have rook
e4.
d4.
Yeah, well, that's. But
It
then
should be winning, but there's still
that's-
some.
That's true.
Yeah, and suddenly I have nothing here.
And now, actually,
I would love for you to take this rook, but you just never take it.
Because I was very optimistic, but it's true that the pawn, that the bishop ending should be.
I mean, I thought that this.
No, but this is dangerous.
I thought I should be fine here.
I
I mean, if you want to try to play for win, you play bishop d3.
That
right?
is true.
And then I play rook d5, and I don't see a good square for your bishop. Although I didn't. I mean, even this, I think I
this
can never
should be
win.
okay.
So. And I was a bit worried that.
No, I was even thinking that king moves to b3, c3. I shouldn't be worse.
Yeah, I mean, your bishops are very strong.
So.
And. Yeah, the problem is, I mean, this I think I clean up. But
No,
rook
but
yeah,
rook c5 is. I thought, but I was not sure that this is winning. But maybe it is still, because I went for this line, which makes no sense, of course, from your point of view.
Yeah, rook
But if
h8.
I just, you just kind of give this pawn, and you activate, let's say here, and then but
Well, maybe c7 is better. And then I'll go for.
No, but c7, rook a6.
Yeah, rook
No, I
a6.
thought that just go f5 and wait like this.
No, but this one's probably bad.
Probably because even b4 is good, maybe because
No, b4 I should have
b4
enough, and b6.
check, and then I have check
Yeah.
from.
Probably win.
Yeah, probably. It
King
wins.
c1 and then
But
But,
it's yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's, rook f2 is the best, of course.
What else was I? Yeah, this is
This should be losing, no?
this is a nice move, which is and then I have to take and I'll
No,
probably
but this
lose.
is lost. Yeah.
And what else? Yeah, I was
No,
trying
rook
to.
f2 is.
I mean, I can do this.
But I don't. But I just put the bishop on d3 and d4. And I mean.
Yeah, you can even play a4.
Yeah, something
Or
like
just
that,
king
yeah.
b3 because.
Exactly. It's,
Although this one I thought that maybe it's maybe it's not a
well,
group.
it makes
no, I
no
mean,
sense.
no, I think I'm better. Or at least.
But I just take with the bishop on f8.
Ah, yeah, that wins. Yeah, so it could be risky, and yeah, I was planning on playing this.
Yeah, actually, I got very optimistic about some line, which is here. Let's say bishop e3, a4, f5, take, bishop c7, f4, b6. But of course, then
There's
you
F3,
just
yeah.
go f3
And now I win.
Yeah, probably now it's you who wins. Yeah.
Well, maybe not, but because you go bishop b6 and bishop f2, and then your king starts to go up.
Yeah, but somehow because if you take on g3, then I eventually.
Actually, it should be a draw, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Although
well, I don't know, because you also no, but then you just push d4 pawn also, no? I mean, like king e5 and d4.
And d4 and then yes.
Or king e5
You don't
and
wanna do
d4.
this.
So.
No, but if you take then bishop g3 is.
Exactly. No, it's. So.
Yeah, but the thing was, I did see a clear draw here, if in case you.
Yeah.
I mean this ending.
No,
should
this
be a
is
dead
just a draw.
And I don't know if either side has anything better. But in any case, I was ready to finish this game.
So, well, quite a complex game. A lot of me personally,
No,
I didn't understand when it changed. Like, it was. I mean, probably you played this line, Fabiano, with rook a7. You were prepared, but then in few moves it seems like it's.
I just couldn't remember what to do. It's pretty complicated, and it's all a bit confusing because.
No, I mean that
That's
was the
probably
reason.
93,
Obviously, it's not a move that refutes the line.
but there are many ways for black to go wrong, and we couldn't see a clear way for black to be better. So.
No, but I think that after bishop c3, I was
bishop c3. No, in fact, I think, of course, I missed all the moves, but probably g5 should be good. And then after d5, I thought even queen h1 or something like that.
But why are you better?
But then you just take.
I can take on b5 and play.
No, but maybe because here, no, my idea was to go g6 or something like that, but then you take queen h7 threat, but then you just take.
Do you even have a threat here if I play dc?
Yeah, queen h7 I thought. Yeah.
Well, there is.
It's
no,
but there's queen
but then you still
there is
queen
queen
h1
e4.
still, so queen h1. So it's
no, because
not
queen
even
e4, bishop d3.
Yeah.
Although
no, but queen h1.
even this.
Okay.
Nice.
No, but then I thought that maybe some jumps or whatever.
Yeah, but I mean you can also just lose.
Of course. Yeah. No, but even if you take and go king g8,
I don't see why. I mean,
that is true.
Why you have enough compensation.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much for nice analysis. We have to be back to other games.
Vasilin Topalov has a ferocious will to win. While all players who reach the elite ranks of the chess world must possess talent and be fiercely competitive, very few have ever matched Topalov's fervor for the game. By the mid-1990s, when he was in his early 20s, Topalov had barged into the world's elite and was regularly competing in world-class tournaments. Though he was undoubtedly talented, he could not break the grip that elite players like Vladimir Kramnik, Viswanathan Anand, and in particular Garry Kasparov had on the top prizes. But Kasparov's retirement in 2005 finally opened the door and allowed Topalov to shine. A few months later, Topalov won the World Championship tournament in San Luis, Argentina, and shortly afterward, Topalov ascended to #1 in the world rankings. Topalov's reign was short-lived as he narrowly lost a title match to Kramnik in 2006 and struggled for a couple of years afterward. But he regrouped and regained the #1 spot in 2008 and held on to it for more than a year. He made another run for the summit in 2010 when he qualified as the challenger for the World Championship. Playing in Sofia, the capital of his home country of Bulgaria, Topalov once again narrowly lost a title match, this time to Anand. After this second setback, Topalov went into a bit of a spiral, falling to number 13 in the world rankings by October 2012. But once again, he showed his resilience and began a comeback, rising to number 2 late last year after he won the Norway Chess Super Tournament. He is always well prepared, and with his desire to win, he is a dangerous and formidable opponent.
Welcome back to live coverage. Just had a press conference of one of our leaders who seemed to spoil a nice advantage at some point, right? Fabiano Caruana has all the reasons. Well, actually, I'm not sure, because after the opening, it was very bad for him. He admitted himself. Well, White had an advantage.
Yeah,
then
the
he was
general impression was that White is pressing, but then I think
at the end he was winning, right?
Not in the very end, but he had an extra exchange for almost nothing, and it was a
there is a
pure
reason,
pure chance for him to get into.
But how about our other leader? Because he seems to be still in a huge amount of trouble, even though it doesn't look as hopeless as it looked. Look, king, check, king f7. No.
I wonder what happens. So I'm talking about Anand versus Karyakin. I will not
Yes.
go back. At some point, it looked like clearly winning for White. Now I'm trying to understand if White. So check on e7, I assume. King goes here, and how do you win here? If you win.
Well,
am I in time to play something like King f4? Strangely enough.
I think you should go for something like Rook c6 for a moment.
Wait, can I?
Yeah.
How it's Rook c6?
No. What? Why do you want to make a draw that much? I mean, if I just take on e7.
If you just take, I
and King
take
f7.
back. King f7. I go here.
Now
I'm not quite sure if it's a draw. I mean, that's why I go for this line.
Now at least I understand what was your point.
So I want to come to d6.
Yeah, maybe I'm
right?
not in
King
time.
e8, King d6. You defend from this side, then I go around this pawn to collect a6.
Yes, this is correct.
Maybe the winning line actually. But of course you can never be sure. So Bishop went rook c8. Bishop d5 apparently. Yes, you don't have any other options. But the thing is that you can probably never leave 7th rank if I go here, for instance, right? I can. There is one more annoying thing I can do. I can play Bishop h4 maybe.
No, maybe then
The
g5.
luck.
Maybe g5 is a good
g5,
chance.
but there's already 2 pawns then, you know.
Yes, but I mean,
but then
if
King
we
g6
exchange
and rook
rooks,
comes to b7.
it's
Yeah, it's
also
still going to be a draw.
Without rooks.
So do I have the same winning motive anymore? No, not really, right? Bishop d5. Okay, if I go King f4, for instance, can Black improve somehow? Black can play King e6 then, right? It seems. It's not so easy for Vishy anymore, it seems. I'm not sure.
Well, it's not
Or
that
it
obvious,
is.
you know. Okay, at least bishop
Rook c8, bishop
became
d5.
active.
Yeah, imagine. Well, you don't have to imagine anything. Just look at look at this position with bishop on e8. I mean, it was,
Yes.
and we believe he could keep it there on e8. Now he took a b7 pawn, which was not so important, in fact, because there was no danger from this pawn, right? It wasn't passed pawn or something, and taking this pawn doesn't really give him a passed pawn. And bishop went to d5.
So what if bishop h4 now?
Bishop h4 maybe is the way to try, right? So g5 you said, right?
Yeah, g5 is
G5.
okay.
Now if I give a check,
Because,
you'll be very happy.
Yeah, you know, also g8 square is covered, so that's why
Wait,
king
my
on
friend.
g6 is...
Wait, my friend. Maybe this one is winning
King
once again.
G6?
I'm not sure. King g6 takes.
No, this is...
Takes. I take here.
I mean... No, this should be a draw. I mean, king g6.
King g6. Okay, unless you
Okay,
have
I
tactical
play-
resource.
No, I play bishop b3. Why do you
Bishop
need tactical
b3,
resource?
a5. And I go to d6.
Then I play bishop a4.
Yeah. Here I. Wait.
I
Here,
don't-
yeah. No, I mean,
I
I
don't
had
think
the,
you
I
can
had the
ever
plan.
improve.
I had the plan,
Okay,
but
just-
it doesn't
just do
really.
it. Keep my
doesn't-
bishop on e4 or b5.
Yes.
And then I play...
No, the idea was I come to d6. You will have to put bishop on b5, right? King
Yeah.
on f7, and then
bishop
I play.
c4 and bishop c4. Well, it's
Yes.
very
when I play
simple
g6, you
process.
take king e7, bishop c4, right?
No. Then you play f7. Wait. Then you play f7. Bishop takes f7. King d7. Bishop d5. King c7 and king b6.
So, okay, let's show. I mean, it's a very long line, but I believe it's an interesting one. So we keep the bishop like this, for example. King
No,
goes
no,
here.
blunder,
No,
bishop,
bishop is
please.
important, right? Let's keep the
Please,
bishop.
don't hurry.
King f7, king here, bishop here.
Okay, let's improve our bishop at first.
King d6, bishop there. g5, bishop b5, right? You need bishop here.
First we prove
Then we
bishop.
move bishop, I don't know, bishop e1 is good enough, I believe. Let's put it here. Then we go here, giving away the pawn. Then we go king e7, bishop c4 is the only move. We give away another pawn. But maybe this is the moment when black can improve the play.
Maybe king d7 is more precise, so no. Maybe not.
King, maybe king d7.
Maybe it doesn't make any sense. Well, I'm not
It
sure.
can be winning,
Maybe bishop c4. Okay, the straight line. I'm not sure if it's winning. Like
This, right?
King f7.
Ah, no, come on, it should be a draw. This, and
Yeah,
then I give this
yeah,
pawn. And here, and okay, too long. Too
King
long and
f4 and
has
king
nothing to
d6.
do with reality. After bishop, well, where we are now, yeah, rook b8. There was rook king on g3, rook e8 check. What's the position?
Well, the position. I think it was played.
No, bishop was on d5.
d5, and here king f4 was
King
played.
f4 was
And
played.
here, I think the last chance for Sergey was to go active like rook h1.
But what's wrong with this?
This is wrong because it's
Check,
very
king
wrong.
d7 and...
But now your rook is...
you can take... No, you
oh,
can't
yes.
take.
Yeah, you can.
King
You
e6
can.
back.
Oh my god. It's
King
just,
e6
Just
back.
a blunder.
No, king e6 back.
Ah.
King
no,
e6.
I can take on a6. What is
Ah,
this king?
mm.
No, then rook h3. Wait.
Who
Still some tricks.
blunders? Yeah, that's interesting.
Well,
Because and then black wins the bishop.
yeah.
That's
so rook
interesting.
e8, king d7.
By the way, now there is rook d8 check available for white, if I got it right.
Yeah, rook d8 is...
No. it's
No,
not.
no. Why
Again, I take, I go king d7.
And f8.
Knight.
Knight.
Funny. Let's show. I mean, this is something. It will never happen, of course, but it's funny. Yeah. Check on e8. King d7. Now my idea was to go rook d8. Black will take. It's f7, and black has king c7.
Yeah, that spoils.
So first idea was to go there. So if it's a queen, then it's rook f7, and it's a draw. In this case, knight wins. It seems, winning a piece. But yeah, king c7 instead really helps black.
Well, so looks like Sergey is trying to.
So
cut
he's still
his-
fighting, yeah? He's still fighting. Check, king d7.
Maybe just cut the king from this side, just play rook e1 or rook e3. So rook is maybe rook e3.
I don't like white's bishop stuck there.
Well,
I don't like
think
it.
we have a lot of ways to improve.
Maybe like this, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
And then king e5. Objectively, he has to be winning, right? Okay. Anything else do we have?
Today is the day of some
Endgame technique,
spoiled
huh?
chances.
So you still believe?
Yeah, one drew miraculously.
Already happened, yeah, in the game, which looks.
As one grandmaster said, miraculously.
Okay.
Who is missing now?
King on d7, rook on e8. Yeah, Vishy thinking.
Okay, let's switch to Giri Nakamura. I think
Giri versus Nakamura. Yeah, it's been a while.
a
like,
lot of pieces here.
Yeah, what
So-
has happened? A lot of pieces, actually not such a lot anymore. So would you show me what was after 43 knight c8?
Yeah, knight c8, queen b4.
Queen b4. He's moving
And
his
then
queen
knight d7.
billion times on this b
Knight
file.
d7, h4.
h4.
Finally,
Naka took on e5.
You know,
right?
it could be 50 moves rule, yeah, at some point.
No,
if not
no,
h4.
D takes.
D takes.
We didn't reach 50 yet.
Okay.
Rook f7. Knight
Rook f7,
h5.
Knight h5.
Again, looks pretty scary for black, I have to say. Better pawn structure, and the pawn structure is not so important, but how do you... Well, now e6 is coming,
E6
and how
is
do you
coming
defend
and
the
is-
king? Right, how do you defend the king? Rook is ready to go to g3, and then something will happen on g7, that's the feeling. Nakamura is in trouble again. And what? Well, Kiri made 10 draws. Now if he wins, he's
No, he should make
nearly
one more, at least one more.
And then we have Svidler versus Aronian.
And this is completely
This is something. This is
we
something.
couldn't predict.
Some turnover, huh?
Yes, absolutely.
So what did we?
Well-
Remember he played. Peter played King G8.
Yeah, King
right?
G8, and here
declining
Leon-
repetition, and
Here
then
Leon
what?
just miscalculated badly, I believe.
What did he
Because
do?
he played Queen B2,
Queen B2,
A6,
A6,
and C4.
And C4.
Clearly intending to protect the pawn. I mean, he thought that after A B5 he can take on B5 with C pawn.
Yes.
But now after Rook C8, I think it's just a mate.
Rook c8 and rook
because
is
there
coming
is no
over
rook
there.
c3 because of queen d4 check, and rook f3 loses to
Rook c1 anyway.
king f2, queen h4, and so on and
Yeah,
so
yeah.
on.
Okay, so after, well, it feels pretty bad. I mean, so this rook, it should have stepped back in the game very long time ago, but Levon
Yes,
played c4,
it's still on g3.
opting to take. b5, he had to play c5 now.
Not to lose, and queen e4 is
And
very...
queen e4 played by
very-
Swidler. So
Yeah,
now it
maybe
looks
queen e1 is a
now it
threat.
looks much better. I mean, first of
No,
all,
I
black
think
is a pawn up.
Yeah,
First of all,
due to
black is a-
d4 is so weak, I believe
Black is
it
pawn up,
can easily
then
be
rook
converted.
d8. Yeah, rook d8 is coming.
Yeah,
now
because now
almost hopeless.
now Levon should play h3 or something. Yeah, because I don't believe king f1 is an option. Maybe rook f3, maybe something else. But in general, if black managed to combine before ideas,
Yeah, too many ideas for black. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's b4,
this is-
it's d4 weakness plus some. Well, actually here some h4 you can disturb from other side.
This is really
So
a
probably-
disaster for Levon, who was on +2 recently, and then he lost to Anand, and then yesterday he failed into such a promising position against Veselin. He failed to win almost a technical one, and now, yes, it's very...
Again, queen d2. So what happens if I?
After queen b1, I
Yeah,
believe
that's what I'm
he
thinking.
just
Because
should resign.
after b4 you stop, right, and you're happy. You stop the
No.
pawn, you attack the button.
I mean,
but
when
if
it's
I
queen
give a
b1,
check,
king
right?
f2 and rook e8.
Ah, even like this.
No, no, no.
No, I thought before and then
not before.
yeah,
It's winning
rook
a queen.
a8.
Oh my god.
And it's
No, that's
is it
that's
really
all.
like?
Okay, queen b1
This
has
is
been
what
played.
Swidler is doing. This is what Swidler is doing. Check, king f2.
Oh my god.
And now if rook a8 will be played, so it will be quite a strange,
No,
quite
no.
a strange result. Because no, strange for Swidler because he.
Yeah, he plays rook a8.
I mean, he had such a lot of very good positions which he did not win, and today it was clear it was very suspicious, if not to say bad position for him, and all of a sudden it seems to be the game when he scores his first victory.
It
Rook
clearly
a8.
reminds me London candidates when Swidler stopped Aronian. Okay, Swidler had something like +1 or +2 at that moment, but he stopped Aronian with white in the second round, in the second leg. Then Aronian was among the leaders, and then he lost. I think he lost one game, and then in the
Yeah,
next
and then he
round he
didn't
lost to
win a
Swidler
thingy one, no?
after a couple of rounds. Yeah, this is just disastrous, and both.
But
I
at
think-
least, okay, relieving for me that your prognosis of 4 draws today will not work out.
Well, it was.
Pessimistic scenario.
No,
I
no, no,
understand.
you
It was
know.
a pessimistic scenario. Now look, Anand
so
understood. Look at this game. King e6, and Anand is thinking. I believe he understood that he cannot take the pawn on e6.
Yeah, at this particular position, it doesn't work. So I think you'll go back to the rook e8 and rook e3 scenario, and sooner or later he'll break this fortress. Well, then.
So we are waiting for Aronian either to move or maybe there is no way to move.
No, I think what's.
It's gonna be. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, you can play something
Rook
like
a2
queen
is a
e1.
threat. Queen e1. Maybe he's still.
Queen b2 check, then
He
queen
can
takes.
still fight. Okay, don't.
Fight for what? I would ask you.
No, I
Queen
mean.
e1, queen b2.
Check and.
Maybe this queen f1, I don't know.
King
Because
f1
queen
and
f5.
queen. No, I thought I'm still winning a queen. Isn't
Well,
it doesn't
maybe
look like
rook
I'm winning a
maybe
queen.
rook takes g6 here. Yeah, some desperado.
Yes, and I do win a queen after. I don't want to calculate anything. I mean, yes, I know I'm boring sometimes, but after king f8, I do win a queen after rook a1.
Well, yes. I don't have anything to add for this.
No,
Maybe
no.
rook d3 and then g2 is hanging.
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, some problem.
Well-
no, okay, it's a matter of taste, of course. After queen e1, that's what he did actually. Queen e1, queen b2 wins the pawn, which is also probably just enough,
Two
right?
makes one pawn and then c5 as well. Yeah, but rook e2 and king. Maybe we miss something. We are missing, no?
Okay, let's check this. King f1
Queen b2.
and
No,
queen,
it's
queen b2.
yeah, rook g6 and
Rook g6 and
simply
actually
steps.
I have many king h7 as well, right?
Okay, you can.
It's important not to run on the
Yeah, you don't
perpetual.
need- you don't need
no,
courage.
probably I need this, right? Aha, wait, rook g8? There will be some checks, by the way. Oh, no, it's rook g8, I take, queen g3, and I
King
go
h7.
here, and after this check, already I have
Any move is good. F5.
any move, yeah.
Okay, F5.
F5 or king h8, right.
Yeah. Well, this is
After queen e1.
rather unexpected.
Well, it's absolutely winning for black, of course. So Swidler's press conference
I
might be
told you this
next.
position can be double-edged for white, and once
If he pushes, yeah,
Once
so-
if he pushes and if rooks.
Look, Anand went back to our plan with rook e3. Interesting. So we go back to Anand versus Karyakin. It was, well, move number 57. So how do I... Bishop d5, king f4, king e6. He gave a check. He went to a8. Black played king e6 back. White gave a check. King d7, rook e3.
Is
It won't be that easy to break
it's a
through.
trunk, no? Isn't it?
Well, Peter played queen b2 and Levon resigned. So, first victory for Peter Swidler in this tournament, and next
And-
press conference is coming.
You know, Levon seems to be absolutely shocked.
Yeah,
I'm not even
that
sure
is-
he will attend the press conference, and it's, you know, it's
Well,
easy.
normally he does. No,
Normally
I
he
don't
does,
think.
but-
I don't think he will miss. But okay, we will see
You
it.
know, this is a little bit like Groundhog Day. I mean, as it happened. to
You mean
London.
same as in
Yeah,
London
all the
candidate?
same. It's
Okay.
you know, it's for me as
obviously, yeah. No,
Some
he's always he's known to start those candidate tournaments very well.
Yeah.
Actually, the last one he started with a loss to Luciano. Yeah, but in London, indeed, he started very well. He played it. The first leg, he was the leader after the first leg, and then
he
something
missed a
something
couple of
was ruined.
chances in the second leg already. I mean, like yesterday and like today. So this is a real shock, especially
Yeah.
it's a shock for Levon fans.
Okay, so we wait for a press
wait for
conference.
Peter to
We said
join us.
Anand has all the chances, but it will be long. So Giri versus Nakamura, if we have a chance. No, we don't have a chance. We have to proceed to a press conference.
But there is only one who is going to make it. The one who strives for victory and goes forward no matter what happens. The one seeking success. The one whose victories are to be celebrated tomorrow. The leader carves his own pathway. Tashir.
Well, welcome to a press conference. We're here with Levon Aronian and Petr Svidler, and the game was, in my opinion, very complicated, and White was clearly pressing during all of the middle game, but then, let's say, something dramatic has happened, and clearly into the time trouble, a lot of things has happened. So I think it's better to ask players what happened here. So. Let's say, Peter, what?
Well, I've been playing this line the whole tournament, and somehow we even managed to guess that Levon will play this exact setup, but I still managed to get confused. I have a feeling there is a very brief note about this pawn sacrifice in my file, but no details.
Normally they play bishop c6 and bishop d5 here.
Sure, but yeah, knight bg5 is maybe not the best approach, but Here I felt I was, well, it's a very critical decision. I mean, you can take on c3 and a4, but against somebody who is, clearly in his preparation still, this position is kind of scary. I mean, you can get some kind of a not a born position like that, but you'll probably get mated. Or at least it's a possibility. And I thought if I take a pair of bishops off, I will be in less trouble, but in fact I think even this position is incredibly dangerous. Maybe I should have played this, what do you think? I don't know. I was considering this move.
Yeah, rook h3.
But after rook h3 it's unclear what I'm supposed to, I mean maybe takes, and yeah, the problem is knight d6, queen h5 I get mated. I'm one tempo short here, because I want the knight on f5, not f6, but yeah, I don't know. This is where I stopped understanding what my plan is. I don't know, f5, queen knight g2 probably wins or something. Whoops, not bishop.
Looks like black is just not in time to...
Yeah, my original assessment when I went for this line was that, structurally my position is very sound, but it doesn't really matter if I'm getting mated, so yeah. And here, this is where I realized just how bad my position was, because my plan was to play rook c8 here. But I think this is made.
And queen e2.
Yeah, I forgot the a2 square originally, yeah. I'm not sure how I lose after bishop f6, but I had a feeling I should lose somehow. Takes, I don't know, queen g4, rook g8, and maybe even something like this, I don't know. I couldn't really see how this is refuted, but, playing like this was incredibly scary. I felt, this is... If I have any other choices, I should choose something. But the problem with bishop f8 is that now, if I make some kind of a quiet move like queen c7, I think the h-pawn just wins.
Yeah, queen b5.
Yeah, queen b5 is very strong, but also suddenly I realized that I have no plan against h4, h5. I think h4, h5, and then something will happen on the king's side. I will never be in time to hold the king's side.
Maybe to meet with f6 at some point, like bishop g7,
yeah,
h5, and here f6. But computer said something like knight takes d7, queen takes d7, bishop h4, queen f7, and
this is maybe
like nothing,
maybe not lost,
really
yeah.
special, yeah.
But queen b5.
Also queen b5, but this is why I thought maybe I should play queen c8.
Maybe.
Sorry, yeah, queen 7, queen b5 is very unpleasant, but after queen c8 maybe I'm not losing. But
I thought, in case if your pawn was already on h4, I could take on e5 and play f5 maybe at some point. Even then, it doesn't work.
But I mean, the assessment is quite clear.
I thought bishop e7 was the only move.
Yeah, that's what it felt to me as well. Knight g4, I think h5 is the only move, because otherwise I'm getting mated.
Knight h6, king g7,
Yeah,
h4, knight f8, yeah?
h4,
It's not so
I
easy.
thought queen c7 might also be a clever idea. To start with this.
I felt it was very close to me.
Queen d3 maybe.
Yes, and then knight f8. That was kind of the point.
Push like f5 at any time. I mean.
Well, yeah, but
this I don't know. I don't know myself, but maybe take on g6 here. So it looks like.
Maybe, yeah.
It looks like you can never be safe.
Yeah, maybe I can start with knight f8.
Yes, because f5 now doesn't work.
What if I do the same?
Bishop g5?
Takes on g6. Just very, very straightforward, but still.
Oh.
Then you take on f7, it like crushes all the time.
Yeah, this I didn't see.
I didn't see this as well.
Yeah, but I had the feeling that my position must be very, very bad here, and I'm making the only moves, and then it's up to Levon to show how I'm getting mated here, because I really couldn't see any better choices for myself. And after bishop e7, queen e7, knight e5.
This was silly, of course.
Luckily for me, I have queen
There's
h7.
few only moves, and f5 is met with knight e5, and still it's.
Yeah, maybe you had to go for this.
No, would you take an h4? This?
I think queen d6 and queen f8 maybe in this order. Provoking would take. After queen h6, maybe black is.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought this is the plan. You bring the queen to h6 and then start some kind of counterplay in the center.
No, here I started playing badly, of course.
Yeah, but queen c2. Yeah, suddenly I managed to somehow consolidate. Somewhere here, I no longer thought I was losing. And.
Yeah, white is slightly better, but there's nothing.
And actually, maybe I should have waited for a move and played rook c8 here. But okay, knight e5, rook e5. I could also play queen a3. I don't know why I didn't play queen a3.
d6 without any.
Well, it's
any intentions. It was
f5 is a threat. I need to play it somewhere. But I didn't see the plan, because I thought I'm actually kind of safe here now, and in view of what happened in the game, maybe just putting it on a3 straight away was stronger. With the same ideas, but just to have it there so that you always have to pay attention to my counterplay. But I thought this was completely fine. Queen d2, king g7, rook g3, rook h8. I was very happy, and I missed queen b2. And I kind of panicked here.
Actually, I think rook c8 was correct, but then...
Yeah, but this, my original intention was to play queen a3, but then rook e6 I think wins. Yeah, I couldn't find anything
I think
here.
even if you should have started with rook b8 as you did, and then to play queen e3.
Yeah, but then h4. This was my problem. This was my another plan. But then I realized that in this position, oops, sorry, rook b1, I thought, isn't this winning for white? This is why I didn't do it. This was the only reason I didn't do it, but I think it's a pretty good reason.
Yeah,
because I think I'm getting.
This one is good enough.
Feels like I'm getting mated. This is what I missed because I thought.
What if you play rook queen h1?
Yes.
And then rook g8.
Oops, sorry, queen h1.
And then rook g8 maybe. Okay, it doesn't seem to be good enough to help, but you can take on g6 at least.
Yeah, it's a nice trick.
Then king. Okay, and then king h6. Maybe it's not mate anymore.
Hang on a second. Isn't this winning?
King h7.
Rook g5. No, this is completely dead. You have to go to f8, like a fade, but I think I should be. I'm completely fading. Yeah.
Okay.
No, this is what I missed. My plan was, of course, not to play rook h8. Rook h8 is a move I made because I couldn't see anything else. I was planning to,
Because here.
Yeah, rook b5 was ridiculous.
Yeah, rook b5 is a horrible.
Rook c just h4 or h3. I mean,
I thought maybe I have some chances to save this position. I thought maybe. Like takes, rook h5, rook b3. Oops, not this, no.
Rook b5 was ridiculous, and I spent all my time on it.
Yeah, the rook b5 was...
After queen a3, I had to take on g6 and make a draw, of course. I mean, queen e5 check, I had to give. No, wait a second, what am I talking about?
I can play
king h7.
I can play king h7, yeah.
But it's a draw.
No,
I should force a draw.
No, I thought that the easiest draw for you was, I thought, like, you can play queen d3 here, I give a check.
Sorry,
what if f1?
What if rook g6? You play king
rook c3?
You want to play on? I mean,
no, sorry.
Well, the queen is on e4. Can't we just take on g6 and take on g6?
Yes.
King
This is a
draw.
King b7 is a draw.
And the perpetual check,
Yeah, king h8, this is the...
c1, d2, d3, so that was a draw.
No, of course I wasn't playing for a win at this point.
I made a mistake of leaving myself very little time. Then after rook b8, it wasn't easy to find a...
Well, this is already kind of tricky for you, because c4 queen a1 check is not fun, and... I thought you probably should actually go for this rook ending, and you probably...
Yes, of course.
Yeah, you probably should make a draw here somehow, I guess.
Also,
I don't know.
Queen b1 was an option.
Where?
Instead of queen e2, just protect the
pawn. Queen e2 was ridiculous.
Queen b1, you get...
Sort of.
Yeah, but it's a kind of...
Maybe here c4 might already work.
c4.
I thought queen e1 like queen a4.
Yeah, queen a4, of course. Sorry, queen a4 first. Yeah, queen a4
then
first.
Maybe rook g5.
But rook g5, you have to calculate this. Actually.
Well, but then I can play just h3, queen e1, and I think it's enough.
But this is a rook ending,
Yeah.
Which might be a problem.
No, maybe I can just take on b5 and play rook g3.
Maybe, yeah. No, still...
I left very little time for myself.
Yeah, at this point you were playing on increment always, and almost, and it's...
and after king g8, I think it's lost already.
Yeah, I mean, I started thinking, because at first I couldn't see... I almost actually on move 40, I almost played a6 here, which would have been a bit of a problem, because here queen e5 is a threat. But yeah, once I move out of checks, I think I'm winning a pawn.
Rook f3 is...
Yeah, I'm winning a pawn. Yeah, rook f3. I give a check. King f2, a6, and I think I pick up the pawn in every single variation.
But I should have given the pawn somehow.
Yeah, probably just c4 and try to hold. But yeah, king b2, a6.
Yeah, this is completely finished.
You missed
I missed rook c8.
Yeah. But even here, I thought you could still. I couldn't find a forced win after rook f3, surprisingly.
There is one, rook
like
d8.
Rook d8, queen b5, queen d4, rook f2.
In general,
but I mean, I should be winning.
Queen e3?
Queen e3, g3. I mean, you have to make all these horrible moves, but I'm not actually giving any mate here, I think. I need to start making quiet moves.
You could start with h4, perhaps. I don't know.
Maybe even here, actually,
Yeah, you're probably...
No, yeah, it does feel like I should be winning here, but yeah. And queen d2 allows the rook a8 and the game is completely over. I obviously got very, very lucky today because I've been defending the entire game and
Yeah, I should have went knight a6, knight h6, of course. It was a ridiculous decision to take on e7. Instead of mating, I simplified.
Because knight e5 is very logical. I mean, the whole plan, but somehow this, fortunately for black, king d7 and rook g8 is not losing on spot.
Otherwise
because
this position.
First of all, it looked like black is absolutely forced to take on e5, and
No,
then
but
it's
then,
just almost over. Like,
if I have
goes
to do
f6
this, I'm lost, I think.
No, I saw that black can play king h7.
So maybe you can play king h7, rook g8, and rook g7, but what does it look like?
No,
what does it look
I
like?
will lose slowly. Simply, I will.
I wanted to do the practical thing. Instead of going for knight h6, go for a slider bear position, which is really not practical.
Yeah. Well, what can I say? I mean, I clearly misplayed the opening, and I got lucky that I didn't lose by force somewhere, and then time trouble was the deciding factor.
Well, so thank you. Sure. Thank you. So right after this one, we're going to
So, we are back with another press conference. Anish Giri and Hikaru Nakamura finished their game in a draw.
You played rook f5, yeah?
Quite a usual result for Anish, it seems. So, got
You know,
something to say? Well, today it looked very close, right?
I'm going to restrain myself because it's going to be saved forever on the internet. So I'm not going to say anything bad to you right now, but yeah, I think I played a
Yeah, just go bishop
good
e6
game.
right
Bishop e6
away.
was awful. I think you should go d5 here, and then I will take.
Yeah, but takes in d4.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's probably equal, but I wasn't so sure.
Yeah, okay, of course white retains, but I think this position is just a disaster, no?
No, I mean, I should just go bishop e6 right away, put the pawn on c7. I think it's just a better version, basically.
No, that's as well, but I mean, anyway, no? I mean, I think that you do this, I think black is doing this kind of things. Let's say with the knight on d2, then you go, let's say knight d2 to f1, and then black has time for knight h5, and then I don't get this control over all the squares, so I would have to go something like g3, and then already this position is fine. But I think that with the knight on g3, this position is absolutely
Yeah, I mean,
awful for
okay,
black.
already it's better for white. Yeah, I mean, with this.
I think it is just much better for white, and yeah, I think ED was very strong. Knight d5, rook e6, knight h4 was tempting. I think I have rook a3. I think white's better.
Yeah, basically, I mean, I saw these ideas
queen
like try and
d5,
play for counterplay,
queen
but
c2.
yeah, I mean, this probably I'm not so sure. I didn't want to suffer. I mean, I think it's probably okay,
I think
but
you are
it's just like free pawn.
I mean, it's not okay. I mean, just
No, I mean, I go some knight e7, queen d7, knight d5, change the rooks, and.
I'll play knight e2.
Ah,
I mean,
you
it's
will
question
play knight
if you not
e2.
lose material by force because some queen.
Because I thought you would go rook e5. Okay.
No, I got knight
Just
e2. I
knight
think
e2.
it's even stronger. No, I think your position is extremely bad, and yeah, I was thinking I wanted to blunder already, so I should have been queen b6 wins. I was thinking about it for a very long time. So I must have felt that something is wrong today.
Queen a3, Jan said.
Yeah, but it's wrong.
Queen a3.
It's wrong. The thing is that in this position, black knight has to go to d6. Queen a3 is actually the awful move, which is the most tempting one at first. But after knight c8, let's say rook e6 is going to
Takes on
take,
queen d7.
and then knight comes to d6. And if rook e1, knight e4, there is nothing, I think. So it was very strong not to go queen a3. I think bishop c5 was also very interesting. And he has
just
a lot of
play-
difficulty, no?
Yeah, it should also be quite good. Yeah.
It's like
I was
with
choosing-
b6, it's the same thing, but
b6 is
yeah,
worse
or-
for him. But I think
yeah.
he will. Well, I think this is great. I also think the game is great. But one thing I was blundering here. What if you go knight d6?
b5.
Knight c4.
Wait, but
cb.
Use this trick.
Yeah, today somehow I'm playing very well, but I'm blundering a lot of tactics. Because this was one of them, which fortunately didn't occur. I mean, CB and okay.
CB is-
Suddenly, yeah, knight d6. I don't have b5, and then you move the queen. You have achieved a lot.
Yeah, it's probably
still you
just
are worse,
stuck.
but you achieved a lot. So this is very nice. Okay, here I was also thinking about some sacrifices.
Knight f5, knight e4.
which one of the was the sacrifice? Knight f5, knight e4, some take and f3, but I mean something like this.
Ah, this one.
But I was not sure if it's gonna be anything.
Yeah, because now you close the rook also.
Yeah, well then I'll maybe go f4. Well, it was not so.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
Just slightly better.
I mean, basically, I should just kind of sit on c7 probably, but okay, it's impossible to do this. Yeah, like just leave the knight on d6 or something.
For sure, knight on d6 was much better than where you
Yeah,
brought
but
it.
okay, it's impossible, kind of. I mean, okay.
Yeah, it's very difficult to
Yeah,
stand.
to just like stand here. and
Okay,
say-
here I felt some move like knight h5.
Yeah, I
was
saw
better.
knight h5. There was some. I thought you would go just g4 even. I wasn't sure if I want to provoke g4, f4, f3 these ideas or not.
I
so
was also
kind of-
thinking about g4. I was not so sure here. But okay, this is very nice for me. And here, when you over the draw, I remember the joke my trainer told me. There was one game, some grandmaster played against, and the position looked fine. So the guy offers a draw, and the grandmaster told him, "Okay, make your move." And the guy continues thinking, and then the guy realizes that he is in Suksong, and he resigns right after the draw offer. So I thought the same going to happen to you here because you don't have any move, yeah.
Yeah, because after this rook e3, I mean it's it's
also
just-
knight f6 is a very important threat here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and this
that's
is
the
key.
whole
There is this fork. So because of this threat, black is in big trouble.
Yeah, I mean I kind of. Just,
And now you
it's just
decided to
disgusting.
bring the knight back, but it was too late because I have queen before. And now you're probably not losing by force, because of rook takes c3.
Rook takes e3. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe this is better, but it's not so much. Rook d8, not so easy.
Yeah, it's not
and that's when I realized I can just play h4, and I think you are just lost here.
Yeah, so I mean, okay. I was hoping at some point I could exchange on e5 and get something, and that's why I took. But
Yeah, I mean, you have to
objectively, it
take,
has to
otherwise
be-
you are
yeah,
also, otherwise
just,
you're lost
just
anyway.
h5 and
Yeah,
h5.
h5. No, h4 was very strong, and yeah, the thing is, I think I played very well so far. But here I was looking for immediate kill because I know that I'm not capable to win in other way. I have to just kill immediately. But it didn't work out either, strangely enough. I have many. I mean, even something like e6,
E6,
rook f5,
rook f5.
knight e2 is.
Yeah, and just play it slow.
Is very nice, but it's not immediately winning, of course, not at all. But I think I thought I found the forced win, but it wasn't the case. Okay, knight h5 anyway looks good. Yeah, now I can also take on b5, was my original intention.
Rook f8.
Rook f8? You mean give pawn, yeah?
Yeah, just to give so I can take h4. Queen h4.
Yeah, you're hanging on here for a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, because I'm going to get knight e7 and then...
Game continues, yeah. And, yeah, well, that was the thing. I mean, I saw the whole line, and I thought it's winning, so I thought I'm making very good moves. Here, I thought I calculated very, very well, because I saw that if you go rook f2, I go rook g3, g5, takes, and now it's not so easy for white, but I think I have rook h3, which is very strong. I'm ready to move my knight.
F4.
And I saw, of course, rook f5, knight g7. I thought your trick was rook f4, queen e5, queen g7, rook g3, rook g4. But then I have e7.
Yeah, exactly.
So I thought that I calculated everything, and then suddenly this happened.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and then.
Yeah, then you're lucky. Yeah,
and
it's lucky not to lose.
I mean, I'm lucky that I'm. Well, I'm not sure I'm lucky. I mean, my position was so winning that, but still, it could have been that I'm worse. But okay, here I would have taken on b5, I think.
Yeah, of course.
And GH, and I think it's
and,
equal.
Yeah,
so I just offered a draw.
Queen h5 or something.
Yeah, queen f6 and something.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Well, I'll probably get it to rook and knight against rook, but why waste time?
In best case, yeah. But
why waste time?
Yeah, since this doesn't win by force, there should be something else. But yeah, well, maybe. Queen g4 here is queen e6, I think.
Yes, exactly. Right.
That's not another way.
Yeah, queen g4, queen e6, queen. But this
Yeah,
is also
I was thinking
tricky.
about tricky. I mean, I was thinking this was winning, but then you have rook ef8.
No, that loses to knight f6. No, I have to go. I think king h8 first.
Knight f6
and rook e7.
Knight f4.
Knight f4, queen f5.
E6,
rook f6.
Knight f6. You said what?
Rook e to e7. I think this is the trick.
And the difference is
Because
that
on
I
rook
don't
f8,
have
queen
queen
g6 wins. Yeah.
Doesn't this win somehow?
I take.
I don't know. Rook g3 or something.
Yeah, but rook h7.
EF, queen 1,
Queen
king
e1,
still
king h2,
f7. That wins, but maybe you have some other defense.
I also have rook g7. I saw rook g7 as well. I don't know if it holds, but I didn't see that it was losing.
Yeah, but I mean the nature of the position is that either white is strategically winning or white is tactically winning. And usually I would maybe try to play it more normal, but I thought that...
no, it looks so winning. I mean,
I thought that it's better to kill him right away before he gets any chances. But yeah, I mean, see, if the line doesn't work like I played, then well, I would have to think about something else. But yeah, I mean, the thing was, if it was forced, I would have seen it, of course. But there were a few other lines which I had to calculate, and unfortunately, okay, here I had to still think, of course. I mean, I just have rook e5.
Maybe it's still not too late. Right?
Not too late at all. I mean, yeah, I had to think here. I mean, yeah, well, the thing is, I thought that you are going for this line, and you miss e7. So I kind of thought it's normal, you know, I'm winning the game, the guy misses the last trick, and I'm gonna win it. And then I was the one missing the trick. Yeah, but
so really a missed opportunity. I'm sorry for my sarcastic comment, because I missed this few last moves and thought I made something. Like, no, but it's really to miss this. Okay, what can I say? Still 3 more rounds to go, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, rook e5 is winning.
So we are back again on this last game of 11th round, which is still in progress, which can change the whole course of the tournament. Because
yes, exactly.
Anand seemed to be back again. Now he's, well, I believe his position is winning. And Karyakin, who took the lead straight from the start, and while his co-leader was always changing, he was in the lead from the start of the tournament. Now he seemed to lose the game.
To be unable to hold Vichy for today.
Yeah, and that will bring us with 3 rounds to go. That will make 2 leaders, Anand and Caruana, with Caruana having better tiebreak, because he won a game against Vichy.
Yes. By the way, that's really important stuff.
So rook e4, bishop to d5.
This is some sort of agony because, yes, now I think any move.
Still,
Just let-
I like you already paid attention. I like to exchange rooks in this opposite color. So let me do
But-
it. Let me try to do it one more time.
Fortunately for Vichy, okay, here I play King C8 or I don't know.
King C8 and I go
Fortunately,
here.
okay,
And
takes on
probably this is
E7.
winning, yeah.
I don't know. Takes on E7.
Takes on E7.
And then Bishop F7. Yeah, this.
No, Bishop F7 is winning. I'm sure.
Bishop
I mean,
E8.
No,
But
but
what
it
else?
it will be a Tsuts one.
I mean,
No,
if
thought
you play King D7,
maybe King D7.
King takes G6 then.
King G6 and to try to confiscate this. No, you cannot. King goes here. No, King E8.
I just let you do this because I take on A5 and I push my
this,
G pawn
I take,
until
I go here.
Yeah, this is absolutely
Bishop
lost.
here.
No, wait.
Maybe it's
no. I need to
maybe
start with King
again,
F6.
Maybe again,
King G7 was a mistake.
King G7. Sorry, yeah, King
King
G7.
F6,
So this
provoking King E8.
I have to go King
And
E8.
yes, and now
G5. This.
Yes.
Then I confiscate the pawn. Let's say Bishop will stop. Right. I will take. And how do I win this?
I put my bishop on D6, play G6, and then
Go
King
to
G7.
H8.
No, I prevent you from going to H8. By the way, maybe it's a well-known draw. I now start to be confused because once you play King G7 and G6, I put my bishop
wait.
on C2.
Okay, let's. This will not
Wow.
happen. Anand didn't change the rooks, but what's interesting? Bishop A5. Okay, now you simply wait, right?
Yeah.
So I put the bishop.
Yeah. So wait
You
wait
put
for more.
bishop on D6. Wait a little bit more. I go king here, and then you still stay there. G6. Maybe this is still winning. Look, G6.
No, bishop C2.
Bishop
That's
C2,
how I make a
king
draw.
H6.
Bishop B3.
Bishop B3.
That's a theoretical draw, I believe.
No, G7.
Bishop G8.
Bishop G8.
That's
And,
how I block the pawn.
Yes.
And you
it's
can
the
never
only,
improve.
The only way, yeah. And now, do you have a move? Plenty
No,
of moves. Just
the
on this,
diagonal is very long. I have
on
a lot
this
of moves.
diagonal. So here you go,
Then
bishop
bishop
C2, and you stand. Yeah. So I agree. My try to exchange rooks was stupid. Rook E3 was played by Vichy. It's much better idea, of course, to come with the king to G5 and then to sacrifice and exchange somehow.
Yeah, and it was played. So bishop F7, King G5,
Bishop F7, King
and
G5,
King A6.
King A6.
But it's hard.
Now,
but now I
Bishop
think
G3?
now Rook E7 already works because
With King on A6.
Yeah, King is on
I don't
A6.
believe. Yeah, Rook E7 was played, and this is probably the last move in this game.
Yeah,
yes,
Sergei
precisely
resigned.
after Rook E7. Rook E7, Sergei resigns the game. So
Well.
credits to Vichy Anand. So he lost a disappointing game yesterday, but today he's back
he's
with a victory.
immediately struck back. With my prediction, I was nearly 50% correct.
Yeah.
I guess at least two games finished in a draw.
Yeah, we had two opposite predictions. One was all draws, the other one was all decided games. So
like this.
Both of them were half correct.
Yeah. But
now-
together we made it really.
Yeah, and now it comes to the question
Really
if you're
well.
optimist or pessimist, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you guess two
hard.
results right, or you made two mistakes. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a question of perception. We wait for the
Such
last
a
press
huge
conference.
round, yeah, because Levon.
Yeah, two
was on plus
results,
one.
but this time two very important ones.
Yeah,
And
very.
what it gives us
very
in
important
terms
round.
of tournament situation, we have two players on +2, which are Fabiano Caruana and Vishwanathan Anand, and we have no one on +1. It seems.
No, wait,
Seems-
Karyakin is plus
Karyakin is sorry.
It's not so
Karyakin
easy
is
to-
on +1.
Yes.
Karyakin is on +1, clear third spot, and then Aronian, Swidler,
and Giri
on
50%.
on 50%.
5.5 points. Then Nakamura 4.5 and Topalov only 4 points.
Yeah.
Well, theoretically, Giri, Aronian, and Swidler can
Still
they
have chances, huh?
I think they actually do because, for example, Swidler has 2 games with White, and if Petr starts to win, okay, then who knows what?
Oh, he already
what's gonna
started to
happen?
win with Black.
Well,
Yeah, right.
he need to start winning
Winning
with
with
White.
White, yeah, and preferably winning good positions also.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so let's
Well,
wait a little bit more.
yeah, probably it was very hard to predict any of those results. Yes,
Yeah,
so
actually,
Anand
that's
Karyakin
interesting.
seemed to be a draw. or at
Yes.
least a fighting draw, but a draw for Sergei.
Yes. Then when Peter Svidla managed to exchange knights, we thought he's out of danger. It has to be a draw.
And even before we thought that Levon is going to win this because he was pressing really hard. And I believe in case if he would play knight h6, h4, all this stuff, just
Yeah,
go
he would
straight.
win.
Yeah.
Then
As you said, not go all in. You are just much better. Yeah. And still my suggestion was to go all in, knight h4, just f5,
Okay, it's
sacrifice all pieces.
easy to suggest
and give a
after
mate.
you know the result. Yeah, Giri was completely winning. That's not argue with this one. And Topalov, Caruana, it looked anything but a draw. I mean, first Topalov was better, and then Caruana was winning. So none of those results could be predicted during today's round. But this is what we have, and in a couple of minutes we're going to have a press conference of Vishy Anand and Sergei Karyakin.
Stay tuned.
Stay with us, and now a short break which will allow us to prepare for a press conference.
Is this love or is this a fight? Is this science or is it art? Is this sport or just a game? More than 600 million people can do this. Throughout 15 centuries of history, it is famous around the globe, and there are no age limits. And there's more. It is recommended to be taught in schools. Using the most up-to-date technology, it can even help alleviate Alzheimer's disease. This is chess. There are around 200 countries. There are no limits regarding gender or age. This is the World Championships. While there are also youth, women's and seniors world championships. A great duo, legendary names. It is the history of our lives. This is the World Chess Federation, FIDE. Play with us. We are one family. Let's play chess. Your move.
No, but you
welcome
can play
back.
GF4. You can play GF4.
Welcome back. Today is our last press conference.
And
One
FG4.
more game which was decided. Vishy Anand, after yesterday's
maybe too strong to say.
unfortunate
But we can
game,
play
he
bishop C8.
struck back,
no,
he
you can't
won.
play bishop C8, so
Let me interrupt you guys a little. Yeah, okay, so we already live. I think players can tell us the best about the game, but in general terms, I would say that I couldn't really believe that Vishy managed to win this opposite color endgame, because I really saw that this is better for white, but I could never imagine that it could be so many problems here around for black. So Vishy, what could you add?
well, exactly. It's a very small edge, if at all. I mean, I would leave this plan to go with this queen pawn mass. The question is, should I bring my king to c3 or? In fact, when I went g4, I thought he could jettison the e4 pawn already because it doesn't need it. Defending it actually pushes the bishop to a bad square. So I thought even if he just played bishop e6, rook e4, rook e8, because my rook is now not on c7, it's on d6. I could not see any way to have an edge there. I mean, I'll take this e4 pawn, but after that, it's only symbolic, I think. That was the easiest, and then of course he could play f5 instead of rook takes c7.
I'm sorry, but we already start with a position which seems to be really unpleasant as black for me. Yeah, so maybe previously. By the way, from the opening, knight takes e5 is a novelty. Yeah, I think. So it's not in UAD because Carlsen Kramnik was knight b to d2.
I thought Sergei was knight e5, knight e4, rook e1.
No, but it was, I think, rook e1. It was.
Yes, according to database, according to database, d5 knight e5 is a novelty.
You didn't play bishop d3, you played knight d2. Of course, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
No, actually, here I spent a lot of time after knight c5 because it wasn't simple to find the move, because if bishop c7, then queen c2, or, yeah, and I cannot play bishop f5. And
what was wrong with bishop f5 immediately?
What immediately? It
looked like a looked like a normal move, but maybe
no, but white takes
and queen g4. Yeah, or what?
Which knight do you take?
Okay, I don't want to.
Both.
Maybe e7, maybe e7.
Well, you can't take with the other knight, because then I go knight cd7, rook e8, queen g4, and threatening, I think, knight f6 check. So you have to take it like this.
Yeah, I didn't like that knight.
So I thought queen g4 maybe perhaps, but I don't know, maybe I can even agree for g6 at some point, because in general if I play knight g7, f5.
But g6 I will play knight d7 and
and here bishop g5, yeah, here it doesn't work.
No, you can interpolate h5 somewhere. Okay, it's another position.
No, I was actually quite happy when I found knight g6, and here I thought that the principal move is knight c4, but this is
f5,
double-edged.
Yeah, f5. I couldn't make it work. Actually, knight d6, if I can play bishop e3, d4, then it's a big edge. But I couldn't see how to get it in. And then I thought even he has options like b6, just to break everything.
And also sometimes even if 4 should be considered here, keeping this bishop
I don't
on
know,
c1.
f4, knight e4.
Maybe it's too much. It's too much.
But he can play b6, because then the bishop comes out on the other side. And also he has knight e5, d3, and it's not clear whose knight is better.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was not, I would really wanted to play this, but I couldn't make it work.
Yeah, somehow I thought this is principal, and here I thought this is okay, not a draw offer, but it should be a draw, and I underestimated the dangers.
First of all, I thought about your game against Tony Shuk, which you brilliantly won on the World Cup.
Yeah, maybe
very similar structure.
Yeah, I should have remembered about this game.
Even this extra pawn on e4 doesn't change much.
You had
but
without e4 pawn.
Maybe without e4 pawn, maybe it's better for black. I mean, at least it's easier.
No, exactly. When I went g4, I thought you could just play bishop e6.
Yeah, I should
and provoke one more move on this side, c4 or something.
Yes. C4.
And then you can play rook e8 and bishop c8.
Maybe rook h8 and then play bishop c8. No, just
yeah, it was actually possible, but.
Yeah, but then he's back to this b4 b5 plan.
Before just I mean with a6.
And b5.
And now I cannot protect. Maybe rook.
I'm not claiming so much, but what do you want in this position? This is the maximum.
Yeah, sure. It's just some small edge, but it's forever. Well.
Yeah, maybe the last critical moment I should have played f5, of course. Actually, this is what I was going to, but then somehow I was afraid of some rook e5, I think. But of course, it was much better than in the game. I have big drawing chance probably.
This rook d4 on the 39th move was very nice.
Yeah, but somehow even later, this is dangerous. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, but
why? He's a pawn up, and the bishop will sit on c8, and then it's a rook ending. It's not a bishop ending, because my bishop is also not very active. I can put I get positions where I get bishop d2 a5 and rook d8. But if black has a pawn on g6 and a pawn on g4, and I couldn't see how I'm winning that.
It's hard to break through, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, and I think it was one moment, at least according to the computer evaluation, even after, at some point when you played rook h7 and stuff, so this, maybe bishop h6 was more precise, I don't know, not too late.
No, bishop h6, rook h6, rook d7, g5.
No, not here, of course, not here. This is almost a draw. Right after king f8 to play bishop h6. Rook endgame. Rook endgame. No, I'm not that, I cannot be that sure about my evaluation, yeah? So, but later on, let's say bishop f4, I think.
But this is already big edge.
Yes, I think it was one ultimate chance for black.
It was completely winning.
In fact, I should have just played bishop d6 check. I don't know what the hell I was thinking about. King f7. Sorry, king g8, of course. And then rook e4. Bishop f7, and then bishop d7, then I just king g2. He has almost no moves. And I will go rook e7 takes b7. This would have been so much easier. Somehow I thought I have time for the king, but as usual, some defensive setup came along.
I think a little bit later, then.
Yeah. So what?
Few moves. Yeah. Checks. Yeah. Do you think? here I think you could play rook h1 or something, and it was surprisingly not. Maybe it just that lost, and I just trust in the computer evaluation too much. I don't know, just go somewhere, maybe king f8. And somehow I'm start to bother your pieces with.
No, but I thought rook e7 is winning here.
Yeah, maybe.
Because rook f1, rook e1, king d6, rook e7, now it's lost because I'm touching the c pawn.
Yeah.
So I thought this was just a rook e7.
Play something like a5 for a moment, but yeah, still it's.
Yeah, well, the king is.
Okay, I was not sitting and dreaming. I was actually calculating this bishop and.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
I thought it's completely lost, but I was just trying to do my best. But
yeah, this is a nice thing that after this, I'd originally seen this because I thought I'm so clever. F7.
King c7.
Yeah, king d7, f8, knight would be nice.
Yeah, that's what we mentioned in our broadcast.
Unfortunately, after king c7,
we were lucky to find this as well.
Anyway.
Yeah, but in general, this structure seems to be still somewhat unpleasant for black. Yeah, this structure. I mean, even I thought at some point instead of bishop d8, you could have played maybe a6 or just to exchange a couple more pawns. But well,
maybe.
Well, I think we go for a small break. Thank you for joining us, and after a small break, we try to make a slight conclusion to this round. Stay tuned.
Vishwanathan Anand. It is not an exaggeration in India. Anand has had more of an influence on the game in his home country than any player has ever had on the development and popularization of chess in any country. His success and his support for chess education programs has sparked a chess boom across India and turned it into a growing world power. Known as Vishy by his peers, he grew up in Chennai and learned to play at age 6. He then spent many years honing his skills in clubs and rapid and blitz matches all over India. These rapid matches made him lightning quick at calculating complex variations, and when he later became a world-class player, one of his defining characteristics early in his career was how quickly he played. It was not uncommon for him to use only 30 or 40 minutes of his own time, while his opponents had consumed more than 2 hours. In 1987, he won the World Junior Championship, and a year later, at age 18, became India's first Grandmaster. He won the FIDE World Championship in 2000 at a time when the chess crown was split, but then became undisputed champion in 2007 after winning the World Championship tournament in Mexico City. He successfully defended the title in matches in 2008 against Vladimir Kramnik, 2010 against Veselin Topalov, and 2012 against Boris Gelfand, before losing the title in 2013 to Magnus Carlsen. Anand came back to win the 2014 Candidates Tournament and qualify for a return match against Carlsen. Though he lost again, his experience is unmatched among any of his rivals in the 2016 Candidates Tournament, and that may give him an edge.
Well, welcome back. So all 4 games are finished. The round is over, and we got 2 decided games today. It's very, very unusual stuff for this tournament. And normally it's only 1 game is decided per day. A tough and a good day as well for Russian chess fans, because one of the Russian players, Sergei Karyakin, lost his very crucial game against Vishy Anand. So Vishy Anand not only caught him up, but now he's ahead for half a point. And Petr Svidler won the game finally. After 10 rounds, he won a game against Levon Aronian. it wasn't really so expected because Peter was defending during all the game, but okay, he managed to turn tables and he even won. So tomorrow's pairings, let me check them.
Well, tomorrow pairings, what's gonna be?
What's
round
gonna be?
12, huh?
Yeah, already round number 12.
So 3 more games to play, 2 leaders.
Yeah, by the way, tomorrow there will be no clash between top players of this tournament, between leaders. Caruana is playing ex-leader, Aronian, but still I believe Levon can even be dangerous with black color and catch Caruana, so it will be very interesting. Karyakin is facing one of the outsiders, Veselin Topalov, so it's a chance for Sergey to retain the lead if he managed to beat Topalov with white. Then Nakamura against Anand. By the way, I would state if Nakamura is said to be an unpleasant opponent for Vichy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah, that's it. And then the clash of 50 persons. Swidler against Giri. So Giri is very solid with 11 draws in a row. It was a quiz question about most wins in a row. Soon enough, I believe, we will prepare for you a special question about most draws in a row.
Yeah.
Maybe we need 3 more rounds for this. And yes, Swidler-Giri, the duel between the derby between the 2 guys from St. Petersburg, because Anish Giri origins from St. Petersburg. So what's your opinion?
What to add to this? Well, about tomorrow's round, we will talk tomorrow. What to add to this? We got 2 winners of quiz today. Dr. D.R. Testo.
Maybe such a doctor, yeah?
I thought doctor, but D.R. Testo was the winner on first question. And again, I do remember.
The first question
was about
I think, yeah.
first Soviet championship.
Even this.
And it was quite a tricky question because Soviet Union was kind of founded in 1922, but in the year of 1920 there was a first all-Russian Olympiad, so-called, won by Alexander Lekhin. And today, actually, it's a 70th anniversary of his death. Yeah. So Alexander Lekhin was the winner. And prize for a second question goes to Coach Terrance W1. Yeah, quite a
tricky
nickname. Yeah. It was about the guy who won scored the most number of consecutive wins. So that was.
And the correct answer
Wilhelm
is
Steinitz with, I don't remember the number, by the way.
20 plus
27,
something. Yeah,
27,
let's see.
maybe 27 wins, yeah. I believe Fischer's performance in candidates' marches was pretty close.
Okay, 6-0, 6-0 and
6-0, 6-0 plus couple of last rounds in interzonal, plus couple of first games versus Petrosyan.
But we have, another phenomenal player, Anish Giri, who can make as many draws as you can imagine.
Yeah, but
okay, I'm not trying to tease him, but I can imagine because every player here is extremely strong. I can imagine how difficult it can be to win a single game.
Yeah, but he was today. It was a disaster. But really, you shouldn't
really. He really blundered badly.
He was winning absolutely, and then it's terrible blunder. So it's
and of course
not
it's an
the
upset.
point when you like to make jokes. Yeah.
Because it's an upset. Yeah.
Okay, so let's call it a day for today. Come back tomorrow, 3 p.m. Moscow time, 12th round of Moscow Candidates 2016. It's still all open with 2 leaders, Karyakin being in pursuit. He is known to be a king of comeback, right?
Yeah.
After
so far he didn't need to show what is
his abilities of coming back.
I would say that. And yes, also these guys who were
who are on 50%,
behind,
they
still have some chances.
Still have some chances. Yeah. Stay tuned. Come back tomorrow, 3 p.m.
3 p.m. Moscow time. We're waiting for you to join us tomorrow. Good luck.
We say bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Thanks for watching.
How important was this victory for you today?
Well, quite important, obviously, because I've had plenty of very good positions in this tournament and won none of them. And today, I eventually, won a position which you cannot describe as good at all. So this happens sometimes. It's not the first time it happened to me, but yeah, it's weird. I mean, the way this tournament has been going has been very, very weird, and my personal tournament. But I mean, I'll take it.
How many similar tournaments have you taken part in before this one?
This is my, depending on how you count, fourth or fifth, I think.
And what was your state of mind coming to this one? How were you prepared?
I felt that the fact that I've played in so many might be in my favor because I know what to expect. I have maybe a slightly better grasp of what it entails to play in a tournament like that. But judging by my play, experience doesn't count for very much when you can't really win a single game. I did win a game now, but I mean, the way I started, I thought, in the beginning of the tournament, I was doing most things right, apart from the fact that I was completely incapable of winning a game out of very good positions. So, when this continues happening, it's a problem. And winning my first game in round 11 is a bit late. I mean, it's better late than never, obviously, but it's a bit late.
Okay, and finally, and this is going to be a little bit off topic. What's your favorite book?
Yeah, a list of 20 might do, but one I could never name one. I generally end up saying Money by Martin Amis, but I haven't reread it in ages, and I might not be. But I mean, it's a good enough choice. Let's stick with it. I mean, this is it's a book which I reread, I think, 3 times over the course of my life, and it's as good a choice as any. Let's put it like this.
Okay. Thank you and congratulations.
Introducing the most innovative vehicle in its class. BMW Executive Lounge, a personal space for comfort and well-being. The all-new BMW 7 Series.